Well, here goes nothing. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another YouTube member and patron exclusive video. This is the one we've all been waiting for. What months and months of work have been culminating to. Today, I am ranking every player in Big Brother US history. We have a lot of people. 353 to be exact. Yeah. So, as you can probably guess, this is actually, you'll know right off the bat how long this video is. I don't even have a clue how long this is going to be. I mean, 353 people, even if I spent just a minute on everybody, that's going to take us 6 hours. So, let's lay some ground rules right off the bat. I am not going to go in depth really with any character or like with any player here. Obviously, I can't help myself. I'm going to end up talking about certain people more than other people for sure. But just keep in mind, even if I just spent 1 minute on everyone, that's going to take 6 hours. And if you've been here for the whole journey leading up to this, you know that my voice cannot go for 6 hours. And I'm sitting here until it's done. I'm not filming this in 2 parts. This is all coming. We're finishing this today no matter what. So, because of the fact that I've already gone in depth on everybody in their specific ranking videos, I won't be going nearly as in depth, but I'll have maybe some talking points. Secondly, the actual tier list is very big. You can see now I have many, many more tiers than just A, B, C, D, F, and S. I have broken up each tier, their corresponding letter grade, with pluses and minuses, and that's really just to separate, just so that there's not 800 people in the C tier. We've got a little bit of differentiating. It helps me as well. For some people, if I was in between a C or a B, oh geez, sorry, did not mean to do that. But if I've got someone who I was back and forth between a B and C, like Lauren in Big Brother 27, I could not figure out for the life of me if I wanted to put her up in B or down in C. Now I got 2 more tiers. Now I got 2 more tiers right here with B minus and C plus that can help me be a little bit more specific when I want to. Also, throughout this series, when it comes to returning players, I've only talked about whatever placement, like I've only talked about each player in regards to one season at a time. So for, I don't know, like Janelle, for example, I did not incorporate her Big Brother 6 game when talking about her Big Brother 7 game, and that gave, her multiple different rankings. Today, I'm not ranking each of her games. This is just the culmination of her as a player, given all of her appearances. There's a lot to talk about. I mean, this is it. This is every ranking, every player ranking. All of them are getting put into here today, so I'm going to have, a lot of things to say. Just know that for all of those returning players, and I guess this gives you an idea of my criteria as a whole, I don't factor in their worst. Oh, I think I may have just bugged a bit. I don't know if that's true. But as I was saying, is that I don't really factor in their worst performance that much. Because there's always going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? If Janelle plays 4 times, her last 2 appearances, she did not place very well, but that's because her reputation preceded her, and we saw what she was capable of on her first 2 appearances when she made it to 3rd place both times. So those games are obviously going to hold a lot more weight than her Big Brother 14 game, where she really only played as a player for 1 week. So I think I'm still just getting myself ready to actually rank everyone, so I'm doing a bit of pre-rambling. I got the pre-rank jitters. Just know that I have already gone and ranked all of these players. I have a sheet on my other monitor that has everybody ranked, and that's because originally I wasn't going to come into this with a plan. I was just going to do it in the moment. That would have taken me 26 hours. I was struggling right from the beginning about, who should I put at 324 versus 323? That was not a good idea. That would have been a terrible idea for me to do that. That would have just been so much needless time, sort of like this introduction, wasted. So I have everybody pre-ranked. and we're gonna go in order from worst to best. We're not gonna go like, I'm not gonna put Brittany in the C tier and then move straight to Cassandra. Like, we're gonna go from the bottom to the top. So I guess without further ado, sorry, got a text from my grandma. She doesn't know I'm filming this who knows how long video. Like, what, 5 hours maybe? That I'm gonna say 5. I might be quick as heck. I might go down to like 3, or I might be slow as heck, and we could go up to like 7. Who knows? But with that, let's jump right into it. Our double F tier. Now, I guess the last thing, there is a little inconsistency for the F in the... Everything is like a plus or a minus, like B plus, B minus. Except for F, I kind of liked how double F sounded as opposed to F minus. So here we have our FF tier. This is the tier that, I mean, these are just what I would call the worst players. The players that really had as bad of a showing as they could have, while also being people that I wouldn't necessarily ever have faith in, with like one exception. But we'll talk about that when we get to that. So, officially beginning this, at number 353, the worst player in Big Brother history is, as many of you know, I've made a video on this guy. It's Jacob Heald. Really blew up his spot. And see how I'm explaining what he's doing right now? I'm not going to do that. I need to remind myself, do not over-explain. There's no need to do this. But if you need more information about him, I have a whole video dedicated to him. Just a self-combusting grenade of a player that basically made every wrong move possible in order to get himself evicted first. He's the worst player of all time. At number 352, following up him, is also a player from his season. It is Jen. Also in the double F tier. Only saved by the fact that Jacob was on her season. Another really bad player. Actively terrible. She was an extremely active player. Was not able to accomplish too much. And I mean, she at least survived a round longer than Jacob, but she won power, so she was safe. She's really bad. Again, I don't know if I can manage to actually explain during these. I don't... maybe I'll just explain stuff like when it feels right. Up next, sorry, I just opened my sparkling water. Up next, at number 351, we have Willie Hance, who I actually had below Jen originally. But then I was thinking about it, and I feel like Willie, he actually started the game not in the worst spot. I think his first 5 days were okay as the HOH. It's really not until the tail end of that first week where everything falls apart for him, and it spirals so quickly. He's one of the biggest house pariahs we've ever seen going into week 2, and then he gets himself expelled for, headbutting Joe. Pretty bad players. In my opinion, these 3 are, without a doubt, the bottom 3, in my mind. And not too far behind him, coming in at number 350, still in the double F tier, we have, from Big Brother 4, Scott, who technically was in the majority alliance when he first came into the game, but that was simply due to circumstance. He was just a part of the initial 8 people that moved in. He was in that group. The reason he's above everyone else here is because he at least wasn't going to be evicted at the first possible opportunity, that he wasn't, immune. That's because Nathan actually, stuck with the Elite 8. But he was such a volatile presence in the house. Completely, singled himself out to be just such an outcast. Someone who would have gotten evicted as soon as possible, and then he gets expelled too. But I know he had some mental... some mental problems that he needed to deal with. And having his ex-girlfriend show up in the house was not helping him by any means. So he's down here, my definitive 4th worst player. And now coming in at 349, we do have a somewhat recent player. Maybe I'm putting him a little low, but I didn't see any hope for this guy. Everyone's least favorite, we got Luke Valentine coming in at 349 from... Yeah, Big Brother 25, kind of similar to Scott, although I don't think as volatile. he was someone that, yeah, technically was not going to be evicted in that first week, but that was just because of the circumstances of the season where he didn't come in last place in that night one comp, which just kept him safe from being nominated. But in terms of the game, he didn't have anybody other than maybe Matt on his side. He was likely going to be an easy week one target had it not been for the situation that first week. And then he gets expelled for saying the N-word. So not that much positive I can say about Luke. That's why he's in the double F tier. Coming up after Luke, someone who I considered, I went back and forth on, at number 348, we have... Gotta find him. Jace. Jace Agoli? Jace Agalai? I think it's a goalie. Actually, I don't know why I said that. I have no idea what it is. We got Jace. For Big Brother 17, I believe he is the first person to ever place 17th in a season. And he was just everything about him. He was asking to be the first evicted. He was too loud. He's a little bit too physical, too out there. He put himself in the spotlight way too much, and not for like great reasons, not for like super negative reasons, but he was just such a spotlight figure that didn't have that many connections. He had a connection with Austin, and that's all I can really remember. I just feel like he was painting a target on his naked body when he streaked in the backyard, and he's just like, hey, look at me, target me. And that's what happens. He gets backdoored, and then he has like the worst campaign pitch to Steve ever, where he just like makes Steve feel terrible, or tries to, and then he gets evicted unanimously. Really had no hope. I don't have much faith in him succeeding in any season. I think he's just too cartoonish of a figure. And that's that's Jace. So these are my definitive bottom six. And you know what, I'll do a little switch up. My first switch up, let me just do this real quick. I'm changing my list because I thought about it for a second, and hope this will probably happen a bunch of times where I inevitably switch my predetermined rankings, but this person kind of fits with my bottom six, so it makes sense. Coming in at number 347, we have the first expelled. Wow, we already have, is this all four? No, there have been 5 expelled players, I think. We haven't gotten to Shima yet. And luckily for Shima, we actually won't get to her in a while. But I kind of spoiled who's next, unless I already said his name. Justin Seabick in Big Brother 2, who is kind of similar to Scott, where he comes into the game, he is aligned with the first HOH, and that does keep him safe. Justin's aligned with Mike Boogie, and he's, kind of affiliated with the Chilltown people. But he's very aggressive. He gets into fights. Everyone in the house was like, we cannot live with this dude. He's too much. And then he holds a knife up to Chris's neck and gets expelled. The reason he's above everyone else is that he at least did have, like, Boogie and Will seem to really like Justin. And I feel like that's more than I can say for most of these people. Maybe a couple people liked Jace in the house, but I don't think that many people liked any of these 6 that I talked about, whereas people did like Justin. Granted, I still think he's a bad player. He is still in my double F tier, bottom 7 of all time, but comparative, I think he was all right. Now, our next 2 players are kind of in the double F just by default because I don't know anything about them for the most part. We'll put them both in back to back. At number 346, I have Megan Louder from Big Brother 19, if I can find her. And then at 345, I have Neil Garcia in Big Brother 9. Right here, these are 2 players that quit the game in that first week before the live feeds turned on. I believe that's the case. Maybe the live feeds were on for Big Brother 19 at that point. I don't quite remember. That was right before I started being like a big feed follower. But at least for Megan, she was kind of on the bottom. She had Jillian as an ally, but the whole house just did not seem to get along with Megan. Obviously, I don't need to get this in depth. We have 300 plus people to go over. But obviously there was the whole thing where she thought Jessica called Alex Panda, but really she called her Paola, which is also a bit weird to call her Paola. But then the whole house just like ganged up on her and she couldn't take it anymore. And it didn't like trigger her PTSD and then she had to quit. It's unfortunate. Like maybe she would have had more potential had we seen her on a different season or had that event not happened. But based off of what we know, she was technically a big week 1 target. Likely would have gone home anyways before she quit. I just don't have enough information about her, so I am going to put her down here. Neil, we have even less information, but from what it seemed like, I don't think Neil was going home by any means. This is not a testament to Neil as a player at all. I'm sure Neil, he seemed great in the 10 seconds that I've seen of him. We'll just never know, and I can't justify putting him higher than a bunch of other people when it literally is just based off of vibes. So he's kind of just like a placeholder here because I don't know where else to put him. But these are the 2 people in my double F tier that I don't necessarily think have to be down here, but it's just the circumstances. Coming in at number 344, we've got another first boot from the first HD season. We got Joey Van Pelt from Big Brother 16, if I can find her. There she is. I mean, I at least liked she was active in the game, but not nearly as like terrible active as like Jen was. She wanted to get the girls together. She recognized that the guys were all grouping up, but just her execution was pretty poor. I think she's unlucky that none of the girls seem to actually want to do that. We just need a season where the girls are actually all about that. But unfortunately, Big Brother 16 wasn't that season. And then she's just super honest about it. Tells the guys that she tried to form an all-girls alliance. She just painted the target on herself. She did the work for everyone else. And then she gets evicted unanimously. I think she probably is a better player than nearly everybody we've talked about. Actually, I definitely think she's a better player than probably everyone here. She just was the author of her own downfall. Now, after Joey, we have a second boot. And is this the first time? I believe this is the first time that we're going to have a second boot place lower than the corresponding first boot from that season. And this one, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh, but I have Michael from Big Brother 6. Oh, give me that. Not Maggie. Maggie will not be seeing this list for a while. I got Michael from Big Brother 6, who it does just seem like a light version of a Justin, where he was a bit aggressive in the house in terms of like his combativeness. It didn't seem like he was the greatest on actually playing the game. I don't think his flaws were nearly as bad as like a Justin or like a Scott, but I just can't envision him ever succeeding in the game. I think he just did not have the right attitude to survive. And yes, he did have an alliance and he did have allies, and maybe I am putting him too low because he at least had like Janelle and I guess like Howie and Kaser, but Kaser was his partner coming in. So that's something that most of these people did not have allies. He at least did. But Michael was just never going to make it far. People in the house knew that evicting Michael was not the smartest move and that evicting Janelle was way better, but they just couldn't live with Michael anymore. And if you are not easy to live with, that just makes you a terrible Big Brother player by default. You need to, unless you are a unbelievable strategist, you need to have like a level of humanity and being easy to live with to be able to find any success in this game, and Michael just did not have nearly enough positives to outweigh those negatives. So he's down here at number 343. Now at number 342, we are going with another first boot. Someone who, technically the first boot that was the closest to ever surviving, but it's not enough to get you out of the double F tier. I got Braden Baca from Big Brother 11. And it's very similar, where it's like, yeah, he did have allies. He did almost survive the block in week 1. It came down to a tiebreaker vote. That's 5 people in the house that wanted him to survive. The dude just is needlessly fighting and being racist. Let's not forget that. But even forgetting that part, just needlessly arguing with people that you need to potentially vote for you. Like, why are you picking fights with Lydia and Kevin while you're on the block, while you need votes? That's just terrible. I mean, that's the Michael effect. Maybe I should put Michael above Braden, but the thing is that Braden, I mean, if he survives that first week, he at least has a majority of numbers on his side, and that's pretty pathetic. But it is what it is. But it's still not somebody that I do not think that this dude is smart enough to be like a capable Big Brother player. I don't feel bad putting him in the double F tier. And now we only have one person left for the double F tier. Hold on, how much time has this been? This has been 20 minutes. I'm doing too much explaining. We are just gonna go a bit quicker. After the double F tier, up next, capping it off, we do have another second boot. I do have Paula Shea from Big Brother 16, who I don't think had as many flaws as the likes of like Joey or really any of these people. Realistically, Paula could go up in the single F tier. I just don't think she had it in her to be like a solid Big Brother player. I don't think she really understood the strategy that well. She was able to she made a deal with Devin sort of, but I feel like she was just the type that was going to perpetually be on the block a bunch. Didn't have a great idea of what was going on. Fought with Devin. You know what? Justifiably so. Devin said that he was going to keep her safe. He didn't. She goes home during his HOH. I feel bad putting her down in the double F tier. I just didn't see that much potential. And I don't know. I really don't have that much more to say, which is good. I shouldn't be saying. I've said enough about all these players in the videos leading up to it. If you want a more detailed explanation of Paula, go watch my 15th place finisher video. Yeah, that's the one. All right, and that's it. So now we are going to, we're just going to go a bit quicker here. Starting off our F tier. Jeez, I hate when I do that. I'm sorry. That's probably not fun for you either. Kicking off our F tier, we're going to go with the first evicted player ever, Will Mega and Big Brother 1. Yes, I am ranking the Big Brother 1 players. Why? Because I did it before, and obviously I got to stay consistent. And it's just fun. People, we don't talk about Big Brother 1 enough, even though it is a different game. But Will Mega was, just did not vibe with the people in that house very well. Made sense that he was the first bandaged player. But I'm giving him a little bit of a boost. It's Big Brother 1. I think he left a mark, and for that type of Big Brother, leaving a mark is very important. So there you go. You've managed to not go in the double F tier. Coming in at 339, we got... Where is she? Why can I not find her? There she is. We got Holly King from Big Brother 5. Just a player that didn't have really any idea what was happening in the game. Needed to rely on Jace to keep her safe, and even then, wasn't enough to keep her safe long term. After Holly, we have a player that just did not do much in the game. Was a first boot. Ashleigh Evans from Big Brother 6. Not much to say. Just never really got started in the game. After Ashleigh, we got a pretty notable figure. One of the more noteworthy new-ish. I can't call Big Brother 18 a new-ish season. That was 10 years ago. We got Jose, who, hey, he was active. I'll give him that. But man, did he just have the worst strategy, telling the vets that he's gonna go after them. But don't worry, Davon, you'll be the last vet. Just everything about Jose was comically bad, but for what it's worth, he did have some people that were behind him, so you get to get out of the double F tier. After Jose, we're going back to another first boot, a pretty twist-screwed first boot, but also, and I mean this respectfully, actually there's no really respectful way to say this, but it's just maybe one of the dumbest players I've seen. It's just, David is the male version of Holly. I don't think he really had much idea what was happening in the game. He liked Aaron, and he was like, yeah, sure, I'll go with you. Gets twist-screwed in the sense that he was an MVP nominee that gets evicted, but all the guys in the house were already looking to potentially target David, so not very good. Pretty bad first boot, but he had some allies. Up next, very similar to Ashley, we got a player that just never really got started in the game. We got Carol Journey in Big Brother 8. And, I mean, I feel for Carol. She came in as part of the Rivals twist, but her rival Jessica got immunity in that first week. Makes her an easy standout, just easy person to put up in Evict. And that's kind of what happens. Just didn't get the luck of the draw. Wasn't able to show that much, but hey, there she is. Now up next, kind of surprising that this is my lowest ranked player from Big Brother 23. Up next at spot number 334, I do not have Frenchie, but I instead have Brett, if I can find him. I'm really bad at finding these people. There he is. I got Brett Champagne from Big Brother 23, who, I mean, I probably was going to put Frenchie above him, and trust me, you'll see Frenchie extremely soon. But I just feel like at least Frenchie was able to rally a bunch of allies behind him, where Brett, outside of convincing Frenchie to not put him up in week 1, I don't think did a single good thing in the game. Everyone was against him. He really had no idea how many people were against him, like unanimously. I mean, he's out week 3, probably would have been out week 2, or week 1 had Frenchie not won the HOH, and Frenchie not been a target the next week. So I just don't think he's a great player. Similarly, another fairly new player, probably the most recent player we've talked about so far, we got Lisa. Lisa Weintraub, somehow the best Weintraub that has played Big Brother, because the other one is Scott from Big Brother 4. But Lisa, all I can say is the fact that she was on the block next to Angela in week 2 and gets evicted near unanimously is unbelievable. If not unanimously. I don't even remember. I think Kenny voted her out. Kenny voted Angela out. But, I mean, Lisa just did not seem to mesh well with the players. Was, I think, a week 1 target initially. Wins that view to save herself. And then just goes up in week 2 and gets evicted that time. It's pretty rough. I met her in real life. She's great. She's actually the first person that I told that I got engaged, which is really funny. That's just a little Ethanimale lore, but it's because I met her at the Big Brother 27 premiere party, and then she sat me down. And this is my first time I'd ever met Lisa. And I didn't know it, but Lisa had been talking to my fiance Courtney before that, then came and sat me down and was like, "Are you going to propose to her tonight?" And I'm like, "No, wait, I don't even have the ring yet." And then she's like, "Okay, well, please, she's a lovely lady. Let me know when you do." So then when I proposed to her, I was like, "All right, I got to go tell Lisa." And then I did. And then she responded. She was very nice. Lisa, you are a very nice person. I'm sorry that I'm putting you in the F tier. It is what it is. It's nothing personal. After Lisa, we were kind of just talking about him. At spot number 332, I'm going down so far. I'm sorry. I have Frenchie. Again, Frenchie, just the, outside of Willie Hantz, the biggest, hero to zero in terms of going from HOH, seeming to have everybody on your side, only to really have your first HOH blow up in your face. He tried playing way too aggressively, made too many promises, didn't work out for him. Then, week 2 comes around. He is the unanimous target by everyone. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but he definitely gets unlucky that Kylan wins that HOH. Unless he wins a competition, he's gone. He doesn't win a competition, he's gone. So there, you're in the F tier, but I do think you had a more ability than Brett, which is why I put him higher than Brent. We got a bunch of people in this F tier. So stick around for a bit. Let's knock out a couple more. Up next at 331, is this our 4th player from Big Brother 9? Big Brother 9 did not have that many good people. We got Amanda from Big Brother 9. Crazy to think about the fact that she is, if I can find her, there it is. It's crazy to think about the fact that she is the 4th, she is not even in the bottom 3 for Big Brother 9 on this list. She just did not necessarily get along with most of the people in the house. Was the main reason that her and Alex gets evicted. Just didn't seem like she had much win equity, even if she had survived. She gets evicted in week 2 or 3 anyway, so it didn't matter much. After Amanda, at spot number 330, we got another Big Brother 1 player. We got Jordan, who, similar to Will, They just didn't vibe well with the rest of the house. They managed to. I just remembered. Sorry, someone reminded me that Jordan now goes by they them pronouns. Jordan, they managed to survive that first week, but that's because they were on the block next to Will Mega, who got banished by a huge margin, like 83%. Week 2 rolls around. They are not nearly as lucky. They're nominated once more, and they get evicted after everyone sings them happy birthday, which is really funny and really awkward. After Jordan Parker, crazily enough, it is wild to think that we've had this many people, and yet somehow Jody Rollins from Big Brother 14 is higher than them all. Jody, the player who famously has spent the least amount of time in the Big Brother house. What was it, like 8 hours in 1 minute? Maybe it was 6 hours in 1 minute. It was something like that. Jody just gets so screwed. Jody is so unlucky, and I cannot in good faith put her that much lower because she had fight in her. The deck was stacked against her. Justice for Jody. You get to go above all of these people. After Jody, we have our third Big Brother 16 player. Up at number 328, we have Devin Shepard, who, I mean, can I even call him the OG Frenchie? Because that's not necessarily the case, but this guy just went on too much of a power trip. Seemed to be doing well in the beginning, but just plays way too much, way too fast. Is able to survive week 2, he wasn't in danger. Week 2 was when he tanked his game. When he got the HOH, got the veto, turned on his alliance. And he was just a bit too emotional of a player. He changed his loyalties with the wind. But man, I would love to see him play again. After Devin, crazily enough, another one of those really early boots that just by default is going to go low. Now, I mean, I think Glenn was not made for that Big Brother 18 cast. Like, already being the only older person on the cast, that's going to put you at a disadvantage. He gets eliminated because he can't win a competition. That sucks. I feel really bad. But at the same time, he was on the Jose train. He was ready to fight against the vets. And I respect him for taking that stance. I actually think for him to actually thrive in the game, he needed something like that to happen, like a revolution against the vets. It just wasn't going to happen. Even if he survives that first round, he's not making it super far. And I don't know, it's Glenn. Not to say that, not to factor in outside of the Big Brother house events, but just the way that he tried making that Joey Rodriguez account that was like a big Glenn fan on Twitter, like everyone saw through that. So if that was the best that he had, everyone was going to see through his lies in the house. So I don't know, Glenn. I'm going to have to put you in the F tier, bud. But I mean, he was out on night 2. After Glenn, I believe we have, not including anyone from Big Brother 2 or 3, where everyone was a juror. But even then, I don't think we had anyone that was technically on the jury yet. So this is our first juror. And that is Cody Nixon in Big Brother 19, who I go in depth about this on the video about, what was he, 11th place on 11th Placer, so I won't talk about it much, but just an atrocious player. Had a good first, few days, I guess. Is not one of the least, social and likable figures to live with in the house ever. Just doesn't make an effort to, play nice, to give someone a smile, and that's terrible gameplay. And he basically is just always a target unless he wins a competition or a twist goes in his favor. And that happens quite a few times. So yeah, technically he makes it to the jury stage, but he should not have. And I think he's an F tier player. I think he's really bad. Similarly, although did not necessarily have the luck as Cody, and I believe is a lot more likable than Cody, I have Andrew Gordon in Big Brother 12 coming in at 325. Just another player who really blew up his game, but I respect how much he tried. And did he really blow up his game that much? I don't know. He was just a bit of an outcast. Gets unlucky that Brendan and Rachel, he's attached to them. Makes it so obvious that he's attached to them, but then doesn't win competitions alongside them. To the point where he is just, he's the third wheel. So he's left on the block. Brendan's not going to save him with the veto and risk Rachel going up, and then he just gets evicted. But I respect the fact that he really did try and blow up Hayden's game to save himself at the end. I like that. I like people that try until the bitter end, and Andrew Gordon, you did that. I hope you did well on Wheel of Fortune that one time you went on. After Andrew, coming in at number 324, I got a player that I don't know a damn thing about Michelle, outside of the fact that she was extremely young. I say I don't know a damn thing. I knew a thing when I talked about her in the, what did that been? The 12th place, 11th? Probably also the 11th placers, now that I think about it. But unfortunate, she was a pawn. She was not with the Elite Eight. She was one of the X's. It just was not a good fit for her. I really do think that she was just too young and not really the right person to be a good Big Brother player. But I hope she's doing great in life. Similarly, right after Michelle, I have the first boot from that season, Amanda, who I put above Michelle, even though I think they are pretty interchangeable, only because I feel like she got more screwed over, A, by having Scott in the house, and B, I mean, she just was the first X to go up on the block. Never really stood a chance, but just Scott being there really elevated the spotlight put on her. And she was evicted because of it, but at least, I don't know. She has the title of being the first person to have sex in the Big Brother house. I guess that's pretty cool. I don't know. After Amanda, coming in at 322, we got... My sister slid into this guy's DMs. I'm sure I've mentioned that, but it's freaking Pooch. I'm sorry, Ella, you couldn't have had better taste than to go after Pooch. An F-tier Big Brother player? I'm ashamed. No, but, I mean, Pooch, he just volunteered for the block. He was way too overconfident. Gets an unbelievably, busted power in week one from doing nothing. Is in a weird spot where he has to, single out a bunch of people immediately, but that has nothing to do with his ranking. As soon as he is eligible to be nominated, he volunteers. And then people are like, oh, you know what? That's actually a great idea. I was kind of thinking about that anyways. And then once he's on the block, it's like, yeah, wait, why don't we just evict Pooch? And he put himself in that position. He did not need to volunteer, but he did it to himself. He at least had plans. He had ways of thinking about the game that aren't, juvenile, but they're just really bad. So he's still going to go down here in the F tier. Coming in at 321, we have an icon, a very iconic player, but not necessarily for the right reasons. But I would love to see her play again. We got Caitlin Herman from Big Brother 20, who just, does everything wrong with her power. Flips on her original alliance, then backdoors the leader of that alliance. Is just very easily manipulated, and then gets evicted unanimously in week 4. Is unlucky that, because she does have some allies. Fessy was genuinely pretty loyal to her, but Fessy really liked Haley, and so unfortunately Caitlyn was not anybody's true number one, but she wanted to be Fessy, she wanted to be Tyler's, it just didn't reciprocate. She blew up her game a bit, still just an F-tier player. I'm sorry if I'm saying the same things, or if I am going too quickly. We do have 300 people to talk about, though, so forgive me for going through this quickly, but my ranking is... my sheet over here is 9 pages long that I'm basing it off of, and we are just breaking halfway through the first page. So we have a lot of players to get through. And the higher up the list we get, the more there's going to be to talk about, because most of these players were in the house for 1 to 3 weeks. Whereas once we get up here, that's where stuff's going to get a little spicy. So after Caitlyn, we got another player that, I don't really know what to say about her. We got Isabella Wang from Big Brother 21. Again, just someone who there could have been an all-women's alliance that season, and what does Bella do? She just goes and spills the beans on it, throws Kemi under the bus, throws other people under the bus, and then just attaches herself to Nick, only for them to get excluded from the majority alliance, and then she's just evicted for some reason. I don't know why she's evicted instead of Nick. I would have loved if they had evicted Nick over her, but I don't know. again, I don't want to be rude. I just don't think she had everything that it took to be a good Big Brother player, if you catch my drift. After Bella, coming in at number 319, we got Autumn Daly and Big Brother 2. Another player that just... Again, this is Big Brother 2. This is very early on. So I am giving her a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a curve, because there was no game to be played. But for her to be in the majority alliance and just, I guess, not get along with people, particularly Krista, to the point where the first time that someone in that alliance wins power, she gets evicted. Now, I do have her higher than most of these people because she does get unlucky. I think she probably survives if anybody else wins that HOH. Maybe if, like, Shannon... You know what? I bet if Shannon wins that second HOH, Autumn might be going home, too. But she gets really unlucky that Krista wins it. But overall, she just was taken out in week 2. I don't really know much else to say. Following her, coming in at number 318, I have... Where is he? Big ol' Mike Dutz from Big Brother 8. Who I can at least appreciate the fact that he came into the game, wanted to play loyal, and he put his money where his mouth was. The problem is that he did so in the worst way, going against the HOH in week 3, to the point where the HOH was like, screw it, I'm just going to evict you instead. And he was like, okay. And then that's what happened. So, Mike, I'm sure you were a good person, not a great person for Big Brother. Up next after Mike at 317, we got a player who really blew up her game, but was able to at least survive 4 weeks, had a lot of strategic thoughts. I mean, this is someone that probably it's Audrey Middleton in Big Brother 17, probably out of everybody we have gone through, probably the highest caliber strategic thinker, and by a large margin. The problem is that she also had some Devin in her. She was a bit too cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in the sense that she was overplaying, getting caught overplaying, and was just a huge house target for the majority of her time. Gets lucky that certain HOHs win the HOH and want to keep her around, but by week 4, it was unjustifiable to keep her any longer. Doesn't even show up to the veto meeting. Gets evicted, I'm assuming unanimously, even if I don't remember the exact vote count. Coming in at 316, we got a player that gets unlucky for sure. Was also, because I just did my Big Brother 3 rewatch, she was a bit kookier than I remember. Lori Olson in Big Brother 3 is a wild figure that was actually quite entertaining. I think she was great for the house. What a great casting choice that people don't talk about. Understandably, they don't talk about her because she was the first boot on Big Brother 3. But she gets really unlucky in the sense that she goes up on the block as a pawn next to Marcellus, only for Marcellus to come off the block. She goes up next to Amy, who's a pretty good match for her in terms of people on the block, and does get votes. I mean, she only goes home on a 5-4 vote. She gets Jason, Danielle, Josh, and Jerry? Maybe? I think Jerry was the other one. Like, she had people on her side, just not enough. And even if she had survived, I mean, Big Brother 3 had some killers on that season. Had some really good players, and Lori probably wasn't going to make it too much farther. But I really liked her presence on the season. Coming up next, we got a player who is also pretty screwed over. With that being said, though, probably didn't have that much longevity, and that's Kirsten Elwin from Big Brother 25, who, I kind of mentioned it when we were talking about Luke, she gets really unlucky in the sense that she's nominated that first week because she loses a competition. And then she's just on the block next to Felicia, and she has no real chance to save herself. Obviously, she has the veto, but she went against Heisem. Big Brother 25 has probably the best... Big Brother 16 does. But Big Brother 25 had some elite competitors on that season. With Heisem, Jag, Cameron. She was not going to be able to make it too far just with the layout of that season. And I don't know. It seemed like she started playing the game a bit too late. Picked it up a little too late. And once it was her and Felicia on the block, I mean, Felicia had Sari. There was just, unfortunately, no way for her to survive. But if that first week was like a standard week, I don't think Kirsten gets evicted. I think Luke does. So, unfortunate circumstances for her to be placed in. So I gave her some benefit of the doubt, put her above all of these people. But from what we saw, I don't necessarily think there was an all-star player in her. Up next at 314, we got another early Big Brother 2 player. We got Shannon. She was the third boot on this season. Had the build for, potentially being I'm sorry if I've been, playing with this drink and it's been making noise. I'm the worst. These are noise canceling, so I can't hear, but I know you can potentially hear. So if that's the case, I'm sorry. Hands up, I'm putting it over here. I really hope that wasn't too distracting. That'd be a real bummer. But anyways, we got Shannon, who was in the initial Chilton Alliance. Unfortunately, they don't do a great job hiding it. She's nominated in week 3. Isn't even the target. It's Will, but then she kind of just falls on the sword for Will. Even if she had survived, I think she was capable of connecting with someone like Nicole, and that could have helped her survive a little longer, but she just had that Chilltown negative cloud over her head, even if she managed to survive that week. She did not have the charisma or the talent to survive like Will did. I got her in the F tier, but I think she was a very entertaining figure. A lot of these F tier players are entertaining figures, but a reason they're entertaining is because they're not that great. All right, that was 314. Up next at 313, another player, just unfortunate, the circumstances revolving her exit. We got JoJo Spadafora in Big Brother 14. If I can find her, there she is. She had the Willy dark cloud attached to her and was in a really, I think she gets extremely unlucky where Frank wins the second HOH. It's clear he's going to go after Willy, who is on JoJo's team, but Willy gets expelled before nominations can even happen. So now it's just easy for Frank to nominate JoJo next to Shane. But even then, Shane's a much bigger threat. But Shane wins the veto. JoJo's left on the block. She's just evicted. I don't think she connected super well with the people on that cast in general. So I don't think she was necessarily going to be long for the game. But the circumstances behind her eviction were a bit unlucky. So I'm fine to put her above a lot of these people, but still a bottom tier player in my eyes. Up next at number 312, we have Kale from Big Brother 8. Nope, she was not a juror. She was just right before the jury stage. Had a first HOH, seemed okay, had her secret alliance, but that gets exposed. And she's just perpetually on the block until she gets evicted. The thing is that she does survive, but they're all through weird encounters, like Mike sacrificing himself, and then Dick and Danielle not knowing that they technically had the votes to save Nick. And then when she is evicted, it takes a flipped vote to get her evicted. She was supposed to survive that round, but then she's up against Eric. I don't know. She's just on the block. Was started out okay and then just fell off drastically. She's in the F tier, unfortunately. I don't have much else to say. Next, we're still in the F tier. We still got a few people here. We got a Big Brother 12. Big Brother 12 player. We got Monet, if I can find her. Just, again, a big thing with a lot of these F tier players is that they just don't connect with the cast that well. I couldn't tell you a single thing that Monet did outside of hanging out with Brittany. And I largely think that was most of her game. Rachel wins the HOH in week 2, doesn't like Monet, puts Monet up on the block. Unfortunately for her, that veto that week was set up in a way where she just was never going to be able to win that. And then she's evicted in week 2. I don't really know what else to say about her. She just did not have any highs. There's not anything I could really praise her for, but I don't think she did anything egregiously wrong. So she gets to be towards the top of the F tier, but it's the F tier nonetheless. After Monet, I got Steven in Big Brother 10. I believe our first Big Brother 10 player. Yep, over here. Who just picked the wrong side, basically did everything wrong on the minority, or while being in the minority. Really, though, he just gets super outplayed by Dan. He walks right into the trap of He was Brian's friend in week 1, so it makes sense for him to be a target in week 2. He's up on the block next to Dan, and Dan does a great job making Steven look like a much bigger threat than he is. Steven walks right into that one, and then he tries fighting for himself. He gives good pitches, but there's just his pitch is falling onto deaf ears. He's evicted. I think that there could be an okay player in Steven. Just got pretty unlucky with how everything went, and it got outplayed by Dan, but so did almost everybody that's played Big Brother. Up next, hey, look, Steven is sandwiched in between the 2 first boots of Big Brother 12, because up next I have Annie, the saboteur from Big Brother 12, right here. Annie, pretty unlucky. She's the saboteur, so she already has to play, 2 games at once. She has to play the game of Big Brother, and she has to play the game of the saboteur and not getting caught, which, she did do successfully. People didn't know she was the saboteur until after she was evicted, so that's pretty unlucky. But just the way everything went down, she was, backdoored that first week because she was the OG third wheel. When I was saying Andrew was the third wheel to Brendan and Rachel, that was Annie initially. She was the third wheel. Gets put up on the block next to Rachel after Brendan wins the veto, and she just does not do a good job while she's on the block of gaining votes. I think she played it a little bit too forward, needed to lay a little bit lower, was unable to do so, and, she was the first boot. But I think she had a lot more potential than Monet did, so she gets the bump because of that. Up next at number 308, another night 1 boot, the one that I think definitely had the most potential and got the most unlucky with the circumstances. We got Cameron from Big Brother 19, who I think just suffered from being the nerd archetype following Ian and Steve's wins. I don't think he did anything wrong in that first night. I think his pitch to Paul, I'm sure, was, fine to get a friendship bracelet. He just got unlucky with the apple he picked in the second competition, and then he made the right decisions at every point for, he wanted to do a competition rather than a vote for how the first person would get eliminated. But unfortunately, Christmas and Jillian wanted a vote, who he was on the block next to, and again, I think his reputation preceded him, which is a very funny thing to say about someone that was evicted without even spending one night in there, but it's the glass has got him. I definitely just think that his potential was higher, which is why I have him above all of these people, and he gets so unlucky, but at the end of the day, he was in the house for 11 hours. I can't put him above the F tier because of circumstances. Following Cameron, I have my fourth Big Brother 8 player? That's going to be Joe Barber, coming in at 307 from Big Brother 8, who, again, kind of like Carol, gets really unlucky that he is part of the Rivals twist. He's able to survive that first week, but that second week, he's up. He is the replacement nominee after Dick and Danielle are on the block, so already he wasn't a primary target. But I think just having to be in the house with Dustin, someone who they clearly did not click. Obviously that's why they're put in the house as rivals, but that's such an added negative thing to have to his game. Dustin was just better situated in the house. Joe wasn't as liked. I think it was pretty funny, but he just was not able to make the connections that he needed. So unfortunately, he is going to have to go in the F tier. But I know he is in Ethanimale viewers, and I've had some conversations. We've had some good discourse, particularly about Nicole Franzel for some reason. But I'll leave it at that. After Joe coming in at 306, I distinctly remember this is not a player I put in the F tier originally, but after thinking about it, I was giving him too much credit. I should not have been giving this guy this amount of credit. Coming in from Big Brother 26, I got Kenny. I can only put you so high when you're asking to be evicted, and even without that, he was on the bottom. He was a perpetual pawn. Even if he survives all of these weeks, he's not making it far. But he at least, he did bond with Cedric and Tucker, and, weirdly, Angela by the end of it all. It's just he did not seem to have the connections he needed in order to do well in the game. So, I don't know. Actually seems like a pretty, electric figure. I just don't think Big Brother was the right thing for Kenny. Following Kenny, we got Ramses. Ramsey Soto from Big Brother 19 at spot number 305. Sorry, I'm just like looking at my list over here. Where is he? Ramsey's just he had a lot of unluck go his way during the season. But at the end of the day, he had an opportunity to prove loyalty to Paul, in which he didn't, and that kind of put him on the outs, made him a very expendable figure. Couldn't even convince Jess and Cody to save him, not put him up on the block, so he was just kind of expendable on both sides. I think he had the strategic ability somewhere in there, but he couldn't execute it, and I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was evicted in a spot where he very much should have been able to get himself off of the block there, so he lands in the F tier. Following Ramses, our final player in the F tier. It hurts a little bit, but I can't justify putting her any higher. I got Kemi in Big Brother 21, who, yes, it is unfortunate that she was put on Big Brother 21. Yes, I think that, without a doubt, like, played a factor in her going so early. But even then, hold on, let me make sure that this is all picking up. Okay, good. Imagine if I wasn't recording this whole time. I would lose my marbles. But even then, with her surviving just 1 week, really, most people in the house wanted her gone week 1. She had Christy not wanting to do that, which is something. Gets really unlucky when Jack wins it the next week, but it just didn't seem like she was the most social figure. Like, she could have done more to actively make a connection with Jackson in that first night. Like, Jackson's main reason for putting her up, at least according to Jackson, is that Kemi never made a real attempt, and we didn't have feeds yet. So we will never fully know. I have heard that I think Kemi has said that she did have conversations with Jackson and that it just didn't get shown. Regardless, though, from what we saw, it didn't seem like she had much life in the game. But that's the unfortunate reality of Big Brother 21 is the cards were stacked against her. But good for her. I put her above Bella because Bella failed nearly just as much, but was in a position of power, whereas Kemi, like, she was trying to start the girls' alliance, and how is she supposed to know that Bella was not going to be loyal to that? Like, Kemi was trying, she had certain connections with people, it just didn't work out for her. Now, after Kemi, we are up in our E tier. Woohoo, look at that. Sorry, I got a text, but not important. Not as important as who I have next. Up at spot number 303 in the E- tier, I have Red Utley from Big Brother 25, who really should be in the F tier. He's a pretty bad player. He didn't have... he had Cameron as an ally, he had Bowie Jane as an ally, but he just gets so swindled by everyone. Like, he's in the Professors, but he kind of was just brought into it by Sari, just as an outsider. I don't know, I don't have much to say about Red. You can go watch the video where I talk about Red. Just did not seem to be a good player, but wasn't the initial target. Almost even survives when he's on the block next to Jag, but he ends up getting evicted because of Cameron, which, like, his eventual downfall I don't attribute to him, which is why I don't have him in the F tier, but he's still not a good player. He is the first player in the E- tier, as close to F as you could get. But yeah, I don't know. After Red, at spot number 302, we have Tanya from Big Brother 3, someone who, I mean, she was evicted in week 2. She was, let's see, Marcellus didn't like her. I don't think Danielle liked her very much. Amy, I don't think, liked her. A lot of people just didn't jive with her. But at the very least, she did have an alliance. She had Elisa and Kiara. I mean, Kiara specifically, who she was very tight with. She thought she was going to survive that week 2 vote, and she didn't, because Roddy and Eric and Danielle, they all saw benefits to keeping Josh that week, but she was initially a pawn. And all that being said, I still think she's not a great player, but she was a pawn that got voted out. She had some allies. Could she be in the F tier? For sure, but I gave her a little bit of lenience. Got that Big Brother 3 curve, so she's in the E- tier. Up next at 301, we have our 5th player from Big Brother 9, this being Allison Nichols, who, Allison, again, she got a pretty tough draw, being, if I can find her, being paired up with Ryan, who had his girlfriend in the house. She hated Jen. She could have played that better for sure, but like she made it super known, like, Jen, don't F with me or I will expose everything, which just led to so much turmoil in the house. She lied about being a lesbian with Sheila, which Josh really didn't like, and I understand that. She just was not someone that had much life in the game. Gets evicted twice in one night, technically. I don't know. A lot of people on Big Brother 9 were pretty bad. Allison, you are somehow not... You are the 5th worst, though, so that's something. 4 people are below you on that season. Up next is spot number 300. Wow, we're almost done with our first hundreds. I believe up next, this is our 2nd juror that we have. The first one was Cody Nixon. So we've gone through quite a few people, and I'm not counting Big Brother 2 or 3 players as jurors because everyone makes it to the jury in those seasons. But this person, really, and again, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to sound mean, but just not someone that had it all up here. It's going to be Ashley Ioko. It's Ashley from Big Brother 14. She just did not... She wasn't the best thinker. She eventually aligns with Boogie and Frank, which is the worst people to align with. And unfortunately, she gets sniped out once Frank wins the veto. She gets sniped out by Ian, of all people, someone who she had a personal connection with. She was not made for this game, unfortunately. But, I mean, now she's successful. I stumbled upon her Instagram while I was making this, for the record. I was just looking up, just making sure I have all my information about her correctly. And she's working with Jen Johnson from Big Brother 8 on something. So, good for her. But, unfortunately, she is the 2nd juror to be on this list at spot number 300. Now, at spot number 299, we have had such high potential going into the game. He was my winner pick. Man, did this guy poop the bed. It's Winston Hines. Nope, not Annalise. You'll probably be here sooner rather than later, though. It's Winston Hines for Big Brother 20. I mean, this dude just was aggressive. He did not seem to... Again, no threat management. Him and Brett just working out in front of everyone. He goes up on the block. Technically, he's a pawn for Brett to go home, but then his own alliance turns on him because they're like, Winston sucks at competitions. He's not helping our alliance in any regard. And then he gets evicted. Like, was on the block in week 2 as well on Caitlin's HOH. Just the other side was constantly wanting to target Winston or at least throw him up on the block. Was definitely the worst member of Level 6. And, I'm not counting Love Island, but he did go on Love Island for a week, and he didn't get a match there either. So, pretty bad across the board. That's Winston. Now, after Winston, at number 298, we got a player who I think I have. Did I ever make a video on the unluckiest players? I made a video on the most screwed over players, and this person, I believe, made the list. And that is Jillian Parker in Big Brother 19. She was someone that was on the bottom, but should not have gone home second. She survives the night 1 vote on the block. Goes into, technically the first week, is like the 4th or 5th target, but just everyone in front of her gets immunity, and then she's blindsided by the end of the week. So not someone that had that many legs to stand on, but was taken out too early, never really got to see her potential, but I don't necessarily think that her potential would have been that high. Now, after Jillian, man, this feels terrible, by the way, just so you know, like going from bottom to top, it's just, I'm talking trash about all of these people, and that doesn't feel good. I'm ready to get to like the 80s where we can start talking about good people, but we're quite a bit away from that. Because up next at 297, we have who many consider to be one of the actual worst players in Big Brother history. Definitely made arguably the worst move ever. Asked to be voted out. It's Lawan in Big Brother 13. Now, the reason that I don't have Lawan in the F tier is that technically Lawan was in a great survival spot. The dude was never nominated up until that point. The dude was not only good with Kalia, but he was low-key good with, like, the Jeff and Jordan set. Well, okay, I say low-key good. I think they just, like, didn't look at him as a big threat. But nobody was targeting him. He had allies. He was finally ready to make some big moves. Unfortunately, that first big move resulted in him getting evicted because he asked to be evicted. He technically was the most successful regulator, though, so I feel bad putting him as the worst regulator. Now, funnily enough, guess who we have next at number 296? We have the first regulator that was evicted, Keith Henderson, and Keith actually had... Sorry, I need some sippies. Wait, time out. How many people have I talked about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, wait. I could just also just do this. I've talked about roughly 60 people. It's been about 60 minutes. Okay pace, I guess. But yeah, we got Keith Henderson. I think he actually had a lot of potential as far as first boots go. He helped form the regulators immediately. He had the foresight where he did have the numbers initially. He was going to get that golden key, and that was going to help like his side go against the vets. There was no reason to think like now we know on mixed seasons that you shouldn't go after the vets because they're just going to end up having the power anyways. This is the first mixed season, so there was no way to really know to not go after the vets. He made a valiant effort, almost survives, but the votes end up falling out of his favor, and he is evicted first. But I definitely saw some potential with Keith. I was happy. I felt strong enough to put him above Lawan. Now, after Keith, finally, our first Big Brother 27 player, we got Zay, who, I mean, very similarly to Keith, I saw a lot of potential in Zay. He handled being nominated like a champ. He made Vince want to keep him around. He also had a lot of other people wanting to keep him around. He was a guy's guy. He was a bro. But unfortunately, he got into some fights with Rachel. He was just a beefy guy on the block in week 1. Too tantalizing to not take the shot at him. And he is evicted. But it is a close vote. He had potential. I don't think he was the smartest, but I do think he was picking up the game. And had he stayed a little bit longer, you know, maybe there's a chance for him. Maybe he could have been the Keanu of the season. But instead, he's the Zay of the season, and he is in the E- tier at spot number 295. Now at spot number 294, we got the original Zay, if I can find him. Matt Hardman. Where are you at, Matt? There you are. Matt Hardman in Big Brother 26. I mean, a first boot who, again, had people behind him somewhat, at least had Mackenzie and Leah and Lisa. But, you know, gets into a fight with Angela, doesn't do the greatest job during any of that encounter, at least, like, tries to make alliances, thinks he's got the numbers, but he doesn't. There's a game being played around him that he's just not aware of. He's evicted first, in a blindside, but he had potential. After Matt Hardman, we have another first boot, but one that ahead of his time, Mike Lubinsky. From Big Brother 5, if I didn't already say. He, like I said, was ahead of his time. He had all of these strategic thoughts in his head about how best to work the veto draw. I think he was the first person to really conceptualize the idea of, like, the back door, even, or just, like, taking the advantage of how this is the first season that the veto draw was a thing where only 6 people would play in the veto, except it wasn't a draw, it was a veto pick, where the HOH and the 2 nominees would each get to pick someone. He figured out immediately that there's a way to work with that. Unfortunately, he's the old guy on the season. He called out Jason Scott, made it pretty apparent that he was going after them, but he just couldn't get the support from anybody else in the house, and he was evicted week 1. But, you know, if they put him on Big Brother, I don't know, 26, I don't know, Big Brother, I don't actually know if there's a good season for him. Maybe Big Brother 15? No, that's a bad season for him. I don't think there's a good season for him to go on, actually. I think he's just going to be the outcast everywhere he goes, but oh well. That's Mike Lubinsky. Coming in at number 292, we have another juror. Is this juror number 3? I believe it is. This time it is Dana in Big Brother 4. Similar to some other people we've talked about. Was in the initial alliance, blew up her spot once she got the HOH, made herself a huge target, and gets unlucky that Allison wins the HOH following that, and she gets evicted immediately. Not much to say about her. After Dana, we got another fan favorite at 291. We have Jen Johnson from Big Brother 8, who is lucky to have escaped the F tier. I really should be in Kale's spot. Had less strategic, had worse positioning than Kale, was on the block all the time, not liked by most of her house guests, but was pretty good at competitions. I think she had a 4-week streak of being saved by either being HOH, winning the veto, or having the veto used on her. That's pretty impressive. But even then, when she's finally, she votes to save Dick at the final 9 or something like that, or at the final 10, things seem to be finally going her favor. Votes to save Dick at the final 9 next to Dustin, only to then get evicted by Danielle the next week. It doesn't make sense. Jen, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go there. Now at 290, we got another Big Brother 27 player. This time it is Amy. Amy, my robbed queen. Unfortunately, you just had the plague, I guess. Once you're nominated 2 weeks in a row, you're going to go on that block until you're evicted, and it just happened to be week 2, and I feel bad. I wish she survived longer, but she survived over Zay, had some relationships with better players, aka Rachel and Ashley. So she gets the bump over Zay, but only by a few spots. Now, after Amy, Big Brother 11 at spot number 289, I have Casey Turner, the Banana Man. If I can find him, there he is. Just gets unlucky. He's on the bottom of the house. Jesse targets him in week 3. He seemed like a cool dude. I wish he stayed longer, but it's just on the losing side and wasn't able to save himself. So that's 289. Now at 288, we got... should have been a juror, but did not quite make the cut. We got Jessica from Big Brother 19. It's just a slightly better Cody. Doesn't have to rely on competitions as much, but does have an HOH. Does have a power that keeps them safe. Her HOH is terrible. She gets Ramses out of all people. But at the very least, she did have the opportunity to play ball with Paul and was able to at least survive one round. But then once Cody comes back, probably the worst thing that could have happened to her, because then she's like, screw it, it's a full-on war, and then gets evicted. Pre-jury. Sorry, Jess, but you married this dude, so there you go. Just kidding. You'll stay up there. Now at 287, I definitely think I may have put this player a little bit too high, but we're going to roll with it, and that is Kristen Elwin? No, Kristen Bidding. It's Kirsten Elwin. Kristen Bidding from Big Brother 12 does not actually play the beginning of the game pretty, horribly. She's got a connection with Hayden. She actually has a friendship with Rachel, and there are talks of a 4-person alliance with Kristen, Hayden, Rachel, and Brendan forming. Unfortunately, Kristen can't promise that she's not going to target Rachel in week 4. Rachel doesn't like that. There's the big fight between Rachel and Kristen. Kristen does not do a good job of apologizing. Not a great social player, and then she's evicted next to Hayden. There was some potential, but she just drops the ball. So she'll go in the E- tier. And now for the final player in the E- tier, another juror. I believe this will be our 4th juror. Just someone that I think the language barrier definitely hurt. She did not, from what I remember, I don't think she really knew that she was signing up for this type of Big Brother, because it was way different than her country's version of Big Brother. It's Indy Santos from Big Brother 24. Just not in the leftovers. Doesn't necessarily seem to know what's happening. She's just not a threat either. But she does make it to, the final 11. Is taken out in a spot where she wasn't the HOH's target, but she just didn't have any legs to stand on. You'll hear me say that a lot today. I can only come up with so many things to say. But yeah, Indy, unfortunately, at spot number 286, you will be in the E- tier, but that is the final player in the E- tier. Because now we are moving on to the E tier, and the first player I have is Karen from Big Brother 1. Woo, go Karen. It's Big Brother 1. I don't know. Karen, at least, unlike Jordan and Will Mega, she was not an outcast in the house. I believe she asked to be banished. I think she also realized that she didn't love her husband in the house or wanted a divorce, but they may have worked through it. Not quite sure. She got what she wanted out of the Big Brother experience, and I'm happy for her. Really, I actually think because she did have a relationship with Eddie. She was in a spot where she could have done well. I just don't think she was ever going to win Big Brother 1, and she asked to go home, so I can only put her so high. She gets to go in the E tier. Following Karen, we have another first boot, and I think we still have a couple more after this one. This is a first boot who really gets unlucky. I do think had potential, but didn't know the game very well. I got Travis Long, who was the 5th target in week 1, goes home, gets gets unlucky. That Christian wins immunity. And then Derek X gets picked for the veto and wins the veto and uses it on Kyland. And Brent is able to convince Frenchie that he shouldn't be targeted. So Travis ends up just going up on the block. Week 1. Doesn't know the game very well. Doesn't even start pitching until later in the week. And at that point, the vote's already been decided for a while. I just don't think he did that much wrong to be a first boot. But he doesn't do that much right either. So I'm actually going to put him down in the E- tier, actually. I think I'm giving him a little bit too much credit. So he is actually going to be spot number 285. Actually, I'm going to put him below Kristen, because Kristen at least had some alliances. Travis really had nothing at all. So he will actually be number 287. Kristen is now 286. Indy is now 285. And Karen is now 284, if any of you guys care to keep track at home. So, there you go. Travis, you are actually worse than I put you initially. After Karen, in the E tier still, keep in mind, although, yes, we have gone through, this is our 4th tier, this is still, bottom tier. It's just not worst of the worst. We have Heisem in Big Brother 25, who just got a little bit too power hungry, a little bit too dictatorial. I always struggle with that word, although I don't even know if that is a word. Dictatorial. But he was. But at least he recognized it after it was brought to his attention and tried to repent and almost succeeded in repenting, which is why I have him higher than the likes of a Devin or, I don't know, an Audrey. The bottom line is, though, is that he did end up getting evicted. It was too little too late. He should have played it a little bit cleaner. He also wasn't kind of similar to Cody Nixon. He wasn't the most socially friendly person. I know him and Corey never got along, and I think a few more genuine smiles would have gone a long way, but it is what it is. He was my winner pick too, and that didn't work out very well for me. Coming in at number 282, funnily enough, our first multi-time player, if you can count it, which we can count it, I have Cameron Harden from Big Brother 25 and Reindeer Games. And, Cameron is on the block weeks 2 and 3, is able to survive, then either wins a competition or is evicted every week for the rest of the season. He's a target the whole way through. He's got a fight in him, and I'll give him that. And he does try and align with people. He does try and make moves. Instead of just nominating Jag again on his second HOH, he goes for a big swing, puts up Izzy and Felicia. Hey, that's a big move. Good job. However, he's bad. He's constantly a target. Comes back for Reindeer Games, which also, timeout. I am including Reindeer Games in this, as I mentioned. Their performance on Reindeer Games will be a factor. Because that is, it's not real Big Brother, but it's a different form where there are still strategic maneuvering and social connections and not getting voted into the Santa Showdown. With that being said, though, Cameron's performance on Reindeer Games did not change anything. He was just the new guy. Everyone picked on him. It was like the freshman getting hazed. And then he's the first person evicted. That didn't lower his ranking on this at all. He was here anyways. In Reindeer Games, it was just like, that kind of supports it. Although the deck was stacked against him on that. But overall, he's in the E tier. Now, after Cameron, at 281... another kind of similar figure to your Devons, I guess your Heisems. We got Jeremy Maguire in Big Brother 15, who, started the game like crafting the moving company, working between two alliances, that being the moving company and like the Blontourage. He was doing a decent job. The problem is that just outside of that, him being a person in the house, he was way too combative. He was way too much of like he drank all the wine. He didn't even drink the wine, but he was like, oh, you got a problem with me? I drank it all and I enjoyed every sip of it. Like just instigating for no real reason. And he gets evicted he's the third person evicted. Would have been the second person evicted, but he wins a veto. But he did have some potential. And I've heard that he's actually like a great guy now. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, for what we saw, capable, but a little bit too... he's just putting too much of a target on himself, needlessly. After Jeremy at spot number 280, I have Jocasta in Big Brother 16. Just a player that they didn't have much going for them. Big Brother 16 of all seasons, where all the strong guys get together, didn't have much of a fighting shot. But the fact that she goes home on Nicole's HOH, like, what the heck are we doing here? Even if she survives that, she is perpetually on the block before that. She's nominated in week... I think she's nominated in at least week 3, potentially nominated in week 1 or 2 as well, is on the block in week 5. She might be on the block most weeks, to be honest, with the Battle of the Block. Maybe this is a kind of a generous ranking, because I think Jeremy had more strategic acumen than Jocasta did, but Jocasta didn't make herself a target. I don't know. Maybe Jocasta is more like an indie level, and she is a juror, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I put her there beforehand. I was probably for a reason. I don't know. Hey, look at that. Following Jocasta, we got another Big Brother 16 player. Similarly, we got Brittany. And the reason that I have Brittany higher than Jocasta is she was actually able to convince Devin to use the veto on her in week 2 and save her. She really appealed to his emotional side, which is really good. The problem is that I don't feel like that would have worked on anybody else other than Devin. She was just on Big Brother 16 and not someone that was able to thrive. That's just the spot she's going to go. Up next, at spot number 278, I have unfortunate that she was just kind of looped in with the Brents and the Frenchies. I got Whitney Williams in Big Brother 23. I see her very similar to like Jocasta and Brittany, where there was an agenda on Big Brother 23. Hold on. That sounded like I was insinuating. I wasn't talking about like the cookout. Well, I guess technically I was. What I meant to say is that like on Big Brother 16, there was an agenda that the guys all came together and they were the big alliance that was going to steamroll. And unfortunately, Brittany and Jocasta were evicted because of that. Big Brother 23 had the same thing, where there's a group of people that came together, the cookout, they were going to steamroll no matter what. And then Whitney is just not included in that. She doesn't have that many good relationships, and she's taken out in week 4. That was not me saying that Whitney was white and an agenda took her out. I would like to make that clear. But Whitney, it just didn't seem like she had that many allies to rely on, and was unfortunately just associated with Brent. And that, once Brent's gone and once Frenchie's gone, she is the easiest person to nominate and evict, and that's what ends up happening. Now, after Whitney, we have another person from Big Brother 23 who I arguably think is, I don't know. Now, Brittany is just someone that was a perpetual pawn. Again, not in the cookout, but she at least was aligned with Derek F. and Azza. Unfortunately, those are the two worst members of the cookout to be aligned with because they held the least amount of sway within the cookout. She's constantly nominated. Doesn't do well on the block either. But she survives. She wins a competition. Then you get to the jury. Hey, that's another jury, by the way. You get to the jury phase, and Kylan just evicts her. She was expendable to everybody other than Derek F. and Azza, who, I mean, to them, she was going to be expendable eventually. I just don't think she's a great player. She goes in the E tier. After Brittany D'Angelo, did I say the D tier? I meant the E tier. She was spot number 277. Now at number 276, we have an outcast from an early season, someone I'm very familiar with now, and that's Jerry Lancaster, who started out the game pretty well. I mean, was in like the original Six Alliance or the Cartel. I don't remember which one. They were both basically the same thing. But was in that original alliance, was thinking very strategically, had a relationship with Danielle, and then just blows it all up by using the veto on Marcellus and calling Josh like a racist or a homophobe along those lines. Like, he doesn't do it directly, but it's insinuated. And then he is just like an outcast for the rest of the season. And the reason that he makes it so far is A, I mean, he wins a couple of competitions, but B, I mean, there are just other shots that need to be taken, and Jerry just keeps sliding by. And although I do think he did intentionally just like go under the radar, he was never going to be able to win. He wasn't going to make it that like deep into the game. He was just a number to be picked up by Danielle until it was just time to go at the final 7. But I think technically, I mean, he's the highest placing player so far. You got 7th place. That makes the jury, even though it's Big Brother 3, like, that's definitely a jury spot on other seasons. But can't give him too much credit. Now at spot number 275, I'm actually going to put this person below Jerry because Jerry at least did have some strategic thoughts, and he tried and at least was on an early season. This next player, I don't know what Kathy Hillis did on Big Brother 12. Another juror, hey, look at that. She got, what, 8th place, I want to say. She was aligned with Kristen and maybe was like friendly with Hayden. That's it. She was just someone that was there, was not, I mean, also was like kind of aligned with Rachel, but then Rachel was like, really, really, Kathy? I thought you were my friend. That was funny. That doesn't have anything to do with her ranking, but just she didn't do anything, but, you know, she's great. Love Kathy. Caramel Kathy all day, but she lands in the E tier. So I could not tell you a single move that she did. Outside of, I think, being the only person to ever vote in the minority that season. Maybe that's not true. Next, at number 274, we have another player that I'm very familiar with, kind of similar to Jerry, someone who had lots of strategic thoughts, was a bit ahead of their time, but also very messy, was a target for the majority of the time that they were in the house until they were ultimately evicted, and it is Josh Feinberg from Big Brother 3. He had allies. He was thinking outside of the box. It was just too much, and he ended up getting evicted in, I don't know, 9th place, 8th place, or something like that. He wasn't great, but he was a bit of a manipulator, and I do got to give him some credit for that. I am inclined to put him a little bit higher, but he just made so many mistakes as well. But he was an okay liar. And you know what? I'm going to put him a bit higher, actually. Because he did actually play a huge role in getting Kiara to flip her vote against Lisa, which would have been a huge move. I'm going to put him... We'll get to him later, I guess. I did have this thought while I was... working on the Lisa video recently, and I was like, I think I should move Josh a little bit higher, and I will. So Josh, you will stay here while I put people below you. After Jerry, I got at spot 274, I have Laura Crosby from Big Brother 11, who, I mean, kind of similar to Casey, just is on the bottom, gets unlucky with Ronnie flipping, and she's on the block next to Jeff. I don't think she does like the greatest job, but I do think she was a capable player that just got sniped out a little bit earlier than she should have, and I could have seen her actually like being a presence in that house. But things just didn't work out for her. So she's in the E tier at spot number 274. Now, at spot number 273, we got another Big Brother 19 player. Another early boot from that season. I got Dominique Cooper, who... Yep, there you go. She started out pretty well, was on the Paul side of things, but she... What was it? She was praying, and she got a message in her head about Paul being a snake, and then kind of made it known, and... I mean, things were already maybe starting to, like, go against Dominique, but she accelerated the process. And I mean, hey, good for her. She recognized what was actually happening. But then she got evicted next to Jessica. Unfortunate for her. I think that was like, what, week 2 or 3? But, I don't know. I'm getting text that maybe the Buffalo Bills just hired a new head coach. Is that true? Oh, Joe Brady? I don't like that. Anyways, that was Dominique at 273. I mean, had potential. I know she had a good relationship with Mark, but maybe don't call out the person you think is running the house when they have the power to evict you. Next, at number 272, I have another regulator. Not the highest regulator, but someone that, again, just gets unlucky. And that's kind of like, you're either a bad player or you get unlucky and are evicted really early to be down here. And this is someone who I think just got really unlucky. That's Cassie Colvin from Big Brother 13. And, I mean, Cassie, she was in the Regulators, which I know the Regulators is the worst alliance, but she had an alliance. She had Keith and Luan and Dominic. She also had a good relationship with Jeff and Jordan. Things were looking good for her. The problem is that Rachel freaking hated her, and Rachel really pushed for Cassie to go home in week 2. Jeff and Jordan didn't want to, but then once Dominic won the veto, Jordan needed someone new to put up. It just made sense for her to put up Cassie at that point. And then Cassie was evicted. She just got screwed by Rachel. I mean, that is really what it is. I do think she was a competent enough player, though. Had what it took, but wrong season, wrong time. You know, I think on a season with no returnees, she does well, but she could be like a more social Angela Rummins, because from what I remember, she was pretty friendly, just not with Rachel, I guess. So now at 271, we got another Big Brother 27 player. This time it's Adrian. Adrian was just a little bit too honest for this game. Didn't align with the right people, but almost stays. Goes home on a week where he's like not even a original backup target. It just, things work out where the wrong people win the wrong competitions, and Lauren doesn't go through with nominating Ashley. He ends up on the block, and then his allies just leave him out to dry. They have the numbers to save him. Gets unlucky, but at the same time, I also don't think, he was too honest. He should have lied more. He should have campaigned more for himself. He should have just done more, but there was a fair bit of unluck going his way. So that's Adrian at 271. Now, I feel bad putting this player above Adrian because this is, arguably the worst player that has ever made it to the Final 5, which, I mean, makes sense because she is the first person that made it to 5th place that I'm putting on this list. It's Sam Bledsoe in Big Brother 20. I mean, Sam, she was just a little cuckoo in that house. It seemed like things were actually going okay for her in the beginning, where she forms this really good bond with Tyler and is very trusting of him and is able to survive the week 1 vote once Tyler rallies the numbers. And then she's not nominated again for a really long time. And she has these connections with, as I said, Tyler, with JC, with Fessy, with Brett. She's got these connections, even with Casey and Angela. The problem is that she then just goes nuts. Wins the HOH in week 4, puts up Haley and Caitlyn because she doesn't respect how they're using their feminine allure to mystify the men, which is weird. And then it's just very naive, where she tries to get everyone to throw the hacker to her, and then she'll just be just with it. Or tries to get Fessy to nominate Haley. These things where it's obviously that's never going to happen, but maybe you just need to be crazy enough to give it a shot. Because you're right. I never would try to convince Fessy to nominate Haley, but I'm never going to succeed if I don't try. So maybe Sam's got something there. But just too trusting in Tyler, doesn't really have any influence on how the game goes, and then gets evicted in 5th place. Pretty rough. Somehow, well, I don't know what I was going to say. But up next, we have another very recent player that I'm pretty low on. I got Kelly Jorgensen in Big Brother 27, who I am still going to put below Josh. And Josh will be the next person. So it goes Kelly at 269, and then Josh at 268. There we go. Kelly just should have been evicted in week 1. Volunteers for the block. Makes a final 2 with Vince. Should not be volunteering for the block, but just wins the blockbuster. And then wins a veto. And then wins another blockbuster. And it's just constantly volunteering for the block and then saving herself, or she would be evicted otherwise. Does make it all the way to the final 7. And at that point, I mean, she's got some allies and a real chance to win the game. It's just, I cannot ignore the fact that she was just so okay and happy to go on the block and put herself in these spots where she's going to get evicted if she doesn't win a competition. But you got to respect the fact that then she does win. She out-Tuckers Tucker. She is Tucker. So that's where I'm going to put her. At number 268, we got Josh. Already talked about him. Now at number 267, I have another Big Brother 15 player. Definitely a more capable player than... I mean, I guess we haven't talked about many from Big Brother 15. Who did we talk about? Just Jeremy and David. One of the most, capable early boots from that season, but that's exactly why she's evicted. She's a capable player. She's in the Blontourage. She's associated with the worst possible people. So then when she's on the block next to Aaron and Gina Marie, they're like, Aaron and Gina Marie, or at least Gina Marie is not necessarily the smartest cookie in the bag. So why wouldn't we evict Caitlyn, who's strong and tall and is capable at playing the game? So, I think she was definitely, a fighter. She had potential. Just didn't work out for her. So, that's spot 267. Now at 266, we have our second multi-time player. Someone that I see very similarly to Cameron. However, this player at least had a short time where they were, in a majority alliance and doing well. And that's going to be Frank Udy, if I can find him. In Big Brother 14 and Big Brother 18. The dude just... I mean, I don't know what to say. He is like Kelly, except he doesn't volunteer for the block. It's actually just like Cameron. He's in a spot where he's either on the block or winning a competition. Nearly every single week he's in the house. That's his entirety of Big Brother 14. But like Kelly, there she is. Makes it all the way to 7th place and is at least trying to align with certain people, but he's just way too much of a threat. Comes back for Big Brother 18, starts the game out really well. I mean, it's in the initial majority alliance. He's doing good work, but then he's just, slapping people in the butt that he shouldn't. And, really making himself out to be someone you don't want to work with. And then I think he's overplaying his hand. He becomes the big target. He ends up getting evicted. Pretty bad player. I mean, both of his performances I have in, the E tier. And that's why he's here, in the E tier still. I guess he's really our first true multi-time, standard Big Brother format player, because Cameron, he played on reindeer games. That's a little bit different. But that's Frank. Now at 265, we got someone who, again, is a little bit loud, a little bit of a fighter. We got Lydia from Big Brother 11, who, I don't remember the most about Lydia, but I know she's on the block in the first week. I believe she gets the veto used on her. But, nearly gets evicted in week 4 next to Ronnie. She's just someone that isn't... was she, just on the bottom throughout most of the season? It never really catches a break. Even gets, the coup d'etat used on her, but only for a bigger move to be made to get Jesse and Natalie on the block, and then she's literally evicted the next week. Sorry, I think I had, a splinter. What would I have gotten that from? I do have, 4 dressers in this room. Maybe it was from one of those. Okay, anyways. That was Lydia. Now at number 264, hey, we got Frank's rival turned ally in Big Brother 18, that being Tiffany Russo. who unfortunately was not able to capture that same magic that her sister Vanessa did. I don't know. Tiffany just didn't click with the people on this cast. And although there was a move made to save her in week, like 3 next to Bronte, because she, like, vowed to go against Frank, it, like, doesn't work out for her very well. Her and Frank actually do, like, reconcile and try to work together moving forward, but then she's just evicted anyways. Like, she's just kind of on the bottom, and she had the potential to be a good player. Obviously, it's literally in her blood. But I think the expectations were too high for her going in, and she just couldn't quite step up to it. And she got evicted, as did literally everybody here, except maybe some of the expelled players. Up next at number 263, a player who, again, was not in the house for very long. I said again, as if I've said this. Well, I mean, like, this specific argument I have is not one I've said yet, so I shouldn't be saying it again. But this specific player was not in the house for very long, but I feel like they did an okay job and just get unlucky, and that's going to be Kara, or is it Kara? I have this every single time I talk about her. I do not know which one it is. Is it Kara? Is it Kara? I'm going to say both. I'm going to flip-flop. But Kara, she is on Dan's team, seems to be like a good, capable player, has it in her, but is nominated that first week for being the perceived strongest member of Dan's team. Isn't even the target initially. It's going to be Frank, but then Frank is able to flip the votes to save him, and then just by default take out Kara. Or is it Kara? We don't know. I could very easily figure out, but I think I kind of just like guessing. Sorry, I am just picking at the splinter now. I'm here for like 6 hours. I gotta entertain myself somehow. But yeah, she's unlucky to be put in a position where then the vote is flipped on her the first week. I think she very easily could have been like a better Danielle Murphy had, Danielle been Dan's first pick, and then Kara was the second one. And Danielle's evicted that first week, and then Kara gets into a showmates with Shane, and then before you know it, she literally just replaces Danielle on that season. But we'll never know, so unfortunately she's going to have to go in the E tier. Up next at 262, this is a player that maybe I'm giving a little bit too much credit because they were evicted in the first week that they played. I think they were just a very misunderstood player in the house, and that's Ovi. And the reason I have Ovi so much higher than Kemi, even though he was evicted a week earlier than Kemi, is that I feel like he really tried. He tried to connect. He made cookies for everyone. He was a very active, he tried to make an alliance with a bunch of people that were already in an alliance and the Grateful Alliance. And unfortunately, he was just too nice, and people were weirded out, and we're like, all right, we got to get this kid out of here. So he is evicted, but he still fights to the bitter end. I definitely think he's got the strategic foresight to play the game and do well. He was definitely one of the better scholars of the game going into the season. It's luck of the draw, as I've said a million times, unlucky cast to be a part of, but I definitely think he had the potential. He had the allies. He had Nicole Anthony. He had Cliff. He tried to have Jack and Jackson and Christy and Tommy and Sis, and it just didn't work out for him. But he tried, so you can go in the E tier. And now our final player in the E tier, couldn't let him get too much higher. I got Keanu Soto and Big Brother 27. I know that there's an argument that Kelly's a better player. I just can't justify it because Kelly kept volunteering for the block. And here you go. Let me say, hey, look, now you can see everybody. I couldn't justify it. He is the best version of Frank in terms of survivability because he at least made it to the final 5. But he was too trusting in Vince, not trusting enough in Rachel, got into too many fights. But I mean, he put his money where his mouth was. He said in week 2 he's going to pick everyone off one by one, and he made it to the final 5. I mean, that's 11 rounds where he was able to survive based on comp wins, or he did have some connections. As I said, he had Rachel. He sort of had Vince. Eventually, he gets Ashley, and Morgan. It just never ends up working. He's a target the whole way through. He makes so many mistakes. But I don't know. I don't know, Keanu. I can only put you so high, buddy, but I at least put him above Kelly because he wasn't volunteering to go up on the block. And I did like the way that he would get into arguments. Like, I actually feel like, you know how like Rachel, she's known for getting into fights and always losing them. I feel like Keanu always had like good comebacks or like good words. What a dumb way to say that. He was just good at getting into fights. I don't know. All right. And that actually is the end of our E tier. Now we are moving on to our E plus tier. Look at us moving. Before you know it, we're going to be in the D tier. That's so stupid. This is a pretty small tier, all things considered. Kicking off at number 260, I got a player bottom 5 in terms of how much I know about them, but I will know more about them fairly soon. We got Lori Valenti, and from what I do remember about her is that she was a capable player who had people fighting for her to survive. She was in the not the Six Finger Plan, the other alliance name that had like hands or fingers in it that I can't remember right now. Regardless, she was in an alliance with like Nokomis and Will and Karen. She had a great relationship with Karen. Karen was rallying to save her until Karen ended up on the block next to her. At which point it wasn't looking good for her, and she was obviously taken out as the second boot. But I definitely think she had legitimate potential and real allies, and she could have gone the distance if she wasn't sniped out so early. So you can go in the E plus tier. Up next at number 259, we have the player who by far has like the worst intro pose of all players. It's going to be Jeff Weldon in Big Brother 17. And Jeff, I think, was actually just a completely competent, fine player who just wrong place, wrong time sort of situation where Vanessa was looking for an out. How can she get somebody out that's not Audrey? Boom, stage a fight with Jeff, put him up on the block, get him evicted. He actually, like, he had a good relationship with Liz. He was aligned with, like, Jackie and Meg and James and Clay. But just really very similar to Lori. I think just a player who had legit potential but was just taken out, sniped out a little bit earlier than you would have necessarily thought. But I can only put you so high if you're the second or third boot. So, Jeff, you go here in the E plus tier. Now, following Jeff, we actually have our highest placing fourth placer, this being Amy Cruz in Big Brother 3, who, unfortunately, she just never had a chance to win, especially after she was evicted in week 3, comes back into the game. There was like a whole pact made to make sure she doesn't win. And she's on the block every week at that point. Almost uses the veto on Roddy at the final 6, which would have resulted in her own eviction. But hey, good for her. She was smart enough to not let that happen. Dude, I'm actually going to be picking at this Splinter for this whole... I'm going to take a bathroom break soon, and maybe then I'll deal with this because this is bothering me. And I'm sure it's not fun just watching me pick at this the entire time. So I'm going to finish up the E plus tier and then I'm going to go take a little bathroom break. But you know what? Maybe I'll be nice and I'll actually like cut it out for you. So yeah, E plus. Amy Cruz. Oh yeah, she comes back. But like, overall, she couldn't, was not responsible with her alcohol management in the house that already put her at odds with a lot of people. Her and Kiara were enemies. She just got into like fights and arguments with people. She was so aloof. She gets to the final 4 and says like with such sincerity and confidence that there are no alliances in the house, not knowing that literally everyone else in the house was in an alliance that excluded her. But she does make it to 4th place. That's something. She survives a bunch. So, kind of by default, she gets placed up here solely due to her placement, but not a great player in my eyes. Next up in the E plus tier, I feel like I'm being a little bit harsh on this player. Like, I feel like I should put this player above another player that I have like 25 places above them, but I don't know. I made my bed. It's time to lie in it. I got Jessie Kowalski in Big Brother 15, who just like never found her place. Was on the bottom, really throughout the whole season, never really had like a true ally from what I remembered. Like maybe Judd at one point. I don't know. But she's like on and off the block. Almost gets evicted during the double eviction until Helen is able to convince Aaron to go for a much bigger move and evict Judd, which does happen. But then I think Jesse just gets evicted immediately after that. Andy wins the next HOH, and Andy knows that he can evict Jesse and nobody will be mad. And that's kind of Jesse's thing, where she was just there. Other people were taken out before her because they were more pressing matters. But then it got to a point where it's like, okay, Jesse, it's your time. Kind of similar to Jerry. So I got here up in the E+ tier at number 257. Now at number 256, we got one of the most frustrating players. I believe this was another one of my winner picks that just did so much nothing. That's going to be... Wow, we are running low on Big Brother 19 players already. I mean, that kind of just goes to show you how bad these players are. I got Matt Kleins, who just does nothing. He just wants to make it to the jury. He eats cereal. His plan is to make it to the final 3 with Raven and Paul and then bow out in 3rd place. Like, what a pathetic player. You're going below Jesse. You know what? You can go above Amy because you at least had some allies. He had Raven. But yeah, you're going below Jesse because you just did so much nothing. At least Jesse was trying to win. So, for all of your records at home, I have Matt at 257 and I'll have Jesse at 256. Now, after those, I have a player who is such a bad player, but they tried and they made it kind of far. This one being Scotty Sultan from Big Brother 20. Who, keep in mind, we still have not even talked about the first boot from Big Brother 20. So being this low, I want to make it clear. Yeah, we've talked about like 100 people so far. Scotty is still a very bad player. The dude, I mean, he had potential. He was an outside-of-the-box thinker. Like, him wearing the swaggy stuff, recognizing that his position in the Alliance, the original, like, Faute Alliance was bad, so he tries to pin a vote on Rockstar or Haley or something like that, only for everyone to just be like, nah, that was Scotty. We can't trust Scotty. The dude just was not trustworthy. Gets outmaneuvered by most people. Thinks Tyler's one of his closer allies, whereas Scotty's like number 9 on Tyler's list. Isn't even able to convince Fessy that he's his only ally in the house. And then gets evicted on Fessy's HOH, comes back into the game, and gets evicted unanimously immediately. The dude just wasn't a good player, but at least he tried, and he tried to think outside the box. And he was like the only person on the Faute side to actually take a successful shot at level 6 alongside Bailey. And I respect that. He at least didn't evict one of his own allies. He got rid of Winston. And you know what? You're above Winston, so that's good, Scotty. I've just made myself a blister. I'm going to have to put a Band-Aid on this. All right, after Scotty at spot number 254, we have Big Brother 18, a player that was genuinely sniped out. We got Bronte. Bronte, as far as I remember, she was a roadkill eviction, someone who was nominated by presumably not Victor, Frank. That's who it was. Frank nominated Bronte. Bronte goes on the block. Isn't originally the target, but there's like a whole revolution against Frank that week, and they evict Bronte in order to save Tiffany. Bronte had her little Spy Girls thing. Like, she had a couple allies. She just didn't, like, having a cute little 3-person alliance called the Spy Girls is just a fancy way of saying that you're not in the majority alliance. You're just in a side minority alliance. But she was sniped out way earlier than she should have been. With that being said, though, I don't think she was going to make it too far. I don't see her making it above like 7th or 8th place, unless she really is able to attach herself to James and Natalie, sort of in the way that Michelle did. But, I mean, she was, like, evicted in week 3. Can't give her too much praise or credit. But I don't think I think she was made way fewer mistakes than Scotty did. Now, after Bronte, maybe I'm ranking this player a little bit too high, but I got Kent Blackwelder from Big Brother 2. who, yeah, getting a little bit of a Big Brother 2 boost here. He was someone who wasn't that liked in the house, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in the beginning, but was able to evade being nominated that first week. Is a part of the Other People Alliance. But the thing with Kent is that he was just a bit too blunt, a bit too outspoken. However, I do think he was a strategic thinker. I mean, when he gets his HOH in week 4, he has the wherewithal to make a secret deal with Will to keep Will off the block in order for his, like, in return for his safety the following week if Will were to win. And I mean, I know that's like, strategy 101, but this is Big Brother 2. This is when strategy was being built up. And I want to give Ken credit for that. But at the end of the day, he wasn't very liked in the house. He ended up getting evicted immediately after his HOH reign. He gets into a huge fight with Hardy. But I think he saw the game for what it was. And had he been a bit more of a, less of a standout, rooted in his ways type of individual in the house, I think he could have done better. But I mean, overall, E+ isn't too bad. Rest in peace, Scott. Scott's the next person. Rest in peace, Kent. Now at number 252, I have Scott Long in Big Brother 5. Let me find you. Now the thing with Scott is that, he was this tall alpha jock frat bro dude in the house that he made himself a big target, but he also he had allies. He, even when he's on the block, he is working ways to get Nokomis to vote for him, or Will to vote for him to stay, or Marvin. No, he was on the block next to Marvin. He's putting in work. People actually did kind of like Scott, even with him being this douchey frat bro guy. And he wasn't the target that week. Jace was the target, but Jace won the veto, and, he was the backup, so he got evicted instead. Oh, hey, I think my thing fell out. Let's go. I don't have my splinter anymore. But yeah, that's Scott. He put too much of a target on his back, but he had potential. After Scott Long, wow, we have everybody's favorite player. Literally can't think of someone more beloved. That is, of course, Daniel Durston from Big Brother 24, who, I mean, we can say all the funny things we want. He's a clown. He's an idiot. He sent his best friend home, his number one ally, because he was so tunnel vision on getting Taylor out. All of these things are true. It's very fun to clown on Daniel. He's probably the person I clown on the most in my videos. And not that I do it too often, but he's an easy punching bag. But he also wasn't the worst player in the world. He did clock the Leftover Alliance. He clocked 6 out of the 7 of them. Only one he didn't clock was Kyle, who was his festy bestie at the time. So that was one little oversight, but he at least had vision. He at least saw certain things going on in the house, and he did have allies. The problem is that he just kind of sucked regardless, or other than that, he sucked. I can't imagine a world where he ever wins a jury vote. His first HOH was completely wasted. Yeah. He had potential. He knew the game. He just wasn't very good at the game. So there you go, Daniel Durston. Following Daniel Durston at spot number 250, we have another first boot. The first boot of a real season of Big Brother. Cheryl Braxton, my queen. Actually, what a queen. She was great. She was loved by everyone in the house, and she was only evicted because she was a pawn, and everyone hated Chilltown and wanted Chilltown gone. And I don't blame Cheryl for that whatsoever. Cheryl was just the recipient of the unluck of the draw. She was the first person ever put up on the block. There was no strategy to be had, but I mean, everyone loved her. Chilltown, the other people, everyone at home, Ethanimale. I love Cheryl. She was the hot mom, and just very unlucky to get voted out the way that she did. But I definitely think she had a lot of potential. Had she stayed, she's staying for a long time. So you can go above Daniel Durston. Now, at spot number 249, I didn't realize. I actually had a streak of, I believe these were the all last of the first boots. And I'm just going to put them up one after the other. These are the final three after Cheryl. At 249, we got Brian Hart. At 248, I have Paloma Aguilar from Big Brother 24. Brian Hart from Big Brother 10. And at 247, I have Steve Arienta from Big Brother 20, Summer as Steve. And I mean, these three first boots, I think, all had serious strategic potential in the game. They had their alliances. They were orchestrating stuff. Maybe not so much in Steve's case, more so in Paloma and Brian. However, Brian gets, handed too many cookie jars, gets caught by Jerry, gets discovered by the rest of the house that, Brian's trying to play us all, let's get him out. And then they do. But even still, once he's on the block, I think he does a great job of, humbling himself and almost is able to rally and get some people voting for him to stay. Doesn't work out for him. And then we got Paloma, who really was just I don't want to say running circles in that first week, but she was doing so much work in that first week, getting people to align with her, getting the target onto Taylor, making sure the votes are there. She was doing way too much. That's eventually why she is removed from the house or quits, is because she is so into the game that she loses touch with reality. But she definitely had a lot of potential in terms of positioning and strategizing. And then there's Steve, who really should have survived that first week. He had his alliance. People really like Steve in the house that were in that Faute alliance, that side. He had a final two deal with Scotty. That was his best friend. And it took Tyler having to flip Caitlin's vote at the very last second to get him out. Otherwise, I mean, Steve's in the majority of the house. He still has 6 people voting for him to stay. And who's really going to target Steve after that point? I mean, there are bigger problems, like your Swaggies, or your people on level 6, like your Winstons and your Bretts. I think Steve was going to be in a good spot to at least make it to, I don't know, a Rockstar placement. So it's just unfortunate that that's where he ended up having to get evicted in week 1. But I still put him above his good buddy Scotty. Where is he? Where did Scotty go? Oh, there he is. All right. After Steve, moving down to spot number 246 from Big Brother 14, I have, if I can find him, Will Huser from Big Brother 14. This guy, who I think Will, another player that I don't know the most about Will, but I think he was a fine player that was just kind of picked on the wrong team. I think he was on Janelle's team. So his allies were what? Chef Joe and Ashley. Not great allies to necessarily have. His coach gets evicted very, very early on. And then it puts him in a spot where he's kind of just this fit, athletic guy who's not aligned with Shane or Danielle or the people that actually have the power. And because of it, he's a pseudo threat where you could take Will out and it's wow, what a good HOH. I got a big threat out. When really, Will wasn't that big of a threat. I think under the right conditions, he could have been a good player, but everything kind of just went against him. So it didn't work out for him. Now, after Will, the final player in the E's, the final player in our E+ tier, we got a very screwed over player, someone who just got so unlucky. It's going to be Parker Somerville from Big Brother 9, who he's partnered with Jen, the second worst player in Big Brother history already. I mean, do I need to explain more? But I mean, his whole game gets tanked. He's partnered up with someone who's in a relationship. Not only that, his partner is crazy, is nuts. It goes and tells everyone that she's in a relationship with Ryan, puts a huge target on their back. Now Parker's up on the block. And then when Jen is just he goes home because of Jen. Jen does such a good job at tanking her game that she tanks Parker's game too and gets him evicted alongside her. But Parker, up to that point, was a very level-headed thinker. He wasn't afraid to get to the bottom of, Jacob telling everyone like, "Oh, you can't trust Parker. He's a snake." It was just so freaking stupid. But like he wasn't afraid to like get his hands a little dirty to find out the truth. And it really is just so unfortunate that he had to be partnered up with Jen. I think otherwise he would have been a very solid player on that season, one of the more level-headed thinkers in a house full of crazy people. So I give him a lot of the benefit of the doubt. Put him at the top of the E+ tier. I couldn't justify putting him up any higher, though, because we didn't see that much. But, hey, there you go, Parker. All right. It's been about 2 hours. I'm going to go take a short little break. And I will be back for the next part, which for you guys will be right now. Alrighty, I'm back. We just finished the E+ tier. God, we still have 244 people to go. All right, time to pick up the pace again. Kicking things off at the D- tier, we have a player that, not many people are very high on. I'm not either, and that's Jasmine Davis in Big Brother 24. I don't think strategically Jasmine was very much like competent, but the fact of the matter is that she did actually have a decent chunk of allies. She does make it pretty far, gets a bit twist screwed with the split house, but at the end of the day, I mean, I see her as slightly better than Indy, and I did not see her actually like winning the game, but she didn't get nominated until she was the last player to get nominated, I think, on that season, which is pretty nutty. But she was not a very respected player. Up next at number 243, we have Angie Swindle, if I can find her. There she is. Another player, don't really remember that much. Actually, I do, because I just had to research her for a specific video. She was good positionally, where she was actually good with the people on the bottom and the people in the majority, and she had her own like core 4-person alliance with like Memphis and Jesse and Michelle. The problem is that Keisha did not like her, and then Keisha won the third HOH, and Keisha's like, "You weren't there for Steven, I'm targeting you," and the shot landed. So she was kind of sniped out of the game a little bit early, had potential, wasn't able to get as far as her potential should have allowed her to. Up next, number 242, I got another early player. I got Kiara, who... cool. Kiara Birdie from Big Brother 3, where are you? There you are. Who, again, it's Big Brother 3. I gotta have some semblance of... What's the word that I always use? I mean, I give him a little curve. But, I mean, for Kiara in particular, she definitely had to rely on that curve a bit to get to here, because she was in, like, the cartel, but she was very easily swayed. Like, Josh was able to sway her into voting out Lisa, and I mean, Roddy also swayed her to do so in order to keep Eric, even though that wasn't best for her game. She was just convinced that it was. Then on her HOH that she gets, it's one of the worst set of nominees ever, where she targets 2 of her only allies. Well, she puts up 2 of her only allies in Roddy and Josh, because she's mad that Josh lied to her to vote out Lisa, which, I mean, I can understand that. But nominating Roddy, who was her showmance, was abysmal. And then she's evicted the next week. She kind of has a downhill trajectory, starting at like week 3 or 4. But I mean, before that, she's got a relationship with Danielle, with Roddy, with Lisa. She's in a good spot. It just doesn't pan out for her, as does literally everyone until we get to the winners. After Kiara, we got a new player. We got Jimmy in Big Brother 27, who I do believe I actually put Jimmy a little bit higher than when I did my Big Brother 27 player ranking. But that's the beauty of having extra tiers. I have the D- tier for a reason. Now, Jimmy did a good job of like being included and incorporated in a lot of those early majority alliances. The problem with Jimmy is that he was just a bit too showy, needlessly getting into an argument with Keanu at the veto meeting, and playing a little bit too hard, which led to Morgan and Mickey kind of making the move against Jimmy when they didn't need to in week 4, and he was evicted. But he definitely had potential, just a little bit too much. After Jimmy, we got a very screwed over player. If she had been able to actually use her HOH how she wanted to, maybe she wouldn't have been the second boot. But I got Riley Smedley from Big Brother 25, who, I mean, kind of as I said, she won the first HOH, but it was such a nerfed first HOH that put such spotlight on her. Heisem didn't really like her, and then Heisem evicted her the next week. But she had such a loyal following of people. Like, Matt was in love with her. Jag was a Final 2 ally of hers. Blue really liked her. Like, she had people that were loyal to the soil to her. And she could have, like, there were so many people on that season. God, that season was so long. But, like, I really do believe that Riley could have been a core protected player on her side had things gone differently. It's just Heisem won the HOH and sniped her out. That's tough. Next, at number 239, we got a player very similar to the likes of Brittany and Jocasta. Actually, the player that was evicted just in between them. We got Amber Borzotra from Big Brother 16, who I have her higher because she was included in those majority alliances. She was a part of the bomb squad. Which the other women weren't, and she was kind of loyal to them. The problem, though, is that, like, I don't think she was actively doing too much, and I feel bad for her. Her game was super tanked because of Caleb. Caleb had that weird obsession with her that she just didn't reciprocate, and then the other guys in the house used that against her and were able to, like, get her out because she was a distraction. That is such baloney bullshit. Oh, I was doing such a good job not swearing. Hey, we made it like 2 hours in before I said something. I've improved so much. But that's such baloney how she was taken out. But she wasn't like super duper active either. Maybe a D placement would be better, but I put her in D- for a reason, I'm sure, when I made this list like last week. Now, after Amber, God, what an Big Brother 21 really is the king of just having the most unlikable cast. Why is there another Matt Klein down here, by the way? I just realized that. You should not be here. Also, there's 2 Roberts on this, which I remember if I can find them. There's Robert, and there's Robert. I don't know why there's 2 Roberts, but there are. Anyways, who do I even have next? Oh, yeah. Unlikable Big Brother 21 player. Could have been anybody, but it's Sam Smith, who is the 9th wheel in an 8-person majority alliance that was just attached to Nick and Bella and Cliff. He made himself too big of a threat early on, won the first 2 vetoes needlessly, was the backup target in week 5 to Nick, but Nick wins the veto, so he goes on the block. Almost survives it, though, because of the whole Cat day 42 or day 44 stuff. Unfortunately for him, fortunately for me, I really like Cat. Cat survives the vote. The vote does not end up flipping in his favor, and he is evicted unanimously. At the end of the day, he was the 9th wheel in the 8-person alliance. You can only do so much, but at least he was being kind of included. Undeniable. God. Following Sam Smith, hey, we got another Big Brother 21 player. I accidentally mentioned her a little bit earlier. This is going to be Annalise Talavera from Big Brother 21 at spot number 237. Sis was such a nothing burger. I mean, she was in the majority alliance. She was in the 6 shooter. She had a good relationship with Jack and Tommy and Christy and Nick. And that's all good stuff, but, like, I don't think she had much going on in terms of, like, her own strategy. She was just a number. She was aligned with people. And it got her relatively far, but I just had no faith in her to, like, do anything. And then she's taken out in a week where she's not the target. So, I don't know. That's Sis. And then up next at number 236, I have where is he? Where's the big guy? Where's Mr. Crockpot? Terrence Higgins from Big Brother 24. And I mean, very similarly to the Jasmines and the Indies, Terrence is someone who is just not included in the leftovers and was on the other side of the house. However, Terrence at least like tried a lot. He was an outside-the-box thinker, like especially during the split house week when he wins the HOH and the veto. He attempts to extract as much information as possible from the leftover people like Kyle and Joseph, and I think the idea of that is really good. Execution's a bit weird, but at least he was like trying stuff. He survives all the way to 7th place. That's something, but I don't think he had much win equity. He did make some questionable choices at times. He's a D-minus player. And now, yeah, this is a tiny tier. The final player in our D-minus tier, I have someone that, again, gets really screwed over. Probably should have had them a bit closer to where I had Jesse, but it is what it is. I have Candace Stewart from Big Brother 15, who just, justice for Candace. Never got a fair shake, gets put on the cast with the racist people. They target her. But at the same time, she also was just like naturally on the bottom of the house at the start of the game. Never really was able to like positionally ground herself, like get a good spot. At week 3, she does align with Helen and Alyssa, but then, by the time of week 5, she calls out Helen for playing the game or playing everyone and not keeping her safe, which, I mean, she clocked Helen, but it's also not great to tell Helen this. And then she's eventually taken out after 2 bad HOH results in a row. Erin, which takes out Howard, and then Gina Marie, which takes out her. Unlucky, but even without the terrible defamatory statements that were said at her expense, there were so many heavy hitters on Big Brother 15, and I just don't think that she was going to rise to the top, I should say, with that specific set of strategists. So she's going to be in the D- tier, the final player in our D- tier. Now, kicking off the D tier, we got someone who is so frustrating to watch, but in hindsight, she is very iconic. From Big Brother 25, I have Blue Kim, who, I mean, a terrible ally in the beginning of the game to have. She was throwing Jag under the bus, without even realizing it. She was initially... Oh, I gotta take my pill. She was initially on, the Riley side of things, but then kind of gets scooped up by Jared because they're in, a showmance. I think the thing with Blue is that she was just too loyal to Jag and Matt by the end game and was so, against Corey and America that became, her whole vision in the game, and that's not what she needed to be doing. She needed to see that Jag was the one to take out, and then Jag takes her out in, 8th place. But it's just really funny looking back. Up next, at spot number 233, I have Sarah from Big Brother 6, who, Sarah is a fine-ish player, I guess. She's more of just a nothing player to me. Couldn't tell you much that what she did. She was in the Sovereign 6. She was connected to James, but that's also what got her evicted, because James won a veto. She was just the recipient, or the person left on the block. She gets taken out. Nothing too good, nothing... Well, I mean, she did have some, questionable decisions, but she's in the D tier. That's where the questionable decision makers go. She was fine. Not too good, not too bad. Goes here in the D tier at spot number 233. Now at 232, would you look at that? We got another Big Brother 19 player, a 6th placer. Someone who made it very far. It's Raven, the puppet master of the season. I mean, she is a terrible liar. I just distinctly remember how bad she was at lying to Jessica in week 3 or 4 or whatever during Jessica's HOH. Just completely unaware of what's actually going on in the game, thinking that she's running things when she's really not. I don't know. Just everything about her is not great, but she does make it to 6th. She was in a position where, you know what, maybe she does win in the end if she's sitting next to Paul. And at least she had, the 3-person alliance with Paul. Sorry, I needed to wet my hair. It was falling in my face too much. Maybe I might have to get, a headband or something. But Raven, she made it far. But as I said, she's just such a nothing thinker. She tried. That's something. But I can only do so much. After Raven, we have... back to Big Brother 15. We've got a few of those recently as well. Let me find. It's always whenever they're on the first row here, I always miss them. It's Howard from Big Brother 15. I mean, things that Howard had going against him is that he was just such a muscular, huge dude. There's no, you can't hide when you're as built as Howard was. And he gets caught trying to, he's in the moving company in the beginning. He gets caught, and it's kind of just that is never able to escape him, and then he's eventually evicted in 5th place. I think he was fine. I think he had the right way of thinking, but again, it's just this was a cast of sharks, and he was not able to escape like his week 1 mistake of joining in on this alliance and not telling everybody about it, which is like I would have done the same as Howard. So, me built pretty similarly to Howard. I think him and I would have done about the same on Big Brother 15. Up next at spot number 230, who would have guessed it? It is another Big Brother 19 player, this time a 4th placer. It's Kevin, if I can find him. Oh, Kevin. Seems like a super nice guy, super great. Had even less idea of what was happening than Raven, even less than Matt, which is nuts. However, the reason that I actually have Kevin higher and why I have him at spot number 230 is because he had so much win equity. If he was sitting at the end against, I think, probably anybody on that cast, he wins. Because it's just like, oh, it's Kevin. I think he would have had the 5 votes necessary. Even though he had no idea what was going on. It was just a Paul minion. But, hey, I mean, it almost worked out for him. Now, after Kevin, up at number 229, we have another multi-time player. I believe this is our 3rd. This one being Jace Wiry, if I can find him. From Big Brother 5 and Big Brother All-Stars. I mean, he has 2 pre-jury performances. Neither of them were that great. His Big Brother 5 game, I mean, he's amongst the Devins and the Jeremys and the people that are just... I need to go get a headband. I will be right back. It was just getting too staticky for me. Okay, that's better. But let me make sure this is still working. Good. Jace, he was just like too volatile, too much of a presence in that. He can't be doing that much. Especially in Big Brother 5, it comes to bite him. Comes back on All-Stars, does a lot better of a job of like playing cool. Plays the first week or 2 really, really well, and then just kind of gets sniped out, unfortunately, in week 3. Overall, there is potential, and I think he learned so much from his first time around. But at the end of the day, he's pre-jury both times. The second time, he's the 3rd person evicted. Can't really give him too much praise, especially when his first run was pretty bad, but extremely entertaining. Now, after Jace, we got the original... Oh, wow. It is our first 3rd placer. Someone that people always dog on, but I think deserves a little bit more credit, and that's Victoria from Big Brother 16. And Victoria, yes, she was never really aligned with anybody in power except for Derek. She was constantly on the block. She was not really doing much in terms of, like, influencing the game, but she's a fighter. She never stopped trying. And she actually was a pretty good actress when she was like making plans with Derek. And that is like, her relationship with Derek was legitimate. That's something. And she makes it to 3rd place. That is also something. So you know what? Although a lot of it is probably due to other people's influence and not necessarily her own, I feel like she actually did more in the game than Kevin did. And even though she had less win equity, she did make it to 3rd place. I'll put her in the D tier. It's fine. Up next at number 227. Oh, my literal favorite player right now. Oh, the queen of Big Brother. Unfortunately, can go no higher than number 227. It is... You should know. It's Angela Murray. Oh, I love Angela. Such a wild card. So much fun to watch. Also, extremely volatile. Saved so many times where she should have been out. But she didn't. She rallied. She never stops fighting. She thinks outside the box. And I love her and I respect her for it. And I will always root for her. Unfortunately, she is a D tier player, though. But she made it to 6th place. That's pretty good. Little neck crack. Don't do this. It's not good for you. All right. So I guess the video's over because we got to Angela. Who cares anymore? All right, after Angela, at 226, I have Adria from Big Brother 5, one of the twins. I got to do my Big Brother 5 rewatch just to remember exactly how bad she was. But I mean, the reason that I have her high-ish is in the D tier is like I do think the beginning of her game was really, really strong. She was in that alliance that I can't remember the name of with the 6 people. She did good, and it was just like did a phenomenal job in convincing everyone that she wasn't a twin. As soon as she gets power, though, she just destroys her game, sends Will home, becomes a huge threat, is able to win a veto to save herself once, only for her twin to get evicted, and then she's evicted next. Very polarizing, very huge switch up all of a sudden. And her gameplay, a bit of a huge dip once she wins power. But hey, yeah, I guess you can go above Angela because her beginning was pretty solid. Now, after Adria, we have our 4th multi-time player. This one being another one of my old favorites who came back and just did not show the potential that we all thought he had. It's David Alexander for Big Brother 21 and Big Brother 22. Big Brother 21, I mean, the dude just lost a competition and got eliminated. Not much to say there. Comes back for All-Stars, and you gotta cut him some slack. He's on an All-Star cast after playing one day of Big Brother, basically, and just gets the floor washed on him. Is that a saying? The floor... Everyone wipes the floor with him. He just does not stand a chance. These people are really good. He is not. He's a little bit too naive. It's just not a great showing, but he makes it to 8th place, and I still like David a lot. It just wasn't the greatest player. Now, after David, coming in at 224, we have Nick Uhas from Big Brother 15, another Big Brother 15 player. Wow. Oh, yep, there he is, first row. Always going to miss him. I mean, Nick is the epitome of getting screwed by the MVP twist. He's like David if David was really smart, where Nick was like forming this alliance, the moving company. He's the one putting in the work with like McRae and getting all the numbers on board. Well, maybe Jeremy does the numbers on board, but I think he's the one that brings the idea to McRae. Seems like he's in a really good spot, but he didn't do that well socially with other people. Like, I think he barely ever spoke to Andy. And, I mean, he's nominated in week 2 as the MVP, and he gets sniped out of the game there, but he could have saved himself if he had just, like, promised Alyssa something, but he didn't. But overall, I think, I mean, he's probably, out of everyone, the smartest, most capable player we've talked about so far. But he's also a bit, like, too, like, I feel like he's the type of person where it's like, you talk to him and, like, you know he's smart. And that's threatening in the game of Big Brother, so maybe it's not that great. Now up at 223, we have the other twin. We have Natalie Carroll from Big Brother 15, who I put higher than Adria. I can't really differentiate their games very much, but I put her higher because, A, she was the one that, like, was the secret twin, so she had to pretend to be Adria for, I mean, the first half of her game. And that's hard. That's not something that is easy, and I give her a lot of credit for doing that and maintaining that. She also wasn't technically the HOH that ruined their game, although she definitely supported Natalie's decision, or Adria's decision making, and she wasn't the target. Adria was the target. Adria wins the veto. She goes home. I just see it as like a little bit less volatile of a player as Adria, but I mean, she's 2 spots higher. It's not very much. God, why? I've never gotten so many texts in one day, and of course, it's when I'm filming. Oh my goodness, would you look at that? It's another Big Brother 15 player. And our first finalist. Up next at spot number 222, I have Gina Marie from Big Brother 15, who, I mean, she's an atrocious player. I mean, she is not respected in the house. She's on the bottom, is really, I mean, she just survives because she's not a threat. She is at least able to, like, jump around. She wins some competition. She eventually ends up with the Exterminators, but she was not someone that I see winning against anybody in the end. Maybe, like, Amanda, if everyone is unbelievably bitter, but I just don't think she had much respect. But at least she was kind of active. I don't know. She's the worst runner-up, in my opinion. The worst finalist. After Gina Marie, up at spot number 221, another Big Brother 21 player. We got Kat Dunn this time, who... Kat is someone that... Let me find her. Where you at? There you are. I mean, she did not really know Big Brother going into this, but I think she picked it up pretty well as she was playing, but she was dancing a little bit too close to the sun. Volunteered to go up on the block during Holly's HOH, obviously almost goes home in week 5 because of it. Is able to survive, but then gets kind of taken out by Tommy shortly afterwards. She had some allies. She had Holly, she had Jessica, Cliff, but it was just never enough for her to like leave a real impact. And then she was just kind of taken out. She was someone that was kind of expendable in the game, but I like her, and I met her, and she's really great. And actually, funny fact, so I met her on New Year's Eve, and she like doesn't really know who I am, but she knows that I make Big Brother videos, and she comes up to me and she's like, "Hey, are you the guy? Are you the guy who made a video about me?" And I'm like, maybe. I mean, I've made a lot of videos. And she's like, yeah, but like about me like hacking a competition in like OTEF. And immediately I know this is not me. She's talking about like Peridium's hacked competition series. It is just so much easier in the moment to just say, oh yeah, that was me, and leave it at that. I felt like this was a time where I didn't have to be like, oh no, that was actually another guy. I'm like this person. That would have just been like awkward. I was like, yeah, that was me. And then she's like, oh, cool, thanks. And I just thought that was funny. So, Kat, if you ever see this, I'm sorry. I actually wasn't the person who made that video. It was Peridium. And I just said it to be polite. But I knew what you was talking about. And I know you actually did have a strategy during OTEF. So, good job. And I put you on my second cast, my second chance Dreamcast. So, that's something. Kat's never going to watch this. But anyways, moving along. After Kat, at number 220, would you look at that? It's another Big Brother 19 player. I have Elena Davies. God, there's only 6 people left from Big Brother 19, and Paul, obviously. I mean, does Big Brother 9 even have that many people left? Big Brother 9 has I said way more? Actually, yeah, Big Brother 9 has way more. God, Big Brother 19 really is the worst cast. Yeah, I got Elena. And Elena, I mean, she was at the bottom of the pecking order on Paul's side. She was a bit too vocal, a bit too close with like Jess and Cody initially, and it did bite them in the butt. I just feel like her trajectory was kind of decided upon after like 3 weeks, where it's like, okay, you're going to make it to the beginning of the jury stage, and then Paul's going to take you out, and that's kind of what happened. And she was a bit of like a ferocious player. Did make some mistakes, like she really almost gets evicted in actually, she would have just gotten evicted an hour earlier, where she like wins the veto comp but doesn't take the veto and instead gives the HOH Alex a punishment so she can take money while she's on the block. Like, actually terrible. I'm putting you under Kat because I just remembered that. So Elena, you will go at 221, and Kat, you will be at 220. And now, wow, I didn't realize just how many like blonde women we had in a row. That's 4 in a row, and we're adding a 5th one because at 219, I have another Big Brother 27 player. I got Catherine Woodman. And I mean, Catherine was a fine player to me. I don't think she necessarily did that much like wrong. She was just someone that wasn't in the side that ended up with the majority. She attached herself to, well, really, Riley attached himself to her, and then she got on board with it, luckily. Otherwise, it could have been another, like, Caleb Amber sitch, but it wasn't. She reciprocated those feelings, but because of it, kind of put a little bit of a target on her back. Her game crumbles once Riley leaves. Actually, she leaves the very next week. Again, I think she's an okay player. It's just the game direction didn't work out in her favor. She just wasn't as much of a gamer. And it did cost her. But I don't know. She's fine. After Catherine, we have... I feel like I'm talking about a lot of Big Brother 25 people too, now that I'm thinking about it. Although we still have a good chunk of them left. I got Jared Fields. Jared Fields is someone who really... If it was going to be in anyone's blood, it was going to be in his blood. I mean, Saria's his mom. He's in the house with Sari. It could not be a better situation for him. And he does do some good things throughout the beginning of the season, for sure. I think his week 1 is actually really impressive. But then he just gaslights, actually very successfully, until it all catches up to him. People realize, like, oh, you've been playing a lot of sides. You've been la 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 la. Gets sniped out in the double eviction. Plays a little bit too messy. Doesn't have the game player gene that Sari does, unfortunately. But he definitely had some good weeks in there. And he was pretty solid at comps, so that's something too. That was 218. Now at 217, I have someone who maybe is a little bit too high, but like there's legit reason for it. It's Tucker from Big Brother 26. Now Tucker is one of the most volatile players of all time. I mean, volunteers for the block, doesn't use the veto on himself because he's a big move maker. That's Tucker's thing. He likes his big moves. Most of the time, it should result in him getting evicted, but because he's able to win these comps and get away with it, it's like he's backing up his strategy, so it almost works out for him. And then, the reason that I have him so high is because he did actually have, he garnered a bunch of loyal allies. He had Joseph, he had Angela for a bit, he had Rubina, Chemo. Tikor should have been there. He had these alliances. Like, he was playing hard, and it was, like, starting to work out. It just so happens that you volunteer for the block enough times and you get up there. Eventually, you're not going to win a competition, and you're going to get evicted, and that's what happened to Tucker. But he at least had the numbers at points that I could excuse a lot of his bad gameplay because it did work out for him. But, it's still in the D tier. It's still very bad. Don't play like Tucker if you want to win Big Brother. Play like Tucker if you want to be like good TV. So you go there at 217. Now at 216, we got a player that did not nearly anything as much as Tucker did in the house in terms of basically everything. We got Chef Joe. Chef Joe was just kind of like a coaster. He tried, little Chef Joe. But, there was just too much stuff going on in the Big Brother 14 house. I don't think he was ever really respected as a player very much. Also, just a recipient of being on Janelle's team, which, he's got Ashley and Will as his teammates and Janelle as his coach, who all get evicted pretty early on, relative to the season. The cards were kind of stacked against him, and he just... Even though he tried, even though he was like, oh, we got to go for Dan, we got to do all this stuff, it never worked for him, and he had to get taken out at the final 6, but he makes it to 6th place. He makes it pretty far. He probably beats Dan in the end because of the sentiment in the house. Like, he had opportunities. I don't see him as that great of a player. I got to stop talking so much. I'm losing my voice, and we're not even close to halfway through. Up next at 215, another one of Big Brother's queens. We got Jessica Milagros from Big Brother 21. Sorry, I know it's probably frustrating. You're like, Ethan, just look for the Big Brother 21 people. I've been looking at this all day. I guess you probably have too. It's hard to like I'll just look at Helen and then I'll zone out. And I'm like, okay, who am I going for? Jessica? Nope, that's Frankie. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, let me jump. Anyways, Jessica, my queen. So many queens, but she is one of the real queens, where she was an outsider who had that one glorious week. Wins HOH, takes the shot at the Jacks, wins the veto, cements that one of them are going home, and then she kind of just went back to being on the outside of the game. But just that one week was so good. She had allies in Kat and Cliff. She was a girl's girl. She was for the women. She came in, she did her job, and then she stayed until she left. She got to 7th, taken out in a spot where really, she shouldn't have been taken out. It just worked out that way. But, I think Jessica was great. Not the greatest player, but I think she was great. And now, for the last player in just our D tier. Oops, sorry. Another Big Brother 5 person. We got Marvin, who, again, I'll have a much better full understanding once I do that real deep dive in a couple months. Marvin is someone who had I love outside the box thinkers. Marvin had that X factor to him where he was like, oh, let me give Diane a smooch on the head in front of Drew to cause some turmoil between the two. And it worked. But the problem is that, like, socially, he was not very, like, included in stuff. He was an outsider the whole time, was on the block a lot. Yeah, definitely could have worked that social game a little bit more. But I think up here he had the cogs turned in a bit. He had some good strategic thoughts that would have worked a lot better for someone a bit more socially accepted in the house. And that's our D tier. Now I have to imagine that this is my shortest tier. Why do I even have a D plus tier? I have 9 people in this. That's going to be less than the top 10 tier, obviously. But I got 9 people in the D plus tier. So we might as well just talk about it. First up, also, I feel like most Big Brother players are, like, not great, which is why there's so many people down in, like, the D and below tier. I mean, we're about 150 people in, and we still haven't even gotten to a C tier player. Like, it's weird. Most Big Brother players are not great, though. Most Big Brother players aren't good. That's not fair to say. No, I'm looking at the people that I've gone over. I don't know if I would say, like, this row of D tier is, like, these people you could classify as, like, okay-ish. Again, not to be rude. I don't want to be rude. This is supposed to be a fun, happy ranking, and I'm stuck talking about the worst people first, and it makes me feel bad. But soon we're going to get to good people. But we're not quite there yet. At 213 in the D plus tier, kicking things off, we have Jennifer from Big Brother 6. Jennifer is someone who, I mean, she was with the friendship. That's the alliance that ends up winning. She's not afraid to lie. She's a good liar. But she makes a huge move, evicts Kaser, and it's just like lights such a flame of fury in the other side of the house where there's no chance she survives 1 or 2 HOHs from them. And she goes home 2 days later. I think I respect her for taking a big swing, but it just wasn't, it's not the swing you make as a good player. Up next at 212, another Big Brother 9 player. Starting to chip away at these guys again. We got Alex. Alex, to me, is someone who had the potential, was kind of in a power position early on, but was dragged down because of the couples. Because of the coupling. It's like what happened to Parker, except I think Alex was even in an even better spot because he had, like, his alliance with Matt and Natalie. He was pretty liked within the house, but he was stuck with Amanda, and then Amanda got him and her evicted, even after they had a pretty, like, okay HOH round. So he's, again, evicted very early on, can only put him so high, but D+, like, that's not bad. We're finally at the point where it's like, this isn't the worst thing anymore. After Alex, we got another Big Brother 27 player. We got Riley. And Riley, like, he kind of just fell into an okay spot where people liked him. He eventually has, like, Catherine and Lauren and Keanu, and I don't know how much work he himself actually needed to do to get these people on his side, but, like, they were loyal to him, and had he survived the round he was evicted, which he should have, so many things had to go wrong for him to get evicted, he's potentially in a really good spot. But the problem is, A, that didn't happen, and B, I don't know how much intentional work he actually did to do that. I think a good chunk of it did kind of just fall into his lap, so I don't give him that much credit. I don't think he's the greatest player, and he's a bit of an aggressive, he was, like, a bit aggressive in the house when it came to, like, I'm gonna target the woman, and eventually that's gonna get back to people, and you're gonna get targeted anyways. I can't imagine him. Well, I mean, I guess I could. Like, if his side really did take power, he would have potentially gone the distance. So maybe I am underrating him a little bit, but I didn't see it in him. Up next, after Riley, we have a Big Brother 8 player. I haven't talked about them in a while. We got Nick, who is definitely one of, like, the better pre-jurors in my mind. Like, I don't necessarily know when the pre-jury starts, or like when like I do get to like my last pre-jury player. But Nick is one of the better ones on Big Brother 8. I do think he was kind of like taken out in a game in a spot where he shouldn't have necessarily been taken out. He did have allies. He kind of just got lumped in with the wrong crowd in the beginning of the game with Kale and Zach and Mike Dutz. I mean, the dude's got some flaws too. He should have been nicer to Zach. Zach was like, Nick's my best friend. And Zach's like, I freaking hate Zach. He's my least favorite person in here. It's not a great game. He was just, I guess, like a real dude. Although he got in fights and he said some pretty terrible things to like Jen. And then they dated after the show, I think. But I think he was like a very capable player that just got taken out a little bit too early. Due to Eric. But Eric's a really great player, so what can you do? After Nick, funnily enough, Nick was in a bit of a showmance with Danny at the time, Donato, but that didn't work out. She eventually turned into Danny Briones? Danny Briones once she met Dominic from Big Brother 13, who is up next, coincidentally. Yeah, Dominic, I think, really one of the most screwed by the format of this season, having the vets come in. I mean, I think Dominic did a really good job. He connected with Danny right off the bat. He makes a real effort to connect with Brendan and Rachel and get with them. And at a time, it seems to be working well, but there's too much friction within the veterans. And at the end of it all, Dominic's just like a strong competitor that is too attached to Danny, and the veterans are like, screw you, Danny, like, we're taking out Dominic. I mean, he was a bit of a target before that, but he had a lot of potential, and I really think the season that he would have done great on another season. I think he is very friendly. I think he clicks well with a lot of people. I think he's smart, and he's good at competitions. This was just not the right cast. But I don't think he would say that because he met Danielle, and now they're married and they have kids. So, really, who's the winner at the end of the day? That was at 209. Now at 208, oh yeah, I guess I didn't realize this is a streak of just like from Alex to the next two people. Was a streak of like pre-jurors that did pretty all right. Up next, I got David Lane from Big Brother 4, who I have fallen off a bit recently. He was just a guy that was, again, liked in the house, had allies. The wrong person wins HOH. The wrong person wins veto. Before you know it, David's up on the block just because. Kind of like a statement where it's like, hey, Nathan, you shouldn't have used the veto. I'm putting up your ally, David. David's on the block next to Jack. David's a very fit guy. They got to get rid of him. But overall, like, I think he was a very likable presence in the house. He was a good thinker, just sniped out of the game. Kind of similar to a lot of these guys. And up next is another player that I just learned a lot about recently, and that is Eric in Big Brother 3, who, I mean, he was like second in command on his side of the house. On the cartel side, it was him and Roddy kind of running things. Mostly Roddy, but he was right there. And he was in a position to do really, really well in the game. He has a showmance with Lisa. He's aligned with Kiara. He's aligned with Roddy. The problem is that Eric, I don't think, did that much connecting with everyone else. And he was seen as a big threat. But even when he's on the block next to Lisa, at a time it seems like he has the numbers to survive. But that plan falls through once Jason and Danielle, they're obviously working together. They vote Eric out. Eric gets evicted. He was a good player. He was primed to do well, but he was sniped out of the game at that kind of like how do I explain this? There are players, or there are certain seasons where there is an integral week, and who gets evicted that week determines which side of the house is going to win the game. Riley is one of those players where that was the week where if Riley stayed and Morgan goes home, the judge's side of the house does not really maintain power. Well, I mean, Vince wins the next HOH, but like, I guess, I mean, in this case scenario, Vince is theoretically voting for Riley to stay. Like, that's the week that determines which side is going to win. I would say the same thing happens with Eric, where if Eric survives that week, Eric's in a pretty powerful spot. Where now he's got Josh, he's got Roddy, he's got Kiara. Kiara's going to win this next HOH. And he could make a real run at things, but he's taken out. Had a lot of potential. He was the he was the fourth boot. Can only put him so high. He was a solid player, though. And it's Big Brother 3. Got to give him a boost. All right. Following here, where are we on? Eric, where did we start this one? We started this one with Jasmine. I feel like we're making some good progress. 244. So you've talked about what? About 40 people, and it's been about 40 minutes? Yeah, I'm on pace. This will only be like 6.5 hours. All right. Up next, after Eric, in the D plus tier still, I have Chelsea, Hart, and Big Brother 9. Everyone on Big Brother 9 wasn't very good. Chelsea was at least in like a power position for longer. It's tough because I need to do my Big Brother 9 rewatch too, just like Big Brother 5. She was just, again, a bit of a volatile figure. However, she was in a power position for a bit longer, her and James. And then, like, when she's nominated, she's not the target. James is, but James wins the veto. She's out of luck. She's the first person out. I said this at least 100 times in the series leading up to this, is that Big Brother 9, it was just a tale of two alliances once you get to like the final 9 or final 8. And her alliance was just the losing alliance where they couldn't win the HOHs. And she was like one of the first people to fall from her side because of it. Okay player in the scope of Big Brother 9. Overall, though, a bit too much of a mixed bag for me. And now we have one final player in the D plus tier. I guess our final player in the D tier. So who better to put in the D tier than the big D himself? Derek F., our second runner-up. I mean, he was a part of the cookout, but my goodness, did Derek F. just like not do that much good for the cookout throughout the season? I mean, he was just a number. I mean, he was a number, but that's really all he brought. He had Brittany, I guess. That was like his non-cookout addition. And for what it's worth, I think he did a good job maintaining Brittany as a number so that if Brittany ever won an HOH, him and Azah definitely could have been able to influence her into targeting someone like Derek X or Christian or somebody like that. But, like, outside of that, like, he doesn't do very much. He loses Brittany relatively early on. Then he's basically just on his own. He doesn't get what he wants within the cookout a lot of the times. He's not very well respected. And then you get to the final 3, and he, like, completely hurts his own... Like, he doesn't have a chance of winning. If he goes to the end against Azah or Xavier, he's losing probably unanimously to both. But originally, he's going to go to the end with Azah because Azah's going to take him. And then he does such a bad job of, like, maintaining his relationship with her that she changes her mind. And she's like, screw it. I don't even want to win anymore. I'm going to take Xavier and lose to him so that I don't have to go to the final 2 with you. That is outrageous. But at the end of the day, I mean, he is a second placer. He was a part of the most successful alliance in Big Brother history. And, like, he didn't need to do that much. But at least he had, like, his relationship with Xavier and his relationship with Azah up until the end and his relationship with Brittany as well as Kyland. So, I mean, he had some stuff. I don't think he's an F tier player. I just have him in the D plus tier. There we go. That's the end of our D tier. So now we're done with Fs, Es, and Ds. We're moving up to the C tier. Wowzers. Okay, I did not do this on purpose, but I do think it's funny that the last player in the D tier is Big D, and the first player in the C tier is Swaggy C. Again, I swear that was not on purpose. It just worked out like that. But yeah, in the C minus tier, I have Swaggy C, who, I mean, if we're talking about people that were sniped out of the game, can I find this dude? There he is. First talking about people that were sniped out, I mean, he got sniped out way earlier. He was like the head of his side of the house. He's obviously he married Bailey. Are they still together? I thought I heard rumblings of maybe there was something going on, but I don't know. But while in the house, he was with Bailey. Fessy was his guy. He thought Scotty was his guy. Rockstar was there. He had numbers. Caitlyn was his girl for a little bit up until that didn't work out. But like, he was running his side of the house. They had the majority. And if it wasn't for Tyler, one of the best players in Big Brother history, I mean, Swaggy is going to run this game. Or at least like be the head of the alliance that runs the beginning of the game. Because they have, I mean, obviously Tyler, but so say that Tyler doesn't make the cast. Say, what's his name? Dash Cats. I think he was in the running. But Say that he's there just as like a placeholder. Or Tommy Sheehan. He was also in the running from, Survivor Island of the Idols. Put him there. Swaggy's side probably... I mean, we'll say that it doesn't even matter who wins that first HOH. They're not going to be able to flip Caitlyn into voting Steve. Maybe Tommy Sheehan could. But why am I getting so hung up into this hypothetical? Just say that Tyler isn't there. Caitlyn wins HOH in week 2. Say that she's not persuaded. And now that's a HOH for her side. Scotty wins the HOH in week 3. That's an HOH for their side again. Sam wins the HOH in week 4. I don't think Sam is taking out Swaggy. Bailey wins the HOH in week 5. Boom. That's another thing. Eventually, they're doing well. Maybe he goes home week 6 on Angela's HOH. Maybe. But that's... At that point, I'm sure Angela might even be taken out. Angela could have been taken out in week 1. That's who they wanted gone. The point I'm trying to make is that he was in a position to run the game, but was taken out because of a much better player in the house that saw him as the threat that he was. I can't put him too high. He is a second boot. He might be the highest second boot out of anybody. Don't quote me on that because I haven't gone through yet, but he might be the highest second boot, and there he is at 204. Now at 203, in the C- tier, this player is just, he was in the majority alliance for pretty much the entire time he was in the house, but he's just so over the top and extra. He's Tucker, but less good, but also less stupid when it comes to keeping yourself safe. They kind of look similar too, like their pictures. But technically he's in the majority. Technically, he does make it to 8th or 9th place or something like that. But he's just he does so much playing against himself. He's so messy. He's so needlessly messy. I think Swaggy is a better player than Zach, but the fact of the matter is that Zach at least survived 9 rounds of the game. And there is a factor of longevity that obviously plays a factor in my rankings. If you make it farther, you are therefore closer to winning the game, which is the goal. So I guess, Zach Rance, you get to go above Swaggy C. I'm next at 202. I guess very similar to Zach, but a much more explosive player. I got Russell in Big Brother 11, and I feel like I might get some flack for this one. I think people think I'm rating Russell way too low. But the thing with Russell is that he should have gone home in week 2. He is so explosive of a player, where he gets into a huge fight with Jeff for no reason in week 1, just because he wants people to not like Jeff. Should go home in week 2, doesn't, and instead of just kind of taking a second to step back and be like, whoa, that was close, he just taunts Ronnie, the HOH, the whole time, and been like, you should have put me up, Great television, terrible gameplay. Should go home in week 5, if not for the coup d'etat. That should have been the end of his game. But through it all, Russell at least has this ability where as combative as he is, and as much of a fighter as he is willing to work with people he has fought with in the past, like Jeff and Jordan. Not really Ronnie, but like Michelle, someone who former adversaries that become allies. He's willing to do that, and that's not something a lot of people are willing to do. He does make it to 6th place. That is something that's some longevity. Overall, though, the dude needs... You put him in any given season, I don't think he's making it to 6th place very often because of how ferocious of a personality he is. All right, now at 201, almost at the top 200, I have a nothing player in Bridget Dunning, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. Bridget, she seemed like a very lovely figure. It's just kind of... I wonder why they put her on, because she didn't have that much of well, you know what? She kind of was like the little engine that could sometimes. She would argue sometimes in her little quaint voice. I don't know. She had her Spy Girls thing. She did okay there, but after Bronte leaves and it's her and Frank are kind of seen as this duo, Bridget is just on the bottom until she's taken out unceremoniously during the double eviction. She just never got her footing again. But I do think she was capable. She had allies. She just got unfortunate that Frank really tanked her game. Frank sent home Bronte. Frank put her on the block week 1, and then Frank brought her down with her. brought her down with him when the house turned on Frank. So that's Bridget. Now at spot number 200, we got another pre-juror. We're running low on those. One of my favorite pre-jurors, especially of recently, we got Izzy. I love Izzy a lot. Izzy is so entertaining. I loved her on The Amazing Race too. She is the only person in the house to recognize Jared and Sari, their relationship. I think she plays that really well, where she's like, hey, I'm just going to ride with you guys. I'm not going to tell anyone. And she's put in a spot where, like, she's in Sari's group in the beginning, which that's the group that really has the power. The problem with Izzy is that she is a little bit too intense sometimes. Telling Corey that he's got to, like, end things with America or evict America, that wasn't the greatest move. But she also was sniped out by Cameron in a week where Sari couldn't save her because of a twist or because of a punishment costume where she was stuck with Felicia. And I mean, like, I think Izzy, she did a great job doing her homework. I think she watched all of Big Brother in, like, the 5 months leading up to the show. I think she's a very smart thinker, and I think she, again, just got kind of unlucky with how the cards fell and how Cameron got that HOH and then chose to target her, and then Sari couldn't help her, and then Jared blew up everyone's game. It was a tough time to be Izzy that week, and I definitely think she could have made it farther, but she also was a bit of a chaotic presence in the house. All right, that was the first 153. Now we only got 200 more to go. And what are we, 3 hours in? Well, you guys you're really getting your money's worth this week. Now, after Izzy, up at 199, we got a player who just recently made one of the worst moves of all time. We got Zach Cornell in Big Brother 27. And, I mean, Zach was positioned, primed to be here. He was primed to be an A-tier player. He had everything going in his favor, it seemed like. He was likable. He was like Matt Hardman, but good. People liked him. People wanted to work with him. He had this busted power he won on the first night. He was included in all the alliances. And then he just drops the ball so severely. He gets put on the block by Ava, doesn't use the veto, or doesn't use his power to save himself, keeps the money. And then, I mean, like, you put Zach on the block, how are you not going to take the opportunity to take him out? Is in a spot where he survives 2 out of 3 times, given the blockbuster result. Unfortunately, Keanu won the blockbuster, and that's the 1 out of 3 that sends him home. And he gets evicted, like, he gets trounced by Vince in the vote. Like, Lauren and Morgan don't even vote for Zach to stay. He just gets outplayed by Vince. Overall, like, I think he was capable, but you can't ignore the fact that he made such a bad move. He was a shoo-in for jury, and he fumbled. And for that, I'm going to have to put you in the C- tier at spot number 199. Now at number 198, we have another player that just had so much potential, but just never really got around to making it official. I might have her a little low, but you can only have so much potential for so long before I'm just like, all right, I have to punish you. It's Mimi Hayes from Big Brother 25. I mean, Mimi survived for like 70 days and didn't make it to the jury because of how short the jury phase in Big Brother 10 was. And people, like, always wanted to work with her. Like, Corey constantly wanted to work with Mimi, and she just wouldn't fully give into it. And if she had, I think she could have, like, survived for a really long time. But instead, she's kind of just this coaster who doesn't have really any problems or conflict with anyone, but at the same time, like, she's not really included. I mean, that's the thing. She's actually included in a lot, but she's not the one that's, like, doing the work to get included, and then she lets go of those opportunities. Like, even with, like, the big flip to take out Izzy, coincidentally, and save Felicia, she was on board because she wanted to save Felicia anyways that week, but then once the dust settles and, like, the alliance actually starts to, like, reform, she's nowhere to be seen. She's in the storage room talking to the camera, and it's like, Mimi, just tell Corey you'll go final 2 with him, or final 3, and you will set yourself up so well. Go up to Sari and be like, yo, Felicia was my girl, but now you're my girl, Sari, and then you're gonna get to the final 6. But instead, she just does nothing, and then ends up on the block at the final 10 next to Felicia, and then the house was like, let's just vote out Mimi. There was way more to it than that, but it was just frustrating as a watcher, where it's like, do something. You have all the potential, and you just talked in the storage room about it and complained. I'm like 100 in 60 into this. I'm losing my marbles already. Up next at 197, unfortunately, rest in peace, I do have Mickey Lee from Big Brother 27. And Mickey, kind of similar to Zach, starts out the game really well. She is included in alliances with all the right people, with Morgan, with Rachel, with Jimmy. She's in an alliance with Zach. She eventually has some sort of alliance with Vince as well. She's connected with all the right people. But then after overthrowing Riley's HOH at the perfect time, right when she hits her peak, it starts going downhill. She gets kind of talked into, even though she was kind of already thinking about it, into making a move against Jimmy, which really not only like hurts her own position a bit, but like it loses her a bunch of allies. People can't really trust her anymore. And also she does have a personality shift at this point, where from this point onward, she is a bit of a target, but she is able to win competitions to keep herself safe, but the damage had already been done. But because of how strong of a position she was early on, I am going to put her higher and above Zach. And I mean, she does nearly make it to the jury stage, even while being a target, because she turns out to be a very solid competitor out of nowhere. Rest in peace, Mickey. You really were one of like the stars of Big Brother 27, and I will never forget her using that power to overthrow Riley's HOH. That will be cemented forever in my mind. So that was spot number 197. Now at 196, this was someone that I got a lot of flack for. And I say a lot of, I got like a little bit of flack for putting this player so high, but I thought this player was well insulated in their alliances, taken out very unfairly due to a twist. And although they may not have had the highest win equity, I think, I mean, there's definitely reason to have qualms with her gameplay. But I do have Rockstar Landry in Big Brother 20, or Rockstar Lantry in Big Brother 20. Although she may have changed her last name, or maybe that was her last name. I feel like she was married and then wasn't married. Regardless, I don't know. Rockstar does have the distinction of, I believe she voted incorrectly every single time she voted for eviction, which is impressive, but I mean, that was just Faute. I don't blame Rockstar more than I would blame Haley or Fessy. Like, they were all in that together. They were all outplayed by Tyler in the grand scheme of things, but like within her alliance, she was in a good spot where Haley was her girl. She did have Fessy's your guy. Like, there was a lot of like cracks within the Faute alliance, but Rockstar was rarely ever in like the mud. She was always trusting Haley, always trusting Fessy. They always trusted her as far as I can remember. Maybe Bailey had some doubts with her at some points, but like even still, Rockstar had allies. They were in the majority and it just didn't work out for her. And I give her credit. Obviously, her having a big fight with Brett, that's not the greatest. She warmed up to Brett. Brett warmed up to her, and she was willing to work with him again. And that's what I look for in a player. How willing are you to work with enemies if it is better for you? And she worked with her biggest enemy of all of them, and Brett. And unfortunately, Brett was like, "Nah, I'm just messing with you," and pulled her along. But like, that's good. And the fact that she does go home on Haley's HOH because of the hacker twist, like she shouldn't have gone home there. Gets a bit unlucky. Should have won that veto as well. That's a whole another can of worms. But overall, I'm higher on Rockstar. I know a lot of people would just mindlessly throw Rockstar into the D tier or the E tier without thinking. But I think if you think about it, she's a bit better than you give her credit for. And she's also very nice. I met her as well in New York City for the Big Brother 27 premiere party. And I think she knew who I was, and she gave me a hug and said hi, and then messaged me afterwards. And I was like, I had no idea that you actually knew who I was. And that was very nice. Not that does not influence my ranking, just so you know. Now, moving along. At 195. Oh, hold on. Let's think about. So we're approaching the halfway mark soon, which will be what 177, 178. Well, it'll be like 176, 177. That'll be like the halfway mark. So we're getting close there. We're at 195 now. Up next, we got a Big Brother 24 pre-juror. One of the best. Not in my top 5, but very close. This is Nicole Layog from Big Brother 24. Where is she? Oh, she's right there. Nicole was in a very good spot in the beginning of the game. I mean, her and Amira were seemingly running the majority side of the house, especially once Paloma left and they picked up the reins. I mean, Amira more so than Nicole, but I think Nicole was like, she was smart. She was making moves. She was a little intense, but it was working. She had Amira, Monty. She had Daniel. Daniel was like her final 2 dudes. She had the rest of the women. I mean, Jasmine, Indy, Terrence isn't a woman, but like still in that conglomerate. She had numbers, and I think she understood the game as well. And she's just she was a little bit, she got a little bit cocky. That's the best way to say it, where she really thought that she could survive the vote next to Taylor. She made Taylor a festy bestie, which at the time was a very smart move to make. Unfortunately, the house turned, the leftovers formed. Now she's on the bottom, on the block next to Taylor, and it's like, oh, yeah, you can't survive the block next to Taylor. Nobody has. I guess Terrence technically did, but that's not the point of what I'm trying to say. The point of what I'm saying is that, like, she got in a little bit over her head, but up to that point, and had the leftovers flip not happened, I mean, Nicole is primed to run the game similar to, like, a Swaggy. So she had that potential, but a flip happened. She's evicted. Now, after Nicole, at 194, we got another early player. This player made it very far. I mean, final 5. We got Bunky Miller from Big Brother 2. Now, Bunky was never a threat. Bunky was never really talked about as being nominated for the majority of the time that he was in the game, from what I remember. I mean, nobody was ever... Like, who was going after Bunky? Oh, let's go. I still have so much more seltzer in this can. Sorry, I love sparkling water. Today I've got the limited edition Dance of the Plum Fairy Polar. It's very good. Anyways, back to Bunky. I mean, he was someone that, like, was not being targeted early on. He was he was perceived as a weak figure in the house. And he started coming into his own as the season progressed, but he came into his own at the wrong time, because finally at the final 5, he's winning a bunch of competitions, like luxury comps, not HOHs. And he's like, oh, I'm the big man now. And as soon as that happens, Hardy's like, shoot, we got to get this big guy out of here now. So he ends up going. But I mean, I think he was fine. He was a bit too reliant on Nicole. He was just like this is a terrible comparison, but he's kind of like a Raven, where he attached himself to a much better player and just kind of did what that player told him to do. Except eventually he really came into his own at the wrong time, whereas Raven kind of just thought she was running stuff the whole time. So I give Bunky credit for not getting too over his head. And there was also like a big personal journey for him on that season as well, and that played a part in why he became so confident in himself and why that eventually led to his downfall. I can't be talking this much. Okay, up next at 193, another Big Brother 21 player. We got Nick, who, I mean, like, why did they cast this guy, first of all? Like, it still blows my mind how they put this guy on the show. It just is not a standout in, like, any sense of the word to me. But he was initially in some alliances. He was in not the Elite 8, that's Big Brother 4, the Grateful Alliance, but was soon kicked out of that, was kind of targeted on and off, but was able to win competitions when he needed to. I mean, just overall, like, socially, I guess he kind of was fine. He had Tommy, he had Sis, but it was all a little, like, not real. Like, Tommy obviously had a much closer relationship with Christy. And it just, like, it got to the point where, yeah, Christy was able to call Nick out, say, oh, you're in the best position in the house. And it kind of looked like he was, but in actuality, he wasn't. And I don't know. Like, he wasn't that good of a player in my eyes. Yes, he makes it far, but he was just, like, included in the majority. I don't know. Not that much for Nick. But, I mean, I have him in the C- tier. He was at least somewhat competent. After Nick, going down, it's been a bit since we've talked about Big Brother 23. It's been since at least, like, I guess it wasn't that long. That was like 10 people ago. I have Sarah Beth. Where you at? I got Sarah Beth. There you go. And, I mean, Sarah Beth, I definitely think, understood the game. She was smart. However, she wasn't in the cookout, so obviously you can only do so well. But even still, like, I feel like she wasn't the greatest social player. I feel like she didn't connect with that many people, and when she did, it was a little bit too... Like, she was a little schemy. Like, I think in week 4, she tried considering, like, trying to flip the vote onto Hannah, which didn't work. And that put her on some people's radars. She was very attached to Kyland publicly. In a spot where, I don't know, like, I feel like she was always destined to just be taken out in that early jury stage when she didn't have that many people that were willing to, like, really ride or die for her. I mean, the closest she had was Kyland, but Kyland had the cookout. She gets rid of Derek X during her HOH, which I'm sure in the moment she thought was a good move, but really it just accelerated her own eviction. Tiffany wins the next HOH. And then Claire overthrows it. Doesn't matter. Both of them target Sarah Beth and she's gone. Didn't really have a chance, but was smart and I think had potential. Just not the right season for her. After Sarah Beth, I believe this will be our 5th multi-time player. It's been a while since we've had one of those. This one being associated with a very prominent woman. Up next at, what number was it again? 191. I have Brendan... Oh, God, Villegas? Brendan Villegas from Big Brother 12 and Big Brother 13. And, I mean, Brendan is just... I mean, he's instantly targeted in Big Brother 12. Is going to go home if he doesn't win that veto. But he does. And then he just wins vetoes all the time. That's kind of his thing on Big Brother 12 and 13, is that he's a threat and a target, mostly on 12, but he wins competitions to save himself. Big Brother 13 rolls around. I mean, he needlessly gets into a big fight with Danny, makes himself such a huge target, gets evicted twice. I mean, he gets evicted 3 times in the span of the year. Really, I would have him like a bit lower, but he did at least make it to 6th place in Big Brother 12, where he was able to, I mean, come back from the depths of the house to actually getting into an alliance with Hayden and Enzo. And then Big Brother 13, the reason he goes home so early is that he wins the veto but doesn't save himself because he saves Rachel. And that's understandable. I think there is a player there, but he played back-to-back too early on where he was just known to win vetoes. He's a big threat you got to take out. And so much of his game was just like intertwined with Rachel. It's hard to separate the two, specifically when talking about Brendan, because Rachel has so much more game that she's played without him, whereas Brendan has like two or 3 weeks of gameplay without Rachel. All right, now moving along up to 190, another one where people may have a problem with me putting this player here. They're gonna be like, dude, this player should have been so much lower. But I disagree, and it's kind of for reasons similar to Rockstar, and that's Fessy from Big Brother 20. I mean, I see him and Rockstar as pretty similar. Obviously, Fessy has a much bigger glaring mistake in the sense that he evicts Scotty and is very easily swindled. I mean, him and Rockstar vote incorrectly probably the same a number of times. But what separates Fessy and why I have him slightly higher is that I feel like Fessy just had tighter connections and better bonds with more people. Like him and Haley, him and Caitlyn, him and JC. He also had a good relationship with Rockstar. He had a good relationship with Sam. Like, people actually liked Fessy, and not that they didn't like Rockstar, but Fessy had a lot of allies, a lot of one-on-one connections that helped him. Like, in a house with a bunch of strong guys, Fessy's the biggest guy of them all. He's the tallest. He's on the other side of the alliance from the level 6 side, Fezzi is never nominated until he's evicted, I believe. Like, he went a long time without touching the block, and I think that's pretty impressive for someone like him. And although, yeah, he started playing the game a little late, he did still try and, like, making an alliance with Tyler and Angela, with him and Haley to potentially run the game. Like, he was trying, he was putting in work. Did he mess up a lot? For sure. Is he a big dummy at times in that season? Of course, but he did also have, like, an underrated social game, funnily enough. Which is funny, because, like, who the heck thinks of the social game when you think about Fessy? That's, like, the last thing you think of. But, I mean, it's there. Next, after Fessy, the final player in the C- tier, I got another Big Brother 23 player. This one being Christian Birkenberger. And Christian and Sarah Beth, I went back and forth. Like, Sarah Beth survives longer than Christian. Sarah Beth probably should be higher than Christian, but Christian, I feel, was a lot more of a social butterfly. He had people that actually wanted to keep him. Like, he had a good relationship with Tiffany. Obviously, he had a relationship with Alyssa. Xavier was his guy. He was in the Royal Flush. I mean, Sarah Beth might have been in the Royal Flush too. I don't remember. But he had a lot of allies. The problem with him is that he just made himself out to be, he won way too many competitions in the beginning of the game. He was so good to the point where you were like, okay, we actually cannot let this guy get any further because he will. And when I say everyone was thinking that, I don't even think everyone was thinking that. It was because he was working with a lot of the people in power, like Tiffany and Xavier, where it's like, yeah, like we could use this guy to like take out other people. Derek X wins the HOH, takes him out because he's too big of a threat. He fights to the very end. He's got some compelling reasons. I think there was a good player in him. It was just he made his threat way too big. Can't put you too high. You are a pre-jury player still. But a lot of potential there. Now moving up to the C tier, another player that I probably am ranking this player a little bit too high, but screw it. I got Ronnie in Big Brother 11, who, I mean, Ronnie is just, I think he is such a good liar. Oh, did I freeze? Sorry if I froze for a minute there. Ronnie was such a good liar when he wanted to be. I think he was such a good schemer. I think he tried to be a good gaslighter. I loved all of the seeds he was planting. The problem is that, I mean, like, he was just the evil genius archetype, where obviously after he flips the vote in the first week or whatever, he's known as the rat. People figure out that it's him. He is on the bottom, but like he does still have people fighting for him. He's got Jesse fighting for him. He has Shima, I think, was on his side. Like, he does have people. He just kind of, like, I don't know. Obviously, like, out of the 3 pillars of gameplay, I very much value great strategic minds. And not that I think Ronnie is this great strategic mind, but I think he was capable. And I just liked watching him play. And I do think if 1 or 2 things go different, like, Ronnie could have made a good run at things. Ultimately, am I placing him too high? Probably. Should I put him in the C- tier? Yes, and I am going to, actually. And should I be putting him below Christian? Also, probably yes. Put him below Fessy? Maybe yes as well. Whatever. He can stay above Christian because, I don't know. I know I am overrating Ronnie. I know Ronnie had some big holes to his game. But I don't know. Something's just telling me to put him a little higher. So there he is at 188. We're going to keep this train rolling. Up at number 187. We got a player who, I don't know. They didn't really do that much. But they were taken out in a weird way. They were kind of like set to do all right. It's Zakiya Everett in Big Brother 18. I mean, she was in the initial majority alliance. She had Devon. She had Pauly. She was in a seemingly good spot. And, I mean, Pauly kind of tanks her game. Pauly really ruins it. She gets taken out because of her association with Pauly. And I think she said she was, like, thinking about going after Victor. She was just, like, a
she's their player. I think she got extremely purpled on the show too. But I don't know, I can't tell you really what Sakia did, but she was in like an okay spot, and I do think like the way that she was taken out was a bit strange. And had that not happened, and say Paulie doesn't go insane and lose power, I could very easily see like Paulie, Zakia, Corey, and Nicole having a lot of power in the game and making it far. I feel like I'm kind of overrating Zakia as well. Maybe, let's move Zakia down to the C minus tier because I just don't know what she did in the game, and I don't know why I put her in the C tier. But she like wasn't bad. She didn't do much wrong in the game. But I guess by not doing much right either, that is in itself a wrong mindset, a wrong strategy. So I'll move her down to the C minus tier. But I think Mimi's a better player. Why do I have Zakia so high? Hold the phone. Hold the phone for a moment. Why do I have Zakia so high? Because she wasn't really in a great spot. And yes, she was in the majority in the beginning, but she was in some like women's alliance as well. I don't know. I guess she doesn't have many flaws to her game, and that's why I put her up high. I'll leave her there. I won't mess around with it too much. I mean, it's apples and oranges down here, but overall, I guess she's just a fine player. I've talked about Zakia more than she was on the show. Let's keep it moving. Up next at number 186, coming from Big Brother 19 again. Wow, we only have a few people from that season left. Where we got 5 people left and Paul. We got Mark. Mark, I think, just got unlucky to be roped in with Cody's side of things. He made the jump over to Paul in that first week, which was very smart. That bought him a bunch of weeks of safety. But kind of similar to Elena, I felt like it was kind of obvious that eventually Paul was going to turn on Mark in that early jury stage. And I know Mark goes on a pretty big comp streak. I think he wins like 4 weeks in a row. And is targeted during that double eviction, making me kind of want to put him back in that C minus tier. But I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't put that many people like lower. It doesn't really matter. And at least Mark, actually the reason that I have Mark higher is because he still tried. Even when he was on the bottom of the house, even though when he knew he was gone, he pulls an apple to give safety to one person. Well, let me give it to Paul because Paul's running this game and they're the only person that has the potential of being able to save me. And I respect that even at the lowest point, he's trying. Doesn't work out, but I saw potential. He's got the smarts, I think, or he was capable. Yeah, you're at 186. Now at 185, we have our final expelled player, which is funny because the last time we talked about an expelled player was Justin Seabick, who was the 7th worst rated player. So we've gone through like 150 people, if not more. It's Shima. Shima Simone from Big Brother 11, who, I mean, she was in a good spot until she wasn't in a good spot. The coup d'etat completely twist screws her, puts her in, that is a terrible, terrible spot to be in, where you go from the HOH, ready to get Russell out, only for Russell to stay, one of your closest allies and Jesse leaving, and now you're on the block the next week. You're in trouble deep. And I would have a talk with the producers too. But, there were also some holes before that. Nearly evicted in week 1. Luckily, she's able to survive that. And then she's in a pretty good spot. I mean, she's got Jesse. But I guess, even without the coup d'etat, say that round goes exactly how it was going to go, Michelle wins the next HOH. There's a good chance she puts up Jesse and Shima. You know what I'm saying? Shima still might go the next round anyways. I don't know. Her elimination was baloney. Total BS. I need to do a little bit more research on the real intricacies of that Big Brother 11 early game. But I think in general, she did a pretty solid job. She would get into some fights. But her at the end of the day, like it seemed like she had won the war over Russell until she hadn't. That's tough. That's rough. You did get expelled. I don't blame you for why you got expelled. That was a bunch of BS. So you can go in the C tier. Up next, wow, we haven't talked about a Big Brother 10 player in a while. But we got a Big Brother 10 player. This time it is Ali. I mean, for as long as Ali survives, I mean, he survives almost everybody in his alliance, except I guess Jerry. He makes it far, makes it to 6th place, but I mean, he is just not the man. He's not wearing the pants in this alliance. You know who's wearing the pants? April and Michelle. And before that, when it was a bigger alliance, it was not Ali. I don't need to get, I guess, into the specifics, but like Ali's not wearing the pants. Ali's just like joining along. He's with April. He chose his side from like that first week. And then he just rode that. And then, he's just not a threat. He just didn't do much. Should have won that. I say should have. Probably could have beaten Dan in that endurance comp had they gone all the way. I give him a lot of credit for surviving that endurance comp. Like, he had some real grit there. Especially, like, I get it, after April was evicted. He's a little bit too trusting of Dan, though, during that round. And he was a fine figure. I didn't see that much greatness from him, though. But, kind of similar to Big Brother 9. It was an alliance war at a certain point, and his alliance just didn't win the HOHs they needed to. So he left, or like he kept losing numbers until it was just him left because everyone else in his alliance was like a bit scarier than him. And he was taken on 6th place. He's a fine player, nothing too crazy. Makes it to 6th place. There you go. Up next at number 183, we got a pretty beloved figure in the Big Brother community. We got Donnie Thompson from Big Brother 16, who, even without being in the majority, like someone like Zach, Donnie had a pretty good read on the house. He was one of the few people that really saw everything that Derek was doing. Granted, I think he got some insight because he was on Team America with Derek and Frankie. And he could kind of tell based off of what they wanted to do for some of their like tasks, where it's like, okay, like they're definitely involved in some bigger thing that I am not a part of. And I mean, Donnie is like thrown up on the block a lot as well, but he's a veto beast and a battle of the block beast. The dude wins like 6 comps throughout the season, which you wouldn't expect from Donnie. And he does a good job connecting with the other people on the bottom, whether it be like Brittany or Amber or Zach when he's about to go out the door, or Nicole when she comes back into the house. Like, Donnie does a great job with those people. The problem is that those are not the people in power, and the people in power are not working with him. And he eventually does like get the boot after he's finally not able to win safety. But like overall, like for being as on the bottom as he had some pretty solid reads. And had he been able to like really get his foot in the door and make something happen, I think he was capable. Up next, another pre-juror at number 182 from Big Brother 6. I got Eric Littman, aka Cappy, who, I mean, solely he is this high because he just created such a cult of followers. Yvette was in love with him, and she didn't even like. She wasn't even a secret partner going into the game. I would say that Yvette loved Cappy more than Maggie did. That's actually just like not true, and I am just saying this. But like, Eric was a wizard. He had these people under his spell. He's got, as I said, Yvette, Maggie, obviously, April, Bo, and Jennifer. People that really, really like him. The problem is that the other side of the house is very against him because they see how much of a like cult leader he is. And he did a great job rallying, and he was the perfect martyr for that side to survive. The problem, obviously, is that he was a martyr. He got evicted. 5-4 vote, almost survived. And I mean, like, he had a chance to be one of the greats. He could have been a top 10 player if he just held on to that control and dominated the season. But he didn't. And instead, Maggie gets the crown, but he still gets a pretty high placement. All things considered, he was a 3rd boot. All right, after Eric, up at 181, I have from Big Brother 4, Jack Owens Jr., who I always thought was a better player until I did the June video. And then I was like, oh, Jack actually like wasn't controlling much, wasn't that influential in the game. He was aligned with Nathan and David and Erica, and that side just like never really had that much power. So his influence on the game wasn't much. However, I mean, he does make it to 6th place. He's never like a big target. And he never does that much wrong outside of just like his side of the house doesn't end up being the majority. Even though, look, he is in the Elite Eight initially. He just, the way that the cards fell didn't necessarily work out for him. He didn't do that much great. He probably thought he was influencing more than he did, but he also never really did that much wrong either. I think he's a perfect description, like one of the perfect descriptors of a C-tier player. Now, after Jack Owens Jr., going to Big Brother 8, we have Amber at spot number 180. Amber, another pretty solid C-tier player, where she was in and out of like the power structure while never really being the head or the forefront of it, but not really being like big targeted either. I think she probably did more wrong than Jack did, but I also think that her season was a lot more tumultuous and had a lot more stuff going on. Like negatively, but like also when she's taken out at 7th, she shouldn't be taken out there. Eric's not allowed to use that veto in a spot where he wanted to use a veto, in which case if she's taken out in 7th, she would at least make it to 6th. And at that point, I mean, it would have been her, Jessica, obviously Eric, Jamaica. Like Amber had allies. She had Dustin as well. Like she had allies. She had people that she was working with. It just, I don't know if she was ever really the biggest contender to win, and she is taken out in 7th place. I think C tier might be underrating Amber. But I do think this is probably a good spot. Spot number 180 in the C tier. That's a pretty solid spot. Now, after Amber, I have a player who... am I overrating this player? Maybe. It's Crazy James in Big Brother 9, and he's just got such like a wild run where initially he starts the game and he's actually in a good spot. He's in like the Power Alliance. He's partnered up with Chelsea. He's aligned with Joshua and Sharon, and things seem to be going well, but he ends up getting backdoored by Ryan. Let me remember it, because there's so much. He gets backdoored by Ryan after making a deal for safety with him, and he gets sniped out, but immediately gets brought back into the game, wins the HOH. Then he snipes out Matt, and it's like, okay, now there's that 4-4 alliance split. Unfortunately, the other side wins all the HOHs, and they're targeting him because he's like the biggest threat. But then he keeps winning vetoes, and it's like he had this drive, he had this fight, he had the chance to be on the winning side, but they just couldn't win the HOHs. And I mean, yeah, he had to rely on competitions, but like, and he got into some crazy fights with Sheila. But again, this is just C tier. I'm not saying he's an A+ tier player. I think he had a lot of like, he was a very capable physical competitor that like had allies and could have done well if certain things went his way, but they didn't. So you just get to go in the C tier. Now, also, did we decide 177 and 178 was the middle? So these next two, these are like the middle players. Or was it 170? It was 176 and 177. So this player's still in the bottom half. Player that I definitely have higher than other people do. And this one people did also point out when I did it. But I'm sticking to it. And for my reasoning, you can go watch that video on the 5th placers. I got Jen Arroyo, Gen City in Big Brother 14, who, for being the second to last pick in the draft, for being someone that was pretty much on the outs the entire way through, she is a cockroach. She survives. She recalibrates. She, obviously she's realigns with Frank. Or maybe they never like stopped being aligned, but they were aligned with Frank. They aligned with Dan and Danielle. She's actually got a really good relationship with Danielle. She does a really good job from playing from the bottom to regaining some sort of like okay position. So like going into the final 7, she's technically in a majority alliance with Frank, Dan, and Danielle, which obviously does not stay. Frank gets evicted that week, but she was in a spot where then she's going into the final 5. Dan wants to go final 3 with her, and if she makes it to the end against Dan, she's going to win this game. It doesn't end up working out, but like I think people, I don't want to say rightfully talk poorly about her game because like I don't think she's a mastermind, but I do think that people don't give her enough credit for just how much she was able to like not get caught under the same cloud, not get caught under like that negative Mike Boogie cloud. And with Frank, even though she maintained her relationship with Frank the whole way through. So there's Jen. And now 177, I guess technically the final player in the bottom half, or maybe literally the exact middle player. What a lame person to get. Also coincidentally, the final player in the C tier. I got Jack Matthews from Big Brother 21, who, I mean, not a great guy in the house, but the fact of the matter is that he was in the majority alliance. He was like a commanding presence in the majority alliance. He was better positioned than someone like Jackson, who obviously he goes on to, Jackson wins the game, but like Jack's got the better relationship with Christy, with Tommy, with Sis. Is that it? I guess that's not that many. But, like, he was much better positioned than Jackson. However, he and Jackson have a falling out. Their 6 shooters alliance implodes. And then he's on the block next to Jackson. And at that time, he was rightfully the more threatening player than Jackson. So he gets taken out. I think he was so in love with the idea of recreating level 6 from Big Brother 20 as well, which I always remember is very funny. It's like, dude, come up with an original idea. You're not naming this alliance Stage 5. But, I mean, I don't know. He was in the majority in the beginning of the game, fell off, is the first juror, C tier. Now, technically, we are finally in the second half of this video. And I guess kicking things off, up in the C+ tier, I have Michelle Meyer in Big Brother 18. Now, Michelle is someone that understood the game, immediately caught on to Tiffany being Vanessa's sister, and brought it up to her, maybe in like a, maybe she probably shouldn't have been so open about it, but like she kind of just like gets Tiffany to expose the fact that she is Vanessa's sister. But Michelle plays, I mean, she's in the initial majority alliance. She's, I mean, kind of in a good spot for most of the way, where she goes from the Elite Eight, kind of still has an attachment with like Frank and Bridget, to the point where when she wins the veto, she's open to the idea of using it initially. And then she is able to jump over to Natalie and James's side of things. But then, like, during the mix, she has this big falling out with Nicole. I know she hated Nicole or something like that. Thinks she's going to get evicted during the double eviction. Doesn't. Manages to survive. And then is in, like, this, like, weird limbo spot. Like, she's, like, she had potential. She makes it to 7th place. She just didn't have what it takes to, like, bring it all together. And she does just, like, get outplayed on the season. But she had the potential, was in the majority for multiple times throughout the season. Pretty solid, maybe lacking in the win equity department, though. Up next, we have another fan favorite from Big Brother 15. We got Erin. Where is she? There she is. I mean, Erin very easily could have been way lower on this list, if not for the fact that she just was somehow so good at HOH competitions. Like, my God, she is one of the best HOH competitors ever. And she's able to win enough early on to survive the massacre of the Blonde Tourage Alliance and get in with the people actually in power, like Helen, like Amanda and Andy and McCrae. She's incorporated into the 3AM alliance. She still has Gina Marie. Like, for as terrible as a position as Erin should have been, she ended up having a lot of allies for a good chunk of the season. The problem is that I don't know if she's actually ever going to win. I don't know if she had the respect to win. People weren't just going to forget about the fact that she did say some racist things. And then eventually, once, who was it? Alyssa won the HOH. Erin wasn't even her target. She was going for Amanda and McCrae, but they're both safe. And it's like, okay, Erin, you're associated with them. You're out of here. She was able to recover from such a bad position in the beginning that did have me boost her above just that, like, that regular C tier placement, but it was not nearly enough for me to feel like putting her anywhere higher than C+. So there you go. After Erin, we have someone who was booted relatively early on their season. They were a juror. I think they were the first juror? No, the second juror. And I actually am kind of like underrating them. So I'm actually going to put this person, excuse me, one spot higher, but we'll talk about them anyways because I already spoiled it. It's Nathan Marlowe from Big Brother 4. And Nathan was in a great spot to start the game out. Initial majority. Things are looking good. Stand-up guy. All the ladies are attracted to him. All the guys want to be friends with him. I don't actually know if that's true because he wasn't really in any guys alliance, but things are going good. But he does get swindled by Allison into thinking that it's them against the world. He blows up his good position to save Allison, makes himself like a marked man, and just puts himself in a not great spot at that point. Survives a week when Allison wins the next HOH. But then the very next week, Justin, Allison's ex, wins the HOH, and he's gone. But even then, he almost survives. Like, he had a lot of upside. I think he was a very capable player. It's Big Brother 4. It's hard to, fully know the strategy or, maybe that he shouldn't use the veto to save Allison. I understand why he made the mistakes he made. I think he is an above-average player, even though he was taken out relatively early. So, I guess before Nathan so I guess Nathan is 173. This next player is 174. I got Hayden from Big Brother 16. The final, non-bomb squad member, I guess. Is that true? I guess I could just go and look. Not counting Nicole, because Nicole has her other appearances. Yeah, everyone else is like a bomb squad detonator, that sort of thing. Hayden, for not being included in the initial alliance and for being a very, in-shape guy, it is crazy that he is never targeted. And I think it's because he was just a genuinely likable figure in the house. Well, also, I think he picked up on the game a bit slower than others, but he was still playing. He was still trying. What did he do? Gosh, I'm losing my marbles a little bit. He was aligned with Nicole and Christine. He and Nicole tried to form an alliance with Derek and Cody that almost worked, almost put him in a really good powerful spot, but it doesn't work out. And yes, he is then taken out at the double eviction immediately following. He has a relatively early exit compared to Nathan as well. However, I think Nathan gets that Big Brother 4 boost for it being an early season, and also Hayden could have done more, but I think all things considered, he was a relatively he's kind of he had the potential and he at least tried to enact it. It was just a little bit too little too late, but I see the player there. I for sure see an ability to play. It should have worked for him on Big Brother 16 too. He should have been incorporated initially in those alliances, and I guess that's a flaw that he wasn't. That was the biggest free pass to the final 6. Just be a strong guy on that season. And somehow he wasn't picked. So, I don't know. There's that. All right. Moving on to 172. We have our first 3-time player. The one that never made it to jury. It's obviously Kaser. And what more can I say about Kaser that hasn't already been said? He played 3 times. He's a great ally to have because he's gonna be the head and he's gonna take that bullet for your alliance early on. He did it 3 times. Really, he did it 4 times. That's all I have to say about Kaser. I need to keep going quick. My voice will not hold out for another half unless I pick up the pace. Up next at 171, I kind of just mentioned him. It's the guy that took Nathan out. It is Justin from Big Brother 4. Started out the game. Let me find this guy first. Jeez. Started out the game on the bottom. Was able to, form this relationship with Dana, maintain his connection with Allison. He's got the 3 Stooges. He's in a really good spot. He's pretty respected by the house, but he also didn't actually end up doing very much to survive week to week. It was always just week 1, I think he made an agreement with Nathan to survive, so that's good. Week 2, G wins the HOH, his ally. Week 3, Dana wins the HOH, his ally. I don't need to go week by week. All I'm trying to say is he was a good, solid player, taken out right after Nathan. A bit too, his threat management wasn't the greatest, but I think he had a pretty good road given the fact that he had to start a step behind half the house. After Justin, up at 170, I got Matt McDonald from Big Brother 9, a player who, he was an effective liar. He was in control. Very similar. He was working with Alex in the beginning, except where did Alex go? He was somewhere. There he is. I just saw him. There he is. But he survives longer. I think he was just a bit more of a actively good player. He, was okay strategically, but his lie caught up to him eventually, and he was evicted right before the big alliance war started. But had he survived that, he definitely has a good shot to make a deep run at things. So yeah, C+. Probably could go higher, but I'm not going to. Up next, we are at, I said this player I think was the 4th best pre-juror in Big Brother history. I don't feel that way anymore. I do have them out of my top 5, but I think I have them at number 6. And that is Rachel Swindler from Big Brother 20. Where are you at? She was in a really good spot initially. Obviously, she's a part of level 6, was one of the better positioned level 6ers, and had good bonds with people outside of her alliance. She just did not do well when she was on the hot seat. Couldn't handle the heat, should have stayed out of the kitchen. Her paranoia gets the best of her, and it really does result in her getting evicted in week 5. And level 6 turning on her in favor of keeping Brett once again. But if she was just a little bit better at handling that pressure, I think she could have made it to Final 5, Final 6, been in that Brett spot, but without a lot of the downsides that Brett has. But that's Rachel. Now, moving along, after Rachel, we have another 3-time player. This one did make it to the jury stage twice. Unfortunately, never was able to make it much further than that. And that is Davon Rogers. Davon, a very perceptive player. That's what she was known for in the beginning. Not instantly, but she's the first person to really pick up on the twins in Big Brother 17. She instantly clocks that Tiffany is Vanessa's sister. She's got a very, keen eye for making these reads, but it was just, I feel like she got unlucky. These major... Her eviction in both Big Brother 17 and Big Brother 18, she was sniped out a little bit too early. Then she comes back for Big Brother 22, seems to be in one of the best positions she's ever been, but then finally has some bad reads. Really hurts her. She's not in the committee, which is unfortunate for her. It's not, and again, it's just, there's always some bigger thing happening in the game that ends up taking her out. It's unfortunate. We never got to see her fully shine. I know she's done much better on the challenge and maybe even the GOAT. I never watched that. But this is a Big Brother ranking. This isn't, that's not incorporating those. So overall, I think all things considered, she showed potential. C+ is where she's going to land though. Up next at 167, this actually is who I would say is the 5th best pre-juror, which is funny because he is not even in the top 2 pre-jurors on a season. I've got Cedric Hodges from Big Brother 26. He was just a little naive. I think he was in a great position. He was in the core of the majority, and then even within that core, he was further within the core. But I think he was just young, a little naive. He was too willing to volunteer for the block, and it did end up biting him, but he was perceptive. He was liked. He was very smart. He was good at comps. He had it all together. He just got evicted fourth, so I can't put you super high, but you got the potential, Cedric. I like Cedric a lot. He's going to land at 167. Now, at 166, we have, I think in my video, I had her classified as the 3rd best pre-juror. Now I have her down as the 4th best pre-juror, but still high. I got Amira Jones from Big Brother 24, the final pre-juror from that season. Basically, everything I said about Nicole, say the same about Amira, except I would say Amira was actually like the number 1, whereas Nicole was like the number 2 in command. Amira was running that side like the army, but she got a little bit too cocky. It came back to bite her. People realized that she really was running the game, and she's evicted. But I mean, up to that point, she did a great job, just like kind of taking the reins from Paloma once she left and really taking control of that side. And she did a good job, but she was evicted 3rd. Can only put you so high. Now, closing out the C tier. I am going to take another little break after this. It won't be a break for you, but it will be a break for me. The last player I have in the C tier, it is a 2-time player. At 165, top of C+, I do have Bailey Dayton from Big Brother 20 and Big Brother 22. Also, I don't think I said, Kaser was from Big Brother 6, 7, and 22. Devon was from Big Brother 17, 18, and 22. There we go. Bailey, Big Brother 20 and 22, is in a good spot initially on both seasons where she's got her good alliance. She's got good bonds within those alliances, but that doesn't end up being the alliance that like succeeds in the game, whether it be Faute or I don't even remember what it was called in Big Brother 22. The Slick Six, something silly like that. But something happens where then her spot is kind of blown up prematurely and she's taken out a bit earlier than she should. We saw that happen in Big Brother 20 where she's taken out immediately following her HOH range. She has the power, doesn't use it, although I don't blame her as much for that one. And then in 22, Christmas just puts up her and Devon because she knows that they're super tight in the game, and Bailey gets evicted in that spot over Devon, which I believe they had said that if it ever came to that, that's what they were going to do. So there's that. I mean, she definitely had potential. She was really good at making one-on-one relationships. It's just that freaking Tyler, man. Let's see Bailey play without Tyler. Maybe she'll have more success. But okay, I'll be back. I need to go rest my throat for like 15 minutes. I'm going to go, I don't know, suck on a cough drop and drink some juice. And I will be back shortly. All right, you goobers, I'm back. Sucked on a cough drop, drank some water, ate some granola. I'm ready. Ready to rock. All right. I'm going to say let's go quick, but I mean it this time. We're going relatively quick. Up next at 164, kicking off our Bs in the B- tier. Excuse me. Now I'm choking on my granola. I have Alyssa Lopez in Big Brother 23. Now, Alyssa is like, she made it the furthest out of all the cookout members. She was kind of targeted for most of the jury stage, but I mean, she fought. She won vetoes. She got safety through another means. Like, she had relationships with Xavier, with Christian, maybe Sarah Beth. I don't even know. Like, she had allies. It's just she was up against an impenetrable force in the cookout. But I think she did fine. I mean, Xavier wanted to keep taking her farther, so that's good. After Alyssa, I have another Alyssa, but a completely different Alyssa. Probably not the Alyssa you're expecting. It's Alyssa Slater from Big Brother 15. And I mean, Alyssa was lucky to get this high. She very much owes a lot of the success in her Big Brother 15 game to the MVP twist. Where I mean, she was I don't want to say an outcast, but she was a target for the first few weeks, barely survives because she's able to put a bigger threat on the block up next to her. That's rough. But after that, she does a good job of like, she falls in line with Helen, she makes new allies, and she's able to just like survive regularly in a position of power. The thing is that I think all the people she was aligned with were much better strategic thinkers, and they were always going to eventually like be able to take her out. But at the end of the day, she was in like a good, powerful position for a good chunk of the game. Did make it to 6th place. Was open to working with prior enemies, something that I like. I'm probably overrating her, but it is just the B- tier, and she did make it far. I'll give it to her. Up next at 162, from Big Brother 8, I have Dustin, who I think was a pretty good strategic thinker. I think he was cutthroat. I think he was, clever. He was in the late night crew. He had a good chunk of allies. The only thing that, the big reason that I don't have him higher is because he volunteered for the block in a spot where it really should have been one of the safest positions ever to volunteer. Going up against Dick, not knowing that there is an America's player in there, but that's why he gets evicted, is because of America's player, and the vote is able to flip against him, which is unreal. Poor Dustin. Just goes to show, literally never, ever, ever volunteer for the block. Except I might make a video about times that it did work out. Up next at 161, we got another third placer, a relatively recent third placer. This one being Bowie Jane from Big Brother 25, who, I mean, she did a good job of going from the bottom to making, aligning with Corey in America, and then building off of that, aligning with Jag and Matt, and forming the Mafia and sticking with that. She did a good job of also never being nominated. That's pretty crazy. But in terms of the strategy or everything, and she had a good relationship with Cameron. Like, she actually did have some solid allies, but was not the most forward-thinking player. Was playing to get to the end with Jag and Matt, both of whom would beat her. Not the most impressive player. She was kind of just someone that was picked up, but she did a good job of getting picked up and then picking the right people. She had her pick of the litter, and she chose the people that got to the end. So that's good. Overall, I don't have that much faith in her if you just put her on any given season, though. After Bowie Jane, we got another third placer. We got Robert Roman from Big Brother 4. And before I forget, I just want to move this Robert all the way down here. That did not let me do that. Did I lose him forever? He's still there. And you know what? I kind of want to move these people up so I don't have to scroll down so far every time. So bear with me for a second. Could have done this while I was taking a break, but alas, I didn't. Morgan, Vince, and Will. Okay, cool. Now I don't have to scroll by the Canadians anymore. Awesome. This is all the people that are left. But Robert, I mean, like, he was the least threatening of the Three Stooges, but because of that, he outlived them in the game, made it to the final 3 after winning a clutch HOH at the final 4, I guess. Was in a spot where, I mean, if he wins, he brings Allison to the end and he wins the game. But that was just because people hated Allison and also June more than they hated Robert. And Robert had a bunch of his friends on the jury because they were all voted out before him because they sucked less than him. But you can't deny the fact that he did make it much further into the game and came relatively close to winning. That's something. So you get to go in the B- tier. I'm actually going to put Bowie Jane above Robert, though, because I think Bowie Jane did more than Robert. So even though Robert was closer to actually winning, I like Bowie Jane more and her game. So good job. Up next at number 159, we have a... I just moved these players up and I didn't even freaking listen to my, didn't even follow through. I got Lauren from Big Brother 27, who, I mean, you gotta just go watch my Big Brother 27 player ranking. I really struggle with ranking Lauren, but overall, I think she's a quiet player, but I think she is a solid player. And just unfortunate that she was so loyal to Vince when Vince ended up kind of getting strong armed into being more loyal to Morgan. Given the choice, I do think Vince was gonna pick Lauren, but that decision was kind of made for him eventually. Shout out Lauren, though. She watches the videos, or at least she did before going out of the show. Up next, following Lauren at 158, another Big Brother 10 player. We got Rennie, if I can find her. Rennie Martin. Rennie, I'm going to put below Lauren now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, Rennie nearly gets evicted very early on. Was a bit of a... I don't want to say an annoying presence in the house, but I think that's probably fair to say. She was a bit of a acquired taste. Was on the bottom a bit, but is able to survive, able to recover. Eventually, she joins up with Keisha, and then Memphis and Dan, and then they win a bunch of HOHs, and before you know it, Rennie's up at, like, the final 5. Like, she does a good job of going from the bottom to a good alliance. However, she probably had the lowest amount of win equity in that alliance, while also not having the greatest position within that alliance either. She really only had Keisha in that final 4. She did have a final 3 with Dan and Keisha, but, I mean, Dan had a final 2 with Memphis that overrided that, so really that's not that real. Overall, though, like, I like Rennie a lot. Want to, cast more Rennies, please. I feel like it took until Felicia before we got another Rennie. But, yeah, I think that's probably a fair spot for her to go. Now, so that's 159. Lauren at 158. Now at 157, we're going back to Big Brother 1. It's been a bit. We're going with Brittany Petros, which I do think... Do I have all of these people in the order that they were evicted? I might, and that's not even on purpose. Brittany, I think I put really high when I initially did my ranking of Brittany. It's Big Brother 1. I don't need to give you the whole spiel. You can go watch my, 7th place rankings if you really care. But long story short is that it seemed like at the final 8, she was in such a good position to win. She was seemingly the fan favorite at that point, only for her to get banished to the next week out of nowhere, which was kind of nuts, but overall, I think she was a great figure on the show. After Brittany, up at 156, we got another 2-time player, this one from Big Brother 6 and Big Brother 7. It's Howie Gordon. And he's just a good alliance number where, across both seasons, he's just aligned with Janelle. They survive a lot. Howie makes some mistakes on Big Brother 6. Obviously makes a huge mistake in, evicting Sarah and targeting James, really losing the game for his alliance. But he makes it to the final 5 in a spot where, people do actually like him, even though he is, super over the top. And then he has a somewhat lackluster return on Big Brother 7, where he's, the least threatening of the Season 6 players, which allows him to, not be targeted up until the final 8, where he is kind of sniped out of the game by Chicken George due to some, threats of the coup d'etat. But even without that, Howie wasn't going to win. He really just was a nice number for Janelle at that point, and I don't know. He's a middling player that, because of his placements, I'm putting him higher than the likes of Kaser, because he outplaces Kaser both times. And he is, like I said, a good ally to have, unless you're James and Sarah. But it just never did anything. Didn't give me, no big highs for Howie. So he's going to go in the B- tier. Up next, at 155, we had someone who I thought I had as the 5th best pre-juror initially, but I moved her up to the 3rd. I think her game is a bit more impressive than I initially gave it credit for. And that is Brooklyn Rivera from Big Brother 26. Who, everything that I said about Cedric, I think it applies to her as well. But to an even greater extent, where she, I think, was in an even better position than Cedric. Nobody was really looking at her up until she was eventually evicted. I guess the week before, too. She didn't have a good relationship with Angela and then I guess eventually Tucker, even though she was in an alliance with Tucker because she was being brought into every alliance. Everyone wanted to work with Brooklyn. She had final twos everywhere. She understood the game, and she just gets sniped out by Tucker. I think she's one of the best pre-jurors of all time. I know she's Corey Wurtenberger's #1 pre-juror. He thinks she's the best of all time. We have a little bit of a disagreement there with, I think, a different player, and he's allowed to think what he wants, and I'm allowed to think what I want. So Brooklyn, because you're a pre-juror, I don't have any pre-juror higher than the B- tier. It's just the way it works. I do need to see some longevity in the game. I need to see some actual success on paper. Even if you've got the highest potential of anyone, placement matters in my head to some extent. But Brooklyn, you will go there. Now, after Brooklyn, at 154, we have the second best pre-juror in my eyes, who many think is the best. He definitely was for a while, certainly he was at the time that he was evicted, and not until like 2 years ago did I ever think he was going to get overthrown. Well, I thought he might get overthrown. He's not like a god. He's in the B- tier. It's Clay Honeycutt. Clay was just in the majority. It helps when his two closest allies in Shelly and Vanessa win 4 HOHs in a row. That's certainly going to help you stay in power. But he was in a good spot where everyone in the house thought that he was, like, they were aligned with him, whether it be like Meg or Jeff Weldon or obviously the people he's really aligned with. And then there's like Austin, and he's got something with Steve. He's got something with everyone, it seems like. And he did a good job lying. He did a good job of playing up at the top. But then he just got noble and quit the game and let Shelly stay, even though he's on the block next to Shelly. They want to vote Shelly out, and he's like, no, take me out instead. Sorry, if you ask to quit, you can't be... Like, that's not a real quit, but if you ask to get voted out, you can't be the best pre-juror in my eyes. So I'm happy he's been overthrown. That's Clay Honeycutt in Big Brother 17, who was taken out, like, way earlier than he should have been. He was in a great spot. It just all collapsed. Following Clay, up at number 153, we got another Big Brother 17 player. Big Brother 17 has got some freaking great players. And by that, I mean, like, it's just like a good floor, where everybody... past Clay, heck, even past Jason, who I'm not including over the top. However, I am including Jason's over the top game when I talk about Jason because I'm inconsistent. Sorry. You can, if it means that much to you, you can just skip when I talk about Jason. But after Jason is gone, everyone is like a B tier player and above. And that's pretty nuts. That's 11 people. Is that right? That's 12 people. And I do have Jason in there. So that's 13 people from Big Brother 17 that are in the B's and above. That's kind of nuts. It's a stacked season, I guess. After Clay, oh yeah, I didn't even freaking grab who I was grabbing. It's Jackie. Jackie from Big Brother 17. Now, it's kind of going to be the same thing when I talk about Jackie and Becky and Meg. They were just in, as I've said with some other people, in a good alliance. They had good strategy. It seemed like they had numbers at one point. Unfortunately, Vanessa knocked the domino over by evicting Jason that led to that alliance's destruction. It was simply the alliance that lost the war. Jackie was really the first casualty outside of Jason. But I think she was she was a solid enough player. She was strategically minded, more so than you would have thought going into the game. I didn't have high aspirations for Jackie going into Big Brother 17, and she pleasantly surprised me, and I liked that. I think she was good. Sniped out by Steve, of all people, which is pretty random. But had her side, had the numbers, Jackie very well could have won the game. If Liz loses that battle of the block and Jackie remains the HOH in week 5, Jackie very well could win this game. I think her side is then able to just have the power. Maybe not. It depends on how the HOHs go. But it was just a good season. Anyways, after Jackie, up at 152, we got another player from Big Brother 10. This time it is Libra. Where are you at, Libra? There you are. Libra is... she was someone who started the game sort of in the majority, she got into some hot water where like Jesse started really throwing Libra under the bus in order to try and save his own butt, being like, "Oh, Libra was the one that got me to evict Steven. Libra's messing with all of us, blah blah blah." Put Libra in some hot water, but Keisha and Libra had already like aligned, and Keisha had given Libra her word, so Libra's able to survive that. Then obviously huge fight the next week during Keisha's birthday. Libra's part of the flip against that initial majority that she was in, goes with Keisha and Rennie and Dan in Memphis, keeps Memphis in the game. Unfortunately, Libra is the one member of that like 5-person cluster that gets sniped out immediately following this flip, because April wins the next HOH and is like, okay, who was her former ally in like the coven? It was Keisha, April, and Libra. Obviously, oh no, April was the HOH that week. Michelle wins the HOH. Michelle puts up Keisha and Libra. Libra's taken out. So, I mean, overall, maybe I'm putting Libra a little bit too high. Low-key, I might put Libra below Jackie. Low-key, I might put Libra below Brooklyn, Clay, and Jackie. But I'll just put her below Jackie for now. Nothing against Libra. I'm just like remembering, and I'm like, you know what? I actually really liked Libra's position, and Libra was in a bit of hot water throughout that middle stage of the game, and she was evicted in week 5. That's a pretty early exit. Now, after Libra and Jackie, up next at 151, I got Joshua from Big Brother 9. And I do feel like when I do my video on Adam... Here we go. When I do my video on Adam and I really do my Big Brother 9 deep dive, I'm guessing I'm going to get a bit higher on Joshua, because I know he is mostly a strategically minded player, and he did have like good foresight. He had the secret deal with Ryan. He understood the game, and I mean, in the beginning of the game, I think he was in a really like solid spot. He was partnered up with Sharon. It just, the cookie crumbles the wrong way. Again, that alliance war that I'm always talking about in Big Brother 9, the cards just fell the wrong way. He was on the losing side. He gets taken out, I think, at 8th place after James wins. Maybe 7th place. I think he actually might get 7th. Because it goes Matt, Chelsea, Joshua, James. Yeah. He's pretty good. Probably should be in the B tier. But he also said some... And I will be honest. When somebody says something horrific in the game, like just truly terrible... Even if it doesn't have to do with the game, I instantly just lower them in my mind in terms of being a capable player. Because to me, I would not vote for someone that talks so terribly about someone or says something so bad. So even if it's not about the game, like when he said something about Amanda's father who may have committed suicide or passed away, he said something like gnarly, disgusting to her, and instantly I'm just like, I would never vote for Josh after that. Like, I can't excuse that, and that does play a factor. Or I'm like, okay, like you might be a B tier player, but then you said that horrendous thing, and now like if I'm not gonna vote for you, there's probably other people that feel the same way, so that's gonna lower you on my list. But I'll keep him there because I feel like I'm already lowering him more than others. Now up at 150, hey, it's the player that it's the number one preacher in my mind. I got so much flack for this. People did not like it, but I'm standing tall behind Joseph Rodriguez from Big Brother 26 at spot number 150. I mean, I've said it in this video. I like players that have that X factor to them, those outside the box thinkers, and to me, that is Joseph. If you want my real thoughts on Joseph, go watch my video about the 5 best pre-jurors and just listen to what I say about Joseph, because like I just think he's really good, and the way that he was taken out was so unlikely and unlucky that like he should have been a juror in every sense of the word. And yes, his His social game was not the greatest, but I think strategically he was very, very good. And physically, he wasn't great either. So socially and physically, he was really lacking, but I think he had enough strategy to overcome those things legitimately, which you don't see very often. You know how often we see something like that? Like with a Vanessa. That's the type of, and I'm not, okay, that's going to be taken out of context. I am not saying that Joseph is like Vanessa. I am simply saying that Joseph has the same play style that you see someone like a Vanessa have, where they rely so much on their strategic game to progress throughout the season. I think Joseph has similar values and also just lacks in this social game, kind of like Vanessa did. But I still think Joseph's the best pre-juror, and I will continue discussing that. I will continue having healthy discourse about it with anybody who wants. Now, after Joseph, we're in the top 150. Well, I guess we already were with Joseph, but 149. Oh, wow, yeah. You're going to see quite a few Big Brother 17 people in the B- tier. I guess that's just where they like to live, like to hang out as well. I got Julia Nolan, who, they didn't necessarily succeed in hiding the twin twist, but they made it work for them anyways. I think Julia was the one that told Vanessa first, which actually ended up being a really good move that got the people in power, the Shellys and the Vanessas, to protect the twins, knowing that would be an extra number for them moving forward, like once the twins could come in. That's good. That's good gameplay, and I commend Julia for taking that big leap, taking that big risk. Unfortunately, with just the way that things worked, is that Julia enters the end game as the player with the least win equity. I don't think she can beat a single person, honestly, entering the jury. I don't think Julia beats anybody from the other side. I don't think she could beat Jackie or James, or even maybe she beats Meg, and that's only if people are looking really strategically, because I think Julia just struggles to beat anybody. But the fact of the matter is that like Julia was in like the core power structure the entire time she was in the game, pretty much, whether it be the Oz twins or whatever the heck their alliance was in the beginning with Austin and Vanessa and Clay and Shelley, whatever the heck it was. Like, she was in the core power structure all the way through the final six, and then she wasn't even the target in that final six round. Austin was, but Austin wins the veto, where she does get swindled by Vanessa, and I'm talking too much about Julia Nolan right now. She's fine. She's a B- player. Up next at 148, I do have another third placer coming from Big Brother 10. I got Jerry McDonald. Jerry, for being the oldest player ever, really had a lot of fight in him. Wins 4 competitions throughout the season, although one of them is like a night one vote. So take that as you will. He's constantly like included in stuff, but sort of on the bottom, but it's enough for him to make his way through the season, gets to the final 5 in a 1v4 situation, wins a clutch HOH. And Jerry's another player where, even though he got into fights with lots of people. He got into fights with Memphis, with Dan, with Rennie. He also displayed, as I was saying before, a big trait is working with people you've had wrongdoings, or like working with people that have wronged you in the past or that you don't like. He works with Memphis after him and Memphis are like screaming at each other in the first few weeks. He also tries working like with Dan. He's always trying. He's always giving it his best shot. And I respect that a lot. And he does make it to third place. And there is a chance he beats Memphis if that's the case. Like, he's got some gamer in him for sure. And I know he's like 90 something and he's still in good shape. So good for him. Let's keep it moving. Up next at 147, I've kind of mentioned her a decent chunk up to this point. Another Big Brother 17 gal. It is Shelly Moore. Is that her name? Shelly Poole. Shelly Moore's the other Shelly. Shelly Poole from Big Brother 17. And I mean, Shelly was in the perfect power position early on, where she was winning these HOHs. She had her showmance with Clay, connection with Vanessa. She's in the majority alliance. She's calling a lot of the shots. The problem is that she was kind of like Christian. She was winning too much too early, almost wins a third HOH by the time of week 6, which would have just been like way too much. But really, she should have won that one, because instead James won it, and she made a deal for safety there. Like, she was doing the right stuff. James just went back on the deal, nominated the two of them, and Shelly was the target. But then Clay asked to go home. only for her to end up getting evicted the next week. Anyways, had she survived longer, definitely could have put her a bit higher. Maybe I could even put her up in the B tier. But I mean, she was a solid enough player that was just out there a little bit too early, probably needed to wade behind the scenes. But it is what it is. She still made it to 10th place, 11th place. She had a bunch of allies, so she's a pretty solid player. Up next at 146, we do have Cassandra Walden from Big Brother 1. Rest in peace. Cassandra was just like I don't want to say like she was just the motherly figure in the Big Brother 1 house, but like she was not like scheming. She was just like a solid rock presence in the house that nearly took out Eddie in like a way where her and Eddie were nominated. They were marked for banishment, and she just had enough votes to get banished over Eddie in 6th place or something. Had that not happened, I mean, I guess there's a chance Cassandra could have won it all, and that's good. And I just liked Cassandra on the season. She just was like, she was herself. She wasn't playing up to the cameras per se. She was just being her raw, genuine self, from what I remember. And she was taken out a little bit too early. And I think she was adored by the people she lived with as well. Like, people really liked her. But it's Big Brother 1. Can only talk about, like, I can only rank you so highly. There wasn't really a game. And there was a game in Big Brother 1, but I don't think Cassandra was playing it very much. And that's fine. Like, clearly I have her above all of these people. So she was still doing something right. That wasn't a game that she needed to be playing. After Cassandra, up at 145, maybe I'm putting this person a little bit too high. I'm also scrolling down way too much. I have Alyssa Snyder in Big Brother 24. I believe this is the final non-leftovers player that I have. The final non-leftover. I mean, she makes it the furthest out of all the non-leftovers, so it makes sense. I just think Alyssa was, like, in a solid position all the way through, even though like Taylor wanted to target her and some other people kind of wanted her gone from the leftovers. She had Kyle protecting her. Terrence really liked her. She had a really good bond with Turner. And that's not to mention all of the women and other people she was aligned with in the beginning of the game, like Jasmine and Indy and Amira and Nicole. And yes, Alyssa was on the bottom for that, but like she had some, and also, yes, it was her that spilled the beans about those alliances, which kickstarted the process of forming the leftovers. But like in general, I still think that she was a pretty solid player. Like in the scope of anyone that wasn't a leftover, the bar was pretty low, especially for the non-leftovers that made it to the jury. But I mean, I think that she was kind of hard to evict because she had her connections with Terrence and Kyle and Turner. It took a long time before she was finally gone. I don't know if she was the most active player of all time, but I don't think she was doing nothing. So that was enough for me to put her at 145. And she made it to 5th place. Again, longevity. Up next at 144, I have another third placer. I got Adam Pock from Big Brother 13. And I don't know. A lot of this one is like he did make it very far. He played the season that he was dealt. He was with the vets. He went back and forth in the beginning. Oh, which side do I go with? I feel like he always chose the side that was frustrating from a viewer perspective, but it worked for him to the point where it got him to the final 3. Whether it be with like working with the likes of Shelly and Jeff and Jordan. I mean, he really attached himself to Jeff and Jordan and rode with that for a while. And then by the time of the end game, once he realized like, that's not where the power is, he kind of stayed with Jordan and started working with Rachel, left the other 2 new players out to dry. I kind of wish he maybe made a move there at the final 5, used the veto, save Kalia, get Jordan out. That's a crazy move, but I also understand that he was working with Jeff and Jordan the whole time, so I get why he didn't do that. He didn't have the highest amount of win equity. In fact, I don't think he beats anybody past the final. I don't know if he beats anybody, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but I could have beaten Lawan, I guess. I could see that. But at the end of the day, I think he maybe played it a little bit too safe at times, and I wish I got to see a little bit more of like active aggressor Adam, like the teddy bear rock star that he came into the game. I want to see more of that rock star, and not just in the diary room. Up next at 143, who would have guessed it? It's been a few people since we've gotten a Big Brother 17 rep. We're gonna go with Becky. Becky, I think she did a good job of, similar to like a Davon, she got a good read on the house. She realized just how freaking dangerous Vanessa was. She put in the work to make sure a move like that happened. The problem is that she didn't do enough work to secure those votes. She puts up Vanessa. Vanessa survives. Now she's got Vanessa as an enemy. She's got Steve as an enemy because Steve just wanted Becky gone. She did have, like, again, good relationships with the people she was working with, whether that be Jackie or Johnny Mac or James or Meg or freaking Jason. Like, she had people that she was working, and I think she actually had an okay relationship with like Liz or maybe Shelly. I could be misremembering. That was just the side that lost the war. And Becky, I mean, you survived a little longer than Shelly, and you survived a round longer than Jackie. Although I definitely think Steve should have taken her out there in the double, and I don't know why. Maybe the Johnny. I don't need to get into that. Regardless, hey, B- tier. That's a good place to be, considering all of the trenches we have gone through. Now, after Becky, up next at 142, hey, this is another player that people think I'm a little biased towards, and maybe you're a little right, but I still think this player was extremely good socially, and that's Quinn Martin in Big Brother 26. In the first, 4 weeks, well, in the first week or 2 weeks, Quinn was in such a good spot. He had the Pentagon, he had the Collective, he had that secret power, and everyone liked Quinn. Everyone wanted to work with Quinn. And it wasn't until he told just too many people about his power. And by too many people, I mean he just told Angela and Chemo, who both spilled the beans to Tucker. Quinn's game really blew up in week 3. He was able to kind of, stay afloat, swimming in deep shark-infested waters while Tucker went after other threats, and then Tucker himself was evicted, and then he won an HOH, but then he nominated Joseph, something he shouldn't have done. Joseph gets evicted, and then Quinn gets sniped out the next round by Chelsea because people realize, hey, this dude's a threat. He's got Leah. He had Joseph. He was in a good spot, played things a little bit too cute, did get 2 of his allies evicted on both of his HOHs in Cedric and Joseph. Those are pretty bad. Strategically, he kind of messed up, but I still think socially he's a very good player. And one that, had he made it to the end of the game, I very much think Quinn could have won a jury vote against most of the people in that end game. The problem is that he didn't end up making it that close. He got 9th place. But yeah, that's B- tier. This is a big tier. What's the biggest tier so far? The E tier? No, the F tier. That makes sense. But I didn't have an F+. All right. After Quinn. Okay. Another Big Brother 10 player. At 141, we have Michelle Costa. Who, I feel like I'm just saying the same things over and over and over again. Michelle was in a good spot in the beginning of the game. Was in that majority alliance, then there was a bit of a fracture. Michelle's aligned with Jesse and Memphis, and then she maintains that good connection with Memphis, becomes closer aligned with April and Ali and Jerry, but that's just the losing side. She was a ferocious player, had that fight within her, and I like that fighting spirit, and had the competition results gone a different way, she very well could have been sitting at the end of the game and won, but it didn't work out like that. I still think she's a pretty solid player, though. Also, her and Quinn have the same hair, and they're right next to each other. That's pretty funny. Now, up next, even though I just made that comment, I kind of want to put this next player below Michelle, and I think I will. Let me do a little switcherooski. So Michelle is actually at 140, and Meg. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he said who it was. Meg Malley from Big Brother 17, because we just. I can't have enough Big Brother 17 people in this row. That's 5. Wow. Well, in this tier. But it's Meg Malley. Literally just take everything I said about Becky, but apply that to Meg, except Meg lasted a little bit longer, was maybe a little bit less impressive of a game player, but longevity-wise, I do think, like, she had more of that. I also think that Meg's relationships with players like James and Jason were a bit stronger than the relationships that Becky had with those people. I think Becky was lower on the totem pole than Meg. And I mean, Meg did like make it around further. So that's something. And she wasn't even the target when she went home. James was, but James won a veto. Meg had some good longevity in her. Pretty solid, and because of the fact that she had some really good connections with the players on her side, it was enough for me to put her above Becky. But I think in terms of winning chances, Michelle had a much better winning chance than Meg did. So I'm okay with putting Michelle above Meg. Now, after those two, at 139, we got a relatively early boot, all things considered. I think this player got 9th. And I really am excited to, I say this every single time I talk about someone from Big Brother 5. I'm so excited to learn more about this guy when I do my Drew deep dive soon. It's Will Wickel. Is that what it is? Will Weichel? I don't know. Regardless, this dude seemed to be in a really good spot where he was in that, that alliance I can't remember the name of from Big Brother 5. What was it? It's not the 6-finger plan. The Pinky Swear. Yeah, I knew it had to do with something like that. It was the Fingers, the Pinky Swear Alliance. He was in the Pinky Swear Alliance with the twins and Nokomis and Karen and Lori. There we go. He was in a really good spot while also like feigning to the likes of Jace and Scott. Oh, look, my friend is playing web fishing. Making Jace and Scott think that he's kind of with them. Like, he did a really good job of making sure that he was good on all sides. I mean, like, no one's ever targeting this dude. Will's never nominated as far as I'm aware, up until the twins turn on him for some reason. Maybe there are alleged reasons that maybe it was because Will was gay. And what did Adria say? Like, this is what God wanted me to do. And then she put up the gay man and the black man in the house. And I don't know. He gets sniped out in a spot where it's like, it's an ally that turns on him. That's a rough place to be in. I think he had potential through the wazoo and had the allies to make it happen. And it's just so unfortunate that he gets sniped out when he did, because he really could have made a good run at things. But he can end up in the B- tier. But 139, I mean, that's not bad. Now at 138, we got a player who, oh God, this player is above Will because of the longevity factor, and that is it. And I have Rubina from Big Brother 26, who just... I mean, Rubina's a part of a trio. She did a good job in the beginning of the game forming a connection with Tikor and Chemo that made Tikor and Chemo go against the house to save Rubina. And that is very impressive that Rubina had such a good connection with those people. And then she also has a connection with Tucker. Positionally, she seems to be in a really good spot. Unfortunately, though, she's not really a threat to win, while also being in this super visible trio that means that she's going to get targeted, or one of her allies is going to get targeted, even though they should, because they're so obvious, but they shouldn't because like they're not the ones running the game. They just had a lot of numbers. So she loses Tikor, the final 8. Her and Chemo are able to stay afloat because they're bigger fish to fry, like Leah and Angela. But then you get to the end game and it's Rubina against the likes of Chelsea, Mackenzie, and Cam. It's like coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. She's just not going to stand a chance. She can't win the competitions. And then she's in a spot where, I mean, she does make the right pitch to Mackenzie. She should make it to the final 3, but Chelsea manipulates Mackenzie out of it. She gets evicted in 4th place. Her win equity, from what I've heard, is not that high, where I don't think she beats... Maybe she beats Angela, but I don't think she beats... There is a chance she could beat Cam as well. but that's just because she had her trio in the jury, which I can't hold against her. That's how you win the game. You get the jury votes, and how can I hold that against her if she has the jury votes against Cam per se? So you know what? I'm actually not. At first, I felt like bad putting Rubina above Will. Rubina made it to 4th place with some win equity. I can give it to her. Up next at 137, we haven't talked about a runner-up in a while, but we might as well do so now. And hey, guess what? It's another player that I'm excited to learn more about. It's Michael Cowboy Ellis from Big Brother 5. The dude comes 1 vote away from winning the game. That is closer than anybody we have talked about up to this point. Nobody has gotten that close to winning. The problem is that, I don't know how much, I don't know if he really led the way for himself there. He really he was in the 4 Horsemen initially, but he wasn't, one of the worst, so he got to survive while Jace and Scott took those hits. Then he just attached himself to Drew, and that ended up getting him all the way to the end, where he is brought to the end, but almost was cut at the final 3 instead. But then gets 3 votes to win when you only need 4, but those 3 votes were the twins that liked that he was Christian or something, and then Nokomis, who was his sister. It's a weird situation. I'm not high on Cowboy, although I know others are a bit higher, and I'm going to have a more informed assessment in a couple months, but I don't see him really rising that much in my mind. I don't know. Maybe he can get up to the B tier, but for now, I got him in the B- tier. And now at 136, the final player in our B- tier, I got another runner-up, and it's Mackenzie, who just makes so many mistakes throughout the season. I mean, this is a generous placement because she's almost evicted in week 3. She's almost evicted in week 4. She's almost evicted in week 6. Then she wins a bunch of competitions and takes the wrong person to the end and loses unanimously. She evicts her best friend on her HOH. Well, she evicts her original best friend in Leah on her first HOH, which is a bad move. It's just she makes so many bad moves and is in so many bad spots, but also at the same time, she recovers from being in a really bad spot immediately, forms a really good relationship with Chelsea as well as Cam, becomes a trio with them that just dominate the end of the game. So it's really hard to yeah, you were in the dominant trio of the season, but you yourself made a lot of mistakes, and you could have won the game if you brought Cam to the end. But you brought Chelsea to the end and lost unanimously, and you were almost evicted 3 times in the pre-jury. There's just so much that so it's a roller coaster with Mackenzie. She had a great final 8 round. Her janky week, she almost put herself in the best position in the house, only to throw all of that away the following round at the final 7 and become almost everybody's target going into the final 6, except for Chelsea, who won the HOH. So she got lucky there. It's just it's crazy stuff. I honestly, I don't know. I'm not high on Cowboys game, but everything I just said right now, I was wait a second. Why am I putting Mackenzie above Cowboy? Mackenzie, I say this with love in my heart. I think I could potentially put her below Rubina, but I will keep her there. I don't want to say she's lucky to be put above Rubina, who she does not care. This is not that serious. She still won $75,000. She still tied the comp record or something like that. I'm sure she's great. This doesn't matter, and this is just for fun. All right, now we are on to the B tier. Kicking things off. Oh, this is another pretty big tier as well. Kicking things off, we got a new player. We got Will. What's his name? Chilton or Clifton? Clifton Will Williams. From Big Brother 27. I mean, Will was in such a positionally great spot. Seemed to be in literally the perfect spot to be brought to the end. Was very liked by a lot of people. He just wasn't active enough. He was a little bit too, I'm good with you guys. And it worked out up until it didn't work out for him. But I mean, the fact of the matter, I think he was a very beloved figure in the house. Ava loved him. Ashley loved him. I mean, everyone loved him. Nobody didn't like Will. Kelly loved him. I had him as the number one most likely player to win going into the final 9 or like the final 10, and then he gets evicted like a week later. And even his like the way that he gets evicted, that was like a big flip that had to happen. In order, like that was a big flip that had to take place. I think he's a good player, but I think he could have been a little bit more active. Up next at number 134, we have a player that has the distinction of being the only player to be evicted 3 times in a single season, and that's Victor. And I mean, Victor is very similar to Mackenzie to me, except he actually gets evicted, where he has so much potential, which we see once he comes back into the game and is like, he gets in with Paul, he gets in with the boys, he is a very like much more likable figure. His first 2 weeks are terrible. He like tells Nicole he's coming after her. He does all like the wrong things, makes himself out to be this huge threat. And like he's very lucky that he gets a chance to return. And then when he does return, I think he does a great job. His middle stretch is so good up until he gets sniped out because just him and Paul get outplayed, and I think he really gets unlucky when he gets evicted that second time, but then he gets to come back a second time, and then he rights his wrongs again, sort of, but he's just too big of a threat, too big of a comp beast. If he makes it to the end, he's going to win. Do I value his highs? Yes. I also recognize that he was evicted 3 times in a single season, and that is abysmal. Most people get evicted once, and you get evicted 3 times. But I genuinely think that he's a pretty solid player. And if he hadn't been evicted, I mean, obviously, that's like his thing. But if he hadn't been evicted 3 times and he made it to 5th place, he is way higher. But the fact of the matter is that he needed 3 lives. And then he still only got 5th place. So, take it as you will. Up next at 133, still in the B tier, where we got a lot of people in the B tier. We got Bo from Big Brother 6, who I think is just a very, like, extremely purpled player on that season. But because of that, he was quietly like one of the best positioned players in the house, where nobody was going after Bo. The only time he's actually even nominated is just because him and Yvette are the last pair remaining in the house, and Bo is a lot more liked. People liked Bo in the game. If you got to the end, he's probably beating almost everybody. Which is crazy to think, because when you think about Big Brother 6, you don't think about Bo. When you think about people that could have won Big Brother 6, you don't think about Bo. But Bo is genuinely just liked by both sides of the house. He was the least evil in the minds of the Sovereign Six. Well, I don't know if that's true. I wasn't in the minds of the Sovereign Six. But from what I remember, people liked Bo. He was not a target. He probably would have done really well sitting in a final 2. But in terms of like actual gameplay, I don't know how much he was really doing to like push himself forwards. So there's that. Up next at 132, we have our first member of the leftovers. I got Joseph Abden. And Joseph, God, remember when Joseph was 24? What a rough time that was. But when Joseph turned 25 and he turned into an all-star player, helping form the leftovers, really flipping the house by storm, becoming a power player, that was awesome. But kind of similar to Cedric, I think he was just a little bit too naive. He was a little bit like too trusting about like, oh, I could go on the block here. Him telling Taylor to nominate him in a spot where he would have gone home. Or he was like, here, I'll get closer with the other side of the house so that like we have intel, which is great. But now your alliance is like, oh, shoot, Joseph is like aligned to the other side of the house. He's going to be safe if they win HOH. I don't like that. Let's target Joseph soon. Like, he's good. He's too good-hearted, I think. And I think he probably was hoping that everyone thought the same way that he did, because if that was the case, then he probably would have done really, really well on that season. But alas, people were a little bit more cutthroat. He ends up getting caught, but I mean, he's still in the B tier. Even as the lowest placing leftover member, like you are still higher than everybody else on that season. In the B tier at 132. That's pretty good. Next at 131, from Big Brother 26, another recent player, I got Leah Peters. And from Big Brother 26, Leah is like a weird case because her and Mackenzie hand in hand in the beginning of the game were both in bad spots. They both were blindsided when Matt was evicted. They're both on the bottom. But they both kind of like formed this relationship with Chelsea to keep them safe in week 2. And then her and Mackenzie go their separate ways. And then Leah just all of a sudden has like 3 people ready to die for her in the game. Quinn, Joseph, and Angela. 3 nice, I don't want to call them ride or dies, but like 3 people that are like, boom, Leah, it's us till the end. Before you know it, Leah's like somehow one of the best positioned people in the game, and she was willing to make a big move to save Angela. It's just unfortunate for her that caused Joseph to get evicted, and then in a way caused Quinn to get evicted. She's able to rebound, wins the janky week HOH. Takes out T-Core. She took out the wrong leader, though. She should have taken out Chelsea. Next week, Mackenzie, her old best friend, wins the HOH and evicts her because Chelsea is able to convince her to do so. It's rough. I think Leah ended up in a pretty good position overall. Had some serious win equity. And had like 3 people super loyal to her. It just didn't play out in the best way for her. But still in the B tier. That's not too bad. After Leah, we got another very likable figure who just did not stand a chance on their season because of the season that they were on. And that is going to be Derek X from Big Brother 23, who I believe is the final... Nope, not true. Not the final non-cookout member. I have one more. But Derek X goes from being an almost week 1 target to really finding a nice place in this game. He's aligned with power players like Kyland and Tiffany. He's got Claire on his side. He's in the Royal Flush. He's very liked in the house. He's in a really good spot. But, there's the cookout. He's just not going to end up surviving. But he takes the shot at Christian in a spot where he really shouldn't, because now he is the biggest physical threat. And all it takes is Sarah Beth winning an HOH a couple weeks later and he's gone. But in a season without the cookout, and if, say Derek X and Claire and Tiffany and Kyland are able to run the game like they thought they were going to, I mean, Derek X has a very good chance of being able to win so many of these endgame competitions. However, it's also possible that he gets evicted in the exact same way that he is now. I can't get too high on him because he's not even evicted by a member of the cookout. He's evicted by Sarah Beth. In like a revenge move, because Sarah Beth was nominated on his HOH, so it's like, sorry, that's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes the wrong person wins HOH and you get evicted. He's going to get evicted in a couple weeks anyways, but overall, I think he picked up the game pretty well. He's a very good social player. He's a very good physical player, and I think he would have gotten there strategically. He was just, again, a little naive, but that's what happens when like you come into the game not knowing that much about it. That's at 30 with Derek X. Okay, let's go quick again for a little bit. I've been doing too much explaining. Up next, we got another Big Brother 10 player at 129. I got April Dowling. And she kind of was just like the leader of her warring side on Big Brother 10. Her side of the alliance with Michelle and Ali and Jerry. She was like the leader. She was the most threatening. But it's because of that very reason that she is the first evicted of those 4 once her side doesn't win the HOHs. So it's like a weird spot because I do think that had her side won a bunch of HOHs and she gets to the end, I mean, she's probably a favorite to win because she was a powerful player. She was a very strong player in the beginning of the game too. I mean, she was one of the driving forces into the Brian getting nominated, and she was in the coven with Keisha and Libra, a very great player. I'm doing a terrible job at speeding things up. I'm explaining April's entire existence. But she was always going to be that first person evicted from her side when when Dan or Keisha or Rennie is the one that sends her home. But like when one of them inevitably win an HOH, April is going to be the one that goes home first, and that's what happens. But I still think that she was a very good player. Probably pretty underrated for, like, I don't hear people talk about her, but she was doing a very good job in the beginning of Big Brother 10. Up next at 128, I'm actually going to switch these places up a little bit. I'm going to put April above this person because I thought about it and that's what I wanted to do. So up next, I guess now at 129, April's at 128. I got, one of my other queens. It's been a while since I've seen a queen like her. Felicia Cannon! I love Felicia so much. Unfortunately, not like the greatest player of all time. She survives some pretty dicey situations, similar to how Angela does in Big Brother 26. Like when she's on the block next to Izzy, or when she's on the block next to Mimi. But Felicia never stops trying. She's always strategizing. She's always thinking. Maybe she's thinking a little too hard, thinking too many steps ahead. But man, I just love Felicia. And she made it to 4th place. Unfortunately, I don't think she actually had that much win equity, which does suck. But like, she was in the power for the beginning of the game with Sari and Izzy. They're making a bunch of these decisions. She's the one that, maybe prematurely makes the move against Tyson. But she's in a power seat. And even when that power seat collapses, she still remains in the game for like 10 more rounds. Albeit at that point, she is a bit of a fodder waiting to be picked off once people decide it's right. But she still is able to get the veto used on her twice, able to get people to think like, hey, you can keep me. Little old Felicia's not going to do anything to you. And then they kept her until the final 4. And she should have made it to the final 3, and she should have won this game. But alas, it didn't happen. Oh well, I love Felicia. I got her at 129, April at 128, now at 127. It's been a little bit since we've talked about Big Brother 26. It's been 4 whole people. So let's kick it up again. I have Kimo Apaka from Big Brother 26. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, that checks out. Kimo, to me, is like a much better Rubina. I think Kimo strategically was a bit better. However, he was also a bigger threat, and he does survive by the skin of his teeth at the final 10. And he is kind of nominated a decent chunk, especially through that mid to end game. But I don't know, there's a likability to Kimo, and there's a survivability aspect to him where had he gotten to the end, I think he probably beats most people. I think he beats a good chunk of people other than Chelsea and T-Core. If Kimo's sitting at the end and he's next to Rubina, I think Kimo wins, but I don't actually know. I think he was just in a good spot. He makes it to the final 5. He does survive through a lot of like treacherous rounds, and I think he was like a pretty apt player, but he was just outplayed by a certain other trio that I've mentioned a bunch. Up next, 126, we got a player that got had a very rough crew with her in the house. That's Michelle Noonan. And Michelle, I think, was just never given a fair chance. She was pretty disliked by a lot of people in the house, so she had to keep playing from the bottom and attaching from, like, she would be with, like, Jeff and Jordan, or she would have to, like, win some vetoes to save herself. But she was a great competitor. She was able to survive while most of her adversaries were evicted, like Arani or, Shima got expelled. Lydia goes home. Like, people that she wasn't aligned with, they all end up going home, and she does enter the final 6 in a spot where she's in a final 4 deal with Russell, Jeff, and Jordan. But they turn on them. Russell gets evicted there. Michelle's able to win one more comp to squeak into the final 4. Maybe she's got a shot if she's in the final 2, but she can't win a comp there. She's evicted. She does make it to 4th place. I do think there's a chance that she could beat someone like Natalie. You throw her into the final 2 against Natalie, she's going to get the votes? She's probably going to get the votes from Jeff, Jordan, Russell, America. There you go. That's enough. So she probably does beat Natalie if she makes it to the end. I don't know how likely that was going to be, but you never know. Could have happened. So I got her at 126. Up next at 125, I'm I know I am overrating this person. She should not be this high. Really, because I know she's probably not that much better than the likes of like a Fessy or anyone else, but I got Haley from Big Brother 20, and I know she wasn't the greatest player. You can't convince me that Haley loses to a single person on this season if she makes it to the final two. I really think she beats every single person. I just do. She was in the perfect position in the Fauteuil Alliance. She was one of the most liked. She was one of the best socially integrated in the Fauteuil. She was the one that had the most like one-on-one connections, whether it be Rockstar, Fessy, Scotty. She had a great relationship with Bailey. Maybe she didn't have a great relation or like the greatest relationship with Swaggy C. He was out in week 2. So she was in such a good spot. She tried forming an alliance with Angela and Tyler. It just didn't work out. But had the Fauteuil side like not gotten swindled by them, I think Haley wins this game. I really, really do. Even, I think I did a what if video like 4 years ago. If Rockstar didn't lose OTEV and Rockstar won OTEV, it sets off a chain of events, and I think Haley wins the game. I would have to go back and watch that. And also, that's a pure hypothetical. But like I went round by round and like was like, this person's gonna win this comp, this person's gonna win all the way to the end, and I think Haley just wins. So like she was in such a good spot to win. So yes, although she did make some blunders, and although she was a little bit more, she could have done more to stop Fessy from nominating Scotty. She had the potential to actually make it happen. So for that, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, and she's going up at 125. Now, at 124, is that right? Yeah, 124, we got another 6th placer. Not that Haley wasn't a 6th placer. None of these people were 6th placers. Bo was. Okay, so we had one. That's cool. We have a 6th placer. It is Natalie Negrati from Big Brother 18, who I don't have the most to say. I think she just did a good job of, I mean, she was the spy girl that could. She was the only spy girl that actually saw any amount of success in the game. She was able to really, I want to say attach herself to James, but I feel like it was more so like James attached to her. She was kind of the one that pushed for James to, I mean, Natalie was kind of the one that sparked the whole Pauly downfall. And that's something you got to give her mad credit for, because that was a huge like change in the house dynamics. And before you know it, I mean, Natalie's in the majority going into the final 7. It's a 5 versus 2 against Corey and Nicole. And they're just not able to close the deal. They get swindled by Nicole. They align with her, turn on stuff, yada, yada, yada. She's put up on the block at the final 6 and goes home over James because she is a bigger threat than James. And it's not often like you see that. But she just flat out was. I think she had some real serious win equity if she was able to get to the final 2. But I mean, she was cut at the final 6. She wasn't that close to making it to the end. But there was, I mean, having a second battle back there, that definitely is tough. It allows for Victor to come back. She loses Michelle. That's rough. She should have been in a spot to actually make it much further and have a real chance at winning. Just didn't work out. All right, up next at 123. I cannot believe this player is this high. What was I smoking? Hold the freaking phone. Oh, I know what I was smoking. I was smoking that Big Brother 1. Because I got Chicken George. I really almost, like, had a mental breakdown thinking that I put Chicken George this high for his Big Brother 7 game. It's not his Big Brother 7 game. I put it here because it's his Big Brother 1 game. I think as far as, like, people go, Chicken George on Big Brother 1, he was a standout character. He was a hardworking dad at home. And had he not had, like, this whole spiraling out at the final 6 where he like tried to get everyone to quit, I mean, Chicken George is a very likely winner of the season. I think he played Big Brother 1 how it should be played, not like as a game. And I think it was unintentional. I think he was just like the type of person that would succeed, and that's good. Good job. He comes back for Big Brother 7. I mean, he is a minnow among sharks, as I think Mike Boogie said. But he still makes it to 5th place. Shows that he's got the heart to compete, and I like that, even if the moves that he makes aren't always the best. So really, this has not much to do with this Big Brother 7 game. This is a Big Brother 1 placement. I think as Big Brother 7 game, I put him like here-ish. Like there. I think I had him in like the D tier. But for Big Brother 1, Chicken George gets to go all the way up to the B tier at 123. Up next at 122, I got another runner-up, and this is just someone that I don't know. My ranking of her, it's Natalie Martinez in Big Brother 11. It's just the fact that, like, I don't think she was very respected amongst this group of people, where I don't know if she beats anybody in the final 2. The fact that she can't, like, her closest ally was Jessie, and Jessie doesn't even vote for her over Jordan, like, that's a bit. If you can't get your number 1 ally's vote to win, you're in rough shape. And that's kind of what happens with Natalie. She gets to the end, and she, like, does okay work sometimes. I mean, I don't think she's that effective of a liar. I think Kevin was definitely pulling a lot of the weight when it comes to, like, bluffing. And I'm not saying that Natalie did nothing. I'm just saying I don't know how much of her work was effective in pushing her to the end. Next year, I'm going to have a better answer when I do my Big Brother. My Big Brother 11 knowledge is not as abysmal as my Big Brother 5 knowledge. And, like, I still know most of the stuff. But in terms of, like, the actual intricacies, Big Brother 11 is still one of the few seasons I haven't done a winner video on. So, like, I can't say I've read the Big Brother 11 live feed transcripts in the last 8 years of my life. At least for Natalie. So I got some more learning to do with Natalie, but for now I got her at 122. Up next at 121, another queen that I met. Got a picture with her, and she was so lovely. Monica Bailey from Big Brother 2. Now, Monica, bless her soul, Monica did not really seem to be playing the Big Brother 2 game as we know Big Brother today. Did that make sense? I don't know if that made sense. But what I'm trying to say is that Monica was playing Monica's game. She was doing whatever she wanted, and it almost works for her. I mean, she gets to the final 3 in a spot where if she gets to the end against Will, she wins. If she gets to the end against Nicole, she wins. But her path to there was not one that was overtly strategically oriented. I mean, she did have like a early game, I think, Final 3 deal with Krista and Hardy before Final 3 deals were even a thing. It was more of like a agreement, more of like an unspoken, I don't know. It was something like weird because they all like handled it weird once it was like brought up. But I mean, she had a good relationship with Krista. I don't remember who else she had a good relationship with. But regardless, I mean, I know she wins that Final 4 HOH in a spot where she did not feel respected, and that was a big moment for her. She makes the right move in putting up Hardy and Nicole. And I mean, all it takes is if she wins that Final HOH, she wins Big Brother 2. Because she was just so authentically herself. She was not BSing you. And a lot of people respected that. And it almost got her the win, but she was cut right before the end. I got her at 121. I would have loved to see her on All-Stars and to play the strategic game a little bit more. But as things stand, I mean, I only have her low because she wasn't playing like Big Brother that strategically. I could put her a little higher, but for now, this is where I'm going to land her. Up next at number 120, I got a player that is largely forgotten. It's Rachel... There's 2 C's in this last name. Or 2 N's. Plankner. Rachel Plankner from Big Brother 6. Howie's partner. I think she was just like a very above average player in terms of physicality, intelligence. like I think she was just like slightly above average in a lot of this stuff, and that played a factor in her going. She gets evicted over Howie because she nobody's taking Howie seriously. Rachel's a legitimate threat. Rachel's a legitimate player. She wins out the first week, wins both the HOH and the veto, and then is able to very effectively just like blend back into the shadows, joins the Sovereign Six, is liked by both sides of the house. Like I don't think anybody really had a problem with Rachel, except maybe Yvette for some reason. But like she was just like, I feel weird saying this sometimes, but she was just like a normal person in the Big Brother house, especially a war zone of the Big Brother 6 house. So overall, I mean, I think she was just a very like standard solid player. Didn't make it too far, but made it far enough where I feel pretty good about putting her up in like the B tier. Up next, 119. It's been a while since I've talked about Big Brother 19. It certainly has been a bit. Where are you at? Oh, I don't have to scroll down very much anymore once I get to here. Who do I have? I have Jason. Jason Dent. And, I mean, Jason did not know Big Brother at all going into the season, as far as I remember. But he did a good job of, like, picking it up and becoming a strong player. I think out of everybody I think he goes out at the final 7. Jason probably beats most people at the end, if not every person. Maybe he doesn't beat... I don't know, actually. But Jason was just someone that picked up the game enough, was really good at comps, was pretty solid socially and making alliances. Nobody was ever really targeting Jason up until he was targeted, of course. And just a pretty strong player. I mean, in terms of... I'm actually kind of similar to Rachel in terms of like how much potential I thought that they had. They were just like above average people that came into play Big Brother, where they were both like good physically. Yeah, Jason was a bit silly sometimes in terms of like, I feel like he would forget some stuff, but overall above average, but was taken out similar to Rachel just a little bit too early for me to really push him up that high, but it was good enough. Up next at 118, back to Big Brother 9, we got Natalie. There she is. To me, Natalie is someone that I know was actually pretty efficient in the game, but I just don't know like, I know she was a part of Team Christ. I know in the beginning of the game she was with Matt. And although Matt like didn't like her as much as she liked him, like they were still aligned. And that was still like a position of power that she held. And within Team Christ, she did a good job. She was like with the boys. She had a good relationship with Adam and a good relationship with Ryan. And was primed to make a good run, and I think she had some serious win equity. I could be wrong. I could be mistaken. But she does get taken out at the final 5 with some double dealings going on. And, I mean, she makes it to 5th place. She does well. I just need to do my Big Brother 9 video. I really need to do this video because Big Brother 9 is like, that's the oddball season, and I need to know more. And I guess nothing's stopping me except I'm working on other projects right now. But Natalie, from what I remember and from what I've researched, is a pretty good player. In the B tier, but not in that upper echelon. I say just yet. They're never bringing Natalie Cunile back. Up next at 117, I got a 6th placer that I know is someone's favorite here. Maybe multiple. And that is from Big Brother 25, America Lopez. Who, I think America's solid. I think America did good work at times. I think especially during the round that the house flips on Izzy, America does some really good work in not only convincing Corey to go out and like make this move, but also like bringing in Cameron, I believe. Or like she did something with Cameron where she either got him on board or took information from him. And regardless, she did good work that week. Positionally, she was all right. She was, I mean, with Corey, with Jag and Matt until they weren't. Really, the biggest flaw she has is A, I don't know how respected of a player she was. B, she could never break through to Blue. She always tried to work with Blue and Blue just was not having it. And C, she couldn't win a competition. Her and Corey couldn't win the comps they needed to, and Jag and Matt just won everything, mostly Jag, and they were able to take the shot at Corey in America before they ever had a chance to take a shot against them. I do think that maybe she was a little like when Jag nominated America and Corey. I mean, coincidentally, this did help America survive, but just she did not hold back with Jag, just telling him to F off. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's not the greatest gameplay, but I do think that played a part in them being like, yeah, Corey's a way better player. Let's evict Corey. So she does survive that, and I don't think she's a bad player. I mean, I have her at 117 in the B tier. Like, that's just still a pretty good spot. I just don't have her in the uppest echelon. Not enough to be in the A tier for me. After America, we're going back to Big Brother 9. We got the runner-up from that season, Ryan Quicksall, and I feel bad for Ryan. I mean, he didn't have a chance to win this game because he came in with Jen, and everyone hated Jen, and Jen really blew up his game in the beginning. But he ends up getting evicted, sort of. It's like a fake eviction, which he's then able to survive the second eviction, which lets him stay in the game. So technically, he is an evicted house guest that gets to the final two. But he does a good job. He survives a very close tie vote against Matt in a spot where he should have gone home, but he's lucky to survive that. And then he's on the right side of the Alliance War, finally. I mean, that was Natalie, too. She was on the right side of the Alliance War. And then he wins the comps at the end. It's just the fact that, like, Adam kind of plays not circles around Ryan, but Adam plays better than Ryan, and basically Ryan just brings Adam to the win. I think Ryan is an above-average player who had some unlucky things go his way, but he also had some lucky things go his way, and I don't know. If he was... I can blame Jen all I want for him losing, but at the end of the day, I think he was going to lose even without the Jen factor. I don't know. He was a fine player. I say fine. He's 116. He's in the B tier. Still pretty good. Regardless, whatever. Up next... we got Jason's right-hand girl. We got Alex out from Big Brother 19 at spot number 115. Alex, really, to me, very similar to Jason, although I do think she plays a little bit... I don't want to say worse. I think her and Jason play pretty equivalent. She does survive longer as well. Although I do think she probably loses to Jason. I think Alex's win equity is maybe slightly smaller than Jason's. And I do think that Alex was also slightly more under Paul's spell than Jason was. I don't even know if that's true. I might just be talking out of my butt right now. But, I mean, I just see her as a slightly better player than Jason. And she did get slightly further ahead than Jason. So I think that's fair. 115. You can only be so high as a Josh minion. And I think out of all of the Josh minions, Alex and Jason both could definitely do the most standing on their own 2 feet. Except for maybe Christmas and Josh, but we'll talk about Christmas and Josh when we get to Christmas and Josh. Up next at 114, I have a player who I'm still hesitant to be that high on, but I did get a lot of good reasons as to why I should maybe put this player higher, and I heard those reasons. It's Kalia Booker from Big Brother 13, and I had Kalia pretty low because, like, she was on the bottom after a few weeks. Joins up with Danny. Not great to be on the bottom where you guys have to win these HOHs, but they did win these HOHs. Took out all the opposition. I say all the opposition. That's not true. Took out some big opposition. She took out Jeff. Actually, that's all she took out, because otherwise she took out Lawan. That's not a good person to take out. But Kalia, through it all, was like, she was a fighter. to the end. She makes it to 5th place. She still reforms a relationship with Portia. She's got some sort of relationship with Shelly by the end of things, although that may have just been by circumstance or by happenstance. She does get a bit screwed over by Pandora's box, although she probably goes home at the final 5 no matter what, unless she's able to convince Adam to use the veto on her, which she isn't. But I'm sure if she gets to the end, she's got a pretty good story to win. I mean, if she's sitting in the end against Portia, she beats Portia. If she's sitting in the end not against Portia, well, she's got Danny's vote to win. She's got Portia's vote to win. And I don't know, I could see her getting an Adam vote. I could see her, I mean, I guess at that point, it really just depends on who she's next to. But, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say about Kalia. I don't have to say that much. I've already talked about her. You can go watch the 5th place video. I got her at 114. Up next at 113, I got a player who made it very far, but man, is this player, tough to assess sometimes. It's Caleb Reynolds in Big Brother 16. I don't know. The thing with Caleb is that he's just I don't want to say he's dumb. He's also just he's too trusting, and he's very lucky. Nobody ever makes a move against him. And he volunteers for the block numerous times. Should get evicted. I mean, he's loyal, and people see that, so they don't evict him. But he's not actually in the Detonators Alliance. He's just kind of getting dragged along because he wins a bunch of comps for them and he's loyal to them. He doesn't have that killer instinct in my mind where he's going to go to the end against Derek and Cody. He's going to bring Derek to the end and he's going to lose to Derek. He turns on his number one Frankie, who's the only person that's not going to evict him. He just makes a bunch of these mistakes, but I guess at the end of the day, it did almost work out for him where he does make it all the way to the final 4. If he wins a veto there, I mean, he wasn't going to win that veto, but if he did, he goes to the final 3, and if he takes Cody to the final 2, he's got an okay chance at beating Cody. I think Cody wins it, but that's something. He was a big presence that got along with his allies. I don't know. I don't like putting Caleb this high, but that's just what I'm doing. Here, hold on. I wrote a note for myself right here to switch this player around, and I'm going to listen to myself. So just one moment while I do my rankings. Okay. Up next, at 112, we got a Big Brother 12 player. We have not talked about... we still have, 6 people from Big Brother 12? 7 people? Well, it's about to be 6 because I got Reagan up next. Reagan, I definitely think is a bit of an underrated player in Big Brother history. Someone who wasn't in the brigade, but he clocked it. He figured it out eventually. Was one of the only people to. The problem is that he was good at vetoes. He couldn't win HOHs. He could never actually make a move against the brigade. I think he was strategically pretty capable. He did a good job in the early... I mean, he had a connection with Brittany and Matt. He did a good job of really never being targeted until Rachel left. And then Brendan started targeting him. But overall, I mean, a very capable player that just couldn't beat out the brigade. I think he's a B-tier player. Up next at number 111, we are going out of order now. Finally, for Big Brother 1, we have Curtis Kin, the 3rd placer, who, I mean, he kind of just existed. I don't have that much to say about Curtis. He did more than just exist. But in the house, he was never really in danger of going home, but he was also never really a true contender to win. Nobody ever wanted to waste a week, and by nobody I mean America. They never wasted a week of getting rid of Curtis. There were bigger fish to fry and bigger fish to give the win to. Curtis was just the fish in there that became a judge or something. I don't know. But he made it to 3rd place, so that's enough for you to get number 111. Now at 110, we got a player who I didn't realize that I was going to be, I say this high. She makes it to 4th place. She's, in the spot that she should be. But I got Jamaica Cameron from Big Brother 8, who, again, I talk about all these players in my previous videos. If you really want an in-depth, detailed explanation, I urge you to go watch those so that you can save my voice today. But... Jamaica is someone that, through not being able to play a bunch of HOHs, was kept around because she was never a threat to do so. But she was still, like, aligned with a lot of people and should have been in a great spot had it not been for America's Player, where she was aligned with Eric and Jessica and Amber. These people that should have won the game had it not been for America's Player. But once Eric and Jessica are taken out, Jamaica is still in a spot where if at the Final Four, it's her and Zach versus Dick and Danielle. If Zach wins that veto or if she wins that veto, Jamaica probably wins the game. Because Jamaica nearly sweeps, without any America's Player influence, a jury vote against Zach and either Donato. So yeah, she's in a great spot to win. She's very liked and respected by the jurors, has a good story. And I mean, socially it was fine. I mean, she was great. She had a bunch of good allies. I think I might keep her here. But I do think she had a lot of upside, and she was very nearly a winner. Gotta remember that. Up next at 109, we have another leftover from Big Brother 24. Someone that people don't give that much respect to, but I will always fight for Brittany Hoops. I'm a big Brittany Hoops enjoyer. She fought. You know, people didn't necessarily respect her in the house. Her win equity, was it low? For sure. But she never gave up. She won a bunch of vetoes. Some of those were with Michael, but some of those were on her own. You can't discredit those. What else? She was willing to make these like moves like at the final five. She's like, shoot, the only person I might be able to beat is Alyssa. Sorry, Taylor, I'm cutting you, and I'm gonna try and convince Turner to give Alyssa a sympathy vote so then that I can vote for her too, and then it's a 2-0. We keep Alyssa. Now Alyssa's loyal to me. We go to the end together. Like, that's great thinking. I love that forward thinking. Unfortunately, she couldn't get it done, but like, I love the thought. She still is brought into the leftovers. She's got obviously a big connection with Michael. Before that, she still had a relationship with Taylor. I think she was a genuinely good person as well. So even if she didn't necessarily have the respect to win in the end, she saw a path and she tried to take it. And overall, I think she's an above-average player. I got her in the B tier at 109. And now the last player in my regular B tier. I do have a runner-up that maybe I should be putting her a little bit higher, but I do just have some problems with her. And that is Yvette. And Yvette said some terrible things as well, kind of like what I said about Joshua before. Yvette said some things that, had I heard, I definitely would not have wanted to vote for her. Again, I talk about Yvette in my second place video, so go watch that. But she's able to get to the end, nearly wins, 1 vote shy. Could have had that 1 vote if she didn't leave such a nasty message for Rachel. But why are you leaving such a nasty message for Rachel? I have to dock you points for such an avoidable mistake. And why are you winning that final HOH? I have problems with how she played the game in terms of like if she wanted to win. Also, why is she fighting with April so much? She had a good connection with James. Overall, I mean, like, she comes 1 vote away from winning. She very nearly wins. She very well could have won. But she doesn't, and she has no one to blame but for herself for those, I would say. She's here at 108, the top player in my B tier, although she very well could be in the B plus tier. Now, moving on to the B plus tier. Up first. God, I still have 107 people to go. But, all right, 107. First player. It's another new player. It is Ava Pearl. Wow. The third? Nope, I still have Vince. The 4th highest player. That makes sense to me. Ava is such an interesting figure because she really comes close. I mean, like, she's Rubina, but better than Rubina. And also more win equity than Rubina because Ava had like 3 locked votes in that jury. She had Kelly, she had Lauren, and she had Will, most likely. She just needs 1 vote, and then she wins against anyone that she can get that 1 vote from. However, I don't know how intentional her game is. I feel like oftentimes she would just be a little bit too like, I've done my job, now you guys figure out your stuff, I'm not responsible for that. And it's like, yeah, but if you were responsible, you could influence the game more, you could give it a try, particularly on your HOH, but I digress. overall, she just ended up in a really solid spot to potentially win the game, but she wasn't able to pull it out. But she still got fourth place. That ain't bad. So she's there at 107. Now at 106, we got another runner-up. This time again, or nope, not runner-up. A third placer, a final juror. This time it is, where is she at? Sheila Kennedy from Big Brother 9. She had a pretty rough start. Her and Adam didn't necessarily do the greatest. Didn't love that lie with Allison saying they are lesbians because they were just so mad at their partners. They're like, screw it, we're making our own partners. But she's able to rekindle her relationship with Adam. She's on Team Christ. She's on the winning alliance war. She's on the winning side. The problem I have with her is that she was going to go to the end with Adam, and she also was very nearly cut at the final four, but she wasn't. And had she gotten to the end against Ryan, she would have won. So it's like she had some win equity, she had some upside, she makes it to third place, and she's able to rekindle that bond with Adam. That was awesome. Like, that's also good gameplay. She goes from almost being the first boot to almost winning the game. You get to go in my B+ tier, Sheila. Good for you. Up next at 105, another relatively recent player. I've talked about her a couple times. I got T-Core, and I mean, T-Core is actually kind of a frustrating player because it's like, she should not have evicted Tucker during her HOH. She should have... how do I say any of this? I don't know. She was just like... She had such high win equity. But I feel like she just needed to fight harder for herself. And also not evict Tucker. That was... Her HOH wasn't great. She needed to fight a little bit more during Janky Week. But... at the end of the day, she was like, had the most win equity out of anybody in the end game. She had Rubina and Chemo just like undyingly loyal to her. She had a really good bond with Chelsea, which gave her like an attachment to the other side of the house. Quinn really wanted to work with her, although she did kind of just like disregard Quinn. That's another downside. But overall, like, she had so much potential, but she just wasn't able to put it all together. So because she got 8th place, I can't put her that much higher. Although, I mean, I'm sure I have some more 8th placers coming up. But that's T-Core. Up next, I can't believe I got this goofball this high. I got Zach Swardzewski from Big Brother 8. You know, Dolphin Crash Zach. Who, I mean, I really like his beginning of the game, pretty abysmal. Nobody likes him. He's just like the ogre in the house. People make fun of him all the time. But he kind of like survives and takes it on the chin, is able to work with Dick and Danielle, is able to like survive these rounds, and then goes on a big, like, he has a huge like underdog run at the end where the jurors are sitting in the jury house and they're like, okay, wow, Zach, we're rooting for you. Like, out of nowhere, he kind of just comes alive. And I think he does a really good job at the Final Four, especially of like putting on a show, because he knows the jurors are going to like it if he puts on a show and really calls out the Donatos. And it almost works. I mean, he's one question away from winning the game. And because of that, he's so close to winning at the final 3. And he has such a nice underdog run. Even if he wasn't the most liked player, and even if people didn't like him, I guess that's not being the most liked player, he almost got the job done. So for that, I am going to put him in the B+ tier. I cannot put him in the A tier, though. I'm sorry, Zach. I like Zach a lot, though. I really like that video about Dolphin Crash. Shout out Barfbag. All right, up next at 103, we got a player that was in the power for most of her time there, if not all of her time, but just never had a chance at winning, and that's Angela Rummins from Big Brother 20. And really, like, I think Angela played, well, I mean, she got to 4th. She played a strong game, but she just was a little bit too much of an ice queen. Well, Angela, with respect, like, ice queens are cool. Ice queens are like, dang, she just said that, and that was awesome. Angela wasn't dropping bars. Angela wasn't giving us like, oh my God, I can't believe that's just happened moment. She gave us like the 2 steps ahead baloney at the double eviction. Like, that's not that cool. But she was in like the power alliance the whole way through, makes it to the final 4. The problem is that she's not going to beat anybody in the jury. She didn't do a good job. But I mean, like, her actual game, I think, was stronger than Zach's. I think it's a little bit more deliberate than the likes of like a T-Core, although I don't know if I can say that because T-Core pulled off a move, but I don't know. I think she's just like, she's a capable player that just didn't remember to manage the jury. Up next at 102 from Big Brother 17, used to be one of my favorite players. It was Johnny Mac from, as I said, Big Brother 17, who, as like such an outlier on the cast, like it never seemed like he had a real true home. He survives a heck of a long way. He does a good job of being cool with being on the block. That gives him a role in the house. People don't evict him because he's an easy person to put up on the block, and he's just like kind of likable. He is evicted at the final 8, which is a knock against him, but he comes back immediately and is able to form a trio alliance with Steve and Vanessa that really helps carry him through. He's also like kind of aligned with the Aust twins, although I definitely think Austin and Johnny Mac were not that tight. Like they were technically aligned, but like 6 degrees of separation aligned. Overall, he's able to comp his way up through, squeak, survive, comp up to the final 4, where, I mean, he's got a pretty solid shot of winning if he's in the final 2. I mean, if he's got the choice, he's probably going against Liz, and he probably beats Liz. If he's up against Steve, I don't think he beats Steve, but, like, he had life, he had a chance. He's Angelo with a rockier road to get there, but with a better chance of winning if you're at the end. So, I gave him the slight nod above Angelo. Up next at 101, we have another multi-time player, and we actually got 3 multi-time players in a row, but I won't speed through it because we would be going through the top 100. But at number 101, I have Nicole Anthony from Big Brother 21 and 22. Nicole Anthony on 21, she's just like kind of on the outs from the beginning, nearly evicted in week 3, but is able to form a relationship with Cliff, survive, form a bond with Jackson and Holly, while also having some relationships with like Jessica and Kat. That really just helps propel her through the mid-game, completely unscathed, in a really good spot. She goes on a baby comp streak at the end, winning the HOH at the final 6, veto at final 5, HOH at final 4. Should put her in a good spot, but they just didn't take out the right people that they needed to along those lines. So instead of being at the end with people that she should be, she's in the final 3 with Jackson and Holly, who of course are taking each other, and she gets evicted in 3rd. Comes back for 22, has a really poor showing that does kind of drop her. Even though I said before that a poor showing isn't going to drop you too much, it dropped her a little bit. I did lose a bit of faith in her as a player. So I put her at 101. She's just missing out on the top 100. But 101 ain't too bad. Now, wait, I'm sorry, hold on one moment. Sorry. It is, like, I'm usually done with my member exclusive video like 3 hours ago. So, like, my fiance's getting home from work soon. It's almost dinner time for the cats, and I'm like, oh, hey, sorry, I still have 100 people to rank. But this is what it's all been leading up to. I'm not going to just leave you hanging. I'm not going to just post this and say, okay, I'll see you in 2 weeks. No, we're finishing this. Up next, top 100. At number 100, I have a 2-time player. Very noteworthy one. It is Marcellus Reynolds from Big Brother 3 and Big Brother All-Stars. This is, I mean, strictly for his Big Brother 3 game. You know what? That's not true. His Big Brother 7 game also was okay, which we'll talk about very briefly because I gotta go quick. But Marcellus in Big Brother 3 goes from being almost the unanimous week 1 boot. He gets a second chance at life when Jerry uses the veto on him, and he does not waste it. I mean, he becomes a real, like, strategic player in the house. He instantly forms a connection with Danielle, which also He also forms a connection with Jason. They form a 3-person alliance that really is a driving strategic force for a good chunk of the season. At the same time, he's got a working relationship with Roddy. Eventually, he gets a working relationship with Lisa. Amy is his best friend. He's got connections all throughout the house. And by the end of the game, he's a pretty solid competitor. But Danielle caught him in a lie, wanted to blindside him. He wins the veto, doesn't use it on himself. He gets evicted. We all know the story. Comes back from Big Brother All-Stars. Actually does a really solid job of getting in with the Season 6 crew and just chilling there. But Will is able to swindle Janelle into nominating Marcellus in Week 6, and Marcellus gets evicted there. I think his Big Brother 3 game is pretty strong. His Big Brother 7 game less strong. But overall, it was enough, especially with it being early Big Brother, where I was able to put Marcellus in the top 100, albeit at number 100. Up next at number 99, we got another Big Brother All-Star. Someone who people are higher on him than I am. And I did consider putting Marcellus above him. I don't know. He's got 2 pretty okay performances, but I think he's got some big flaws. It's James Ryan. This dude just he's very smart. Obviously, he's very intelligent, but he's also the type of person that everybody knows. He lets you know how much smarter he is than you. Or you can just tell by the way he talks, and it's dude, stop letting people know that you're a threat. And combine that with the fact that he wins all these vetoes because he dug himself into some holes. He was able to dig himself out, but he was able to dig it out with competition wins. But at the same time, he showed a degree of maneuverability and adaptability that is very strong on both seasons. I think he adapted pretty well. But it was never enough for him to get into that end game. But making it to 7th twice, that's pretty solid. So he was able to get a spot at number 99. Now at number 98, I don't know if I should have this person this high. It's Azza from Big Brother 23, who really I put this high because she did come extremely close to actually winning the game. She was a part of the cookout. She was never targeted by anybody. And I don't even think she needed the cookout for that. I think she was just a very quiet presence in the house. As I mentioned, she had Derek F., she had Brittany, sort of had Tiffany, eventually had Xavier. She has these people as allies. She gets to the final 3, and originally, she's got that winning mindset. Win the final HOH, evict Xavier, take Derek F. to the end, and win, which would have happened, but then Derek F. played so bad or was just such a bad ally or friend. And Ozzo's screw it, I'm not taking you anymore. And it's you just brought both of your rankings down by this. Derek F., you just dragged yourself down, and you dragged Ozzo down because you convinced her to make such a terrible decision by evicting you. But because she was technically so close, she was in the final 3, never really targeted. It was a solid enough game. I was able to squeeze her in the top 100 at spot number 98. Now at spot number 97. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's last name, which I should because I've watched the barf bag video on him. It's from Big Brother 15. Judd Daugherty? Daughtry? I don't know. It's Judd. That's spot number 97. Judd is an underrated. I think his position in the beginning of the game on Big Brother 15, at least according to Andy, was so good. Everyone liked Judd. He was in with the power structure. Unfortunately, Andy is a better player than Judd, so he was able to plant the seeds and get Judd evicted, or help get Judd evicted at that double eviction. But Judd comes back, does a really good job once he comes back of blending back in, aligning with the right people. Is included in the exterminators with Andy, Gina Marie, and Spencer. The problem is that he is so clearly on the bottom of that. So once it's time at the final 5 for one of them has to go, Judd's the one that goes. But overall, I think he's a pretty solid player. Would have probably had a good chance of winning in the final 2 if he was against most people other than Andy. But he couldn't get there. So you land at number 97. Now at number 96, many places higher than her sister. I have the runner-up from Big Brother 17, Liz Nolan, if I can find her. And to me, the thing with Liz is that... Oh, time out. I actually want to see how many people we have from each season. So we just took away Azza, James, Ryan, and Marcellus. I just want to see. So Big Brother 1 has 3 people. Big Brother 2 has 5 people, although, I mean, they don't have Boogie because of his Big Brother 2 game. Big Brother 3 has 4 people. Big Brother 4 is 4 people. Big Brother 5 is 4 people. Big Brother 6 has 3, but it also had James. Also, Big Brother 3 had Marcellus, so Big Brother 3 had 5. Big Brother 8 has 4. Big Brother 9 has 2. Big Brother 10 has 4. Big Brother 11 has 3. Big Brother 12 still has 6. Big Brother 13 has 2. Big Brother 14 has 3. 15 has 6, because I'm including Judd. Big Brother 16 is 5. Big Brother 17 has 6. Big Brother 18 has 3. Big Brother 19 has 2. Big Brother 20 is 4. Big Brother 21 is 5. Big Brother 23 had 6, because I also had Ozza. Big Brother 24 has 5. Big Brother 25 has 4. Big Brother 26 has 2. And Big Brother 27 is 3. Okay, so I would say that's a pretty even distribution, with some highlights being Big Brother 17, Big Brother 21 for some reason, Big Brother 23, Big Brother 3, Big Brother 2. Like, there are some seasons. Big Brother 12, that's a good one. Okay, I was just curious for my own thoughts. Obviously, Big Brother 16 is going to have a very top-heavy ending. But anyways, as I was saying, I need Liz. You're coming with me. Oh, excuse me. I got Liz Nolan in Big Brother 17, who I think had a phenomenal beginning of the game. I mean, I do think that even though, as I said with Julia, even though they were caught with the whole twin thing, she did a good job of kind of using that to her advantage. Liz herself was really solid in the beginning, forming alliances. She won an HOH or so in there. Then once the twins come into the game, I mean, it's her and the Oz twins and Vanessa. They run that middle game. They got all the HOHs. They got all the power. And it just so happens that she enters the end game with a bunch of people that are also big threats. And after Julia goes, she just can't beat any of them. But I think that she's still under... I don't want to call her like that underrated, but like she's still a pretty solid player. Gets 3 votes to win. Realistically, could have gotten more, but I mean, 3 votes ain't bad. 3 votes ain't bad. So she's there at number 96, and now at number 95, the final player in my B's tier, the top B+ player, and the top player before I go take my final break. It's Corey Wurtenberger from Big Brother 25, who I think strategically actually did a lot of good maneuvering in the beginning of the game. I mean, he goes from almost a week 1 nominee to saving himself with Riley, getting in with Jared, Suri, and Izzy, being a 4th for them, while also getting into a showmance with America, being probably like the biggest driving force in flipping the vote onto Izzy once he realized he's been played, bringing in Matt and Jag and Bowie Jane, who he had developed a relationship. Like, he was doing really well. He had his hands in many cookie jars, and he was getting away with it. The problem is that once he wins that double eviction HOH, is able to take out Jared, he lets off the gas and kind of just lets things go. He loses Bowie to Matt and Jag without realizing it, and they're just not able to win another competition, and then they're just... he's taken out in 8th place. I know Cameron didn't like him very much. Cameron very easily could have and almost did take him out at both the final 9 and... Actually, that's the only round. It was just the final 9. But overall, like, I think he was a good player. I think he probably wins in a jury vote because people respect him as a player. He just let off the gas. But man, Big Brother 25 was the season that never ended. I don't blame him. I would have let off the gas by day 65. Actually, that's right around where he let the gas off. So that was a really terrible analogy. I would have let the gas off on day 15 before Kirsten was even evicted. But yeah, there we go. That's my B+ tier. That's all of my B's. And from here on out, we only have the A's, this A that is a different color for some reason, an S, and the top 10. So I am going to go take my next break, and I will see you in like a few seconds for you. All right, we're back. It is the last freaking time. I'm not taking any more breaks. I mean, I only have 94 people left to go. I did not think this was going to take me so long. I'm really tired. My voice is dead. I just want to eat some yogurt, but you can't eat dairy because then it clogs up like your voice and then it's hard to talk. And it's already hard enough for me to talk. Or maybe I should have eaten yogurt. Maybe that would have like soothed my vocal cords. Regardless, we're going quick. We're going speedy. Up next at number 94, the first player in my A- tier. I got the most recent runner-up. I got Vidi Pinheiro, who had just such a good... He had such high potential. He had everything he could have ever wanted. All the final 2 allies in the world, the ability to win a bunch of HOHs, just everything. And he just overpromised and underdelivered, and it cost him the win. And I go way more in depth on my Big Brother 27 player ranking video, so go watch that. Up next, number 93, we have our first member of the brigade, Matt Hoffman from Big Brother 12, who... I mean, he's such an evil genius. He's like Ronnie if Ronnie did really well. Comes up with this lie about his wife having a degenerative bone disease. That's just like, I want those outside of the box thinkers. He forms the brigade or is part of forming the brigade or whatever the heck. And then he does a good job of like playing both sides, but he does it a little bit too obviously where Brendan and Rachel kind of figure it out. And I mean, if Brendan and Rachel are figuring it out, you're not doing a very good job. But eventually that sort of thing kind of catches up to him and the brigade does turn on him. But he still, I mean, he set up the foundation for one of the best alliances of all time. He was a very smart player. I got to put him in the A- tier at number 93. Following that, I have another Matt, a Matt that I'm pretty familiar with, that being Matt Turner from Big Brother 24. What spot was this? Number 92? And again, I go much more in depth during my third placer videos, but he's in the leftovers. He makes it to the final 3. He's a very likable presence in the house. People really thought that he was a big jury threat, yet he continued to make it to the final 3. He did have win equity, just not against the people he was in the final 3 with. Like he could have beaten Brittany, he could have beaten Alyssa, he could have beaten Terrence, could have beaten Kyle even, I think. Obviously before the Kyle reveal of the White Alliance and whatnot. But overall, I mean, Turner was good at comps. He was just a pretty solid figure, made it all the way to 3rd place, and I don't know. I think that was enough for him to be in the A- tier at spot number 92. Up next, to number 91, underrated queen, Jessica Hughbanks from Big Brother 8. Without America's Player, I mean, she's got a real shot of winning this whole thing. America's Player screws her more than, well, just as much as all the other people it screwed, like Dustin and I don't know, Amber, Eric even. She was in a great spot to make it far. She's one of the few people that Dick like really respected. And I think that says something about her character, where she was nice, but she also played hard, and she was, like I said, she was a part of all of... I've talked about her through talking about other people, but she was in the numbers, in the majority. She won a couple HOHs. She was a main decision maker, and she just gets screwed over that Eric can't make the move against the Donatos, and then they eventually take Jessica out. Up next at number 90, back to Big Brother 15, we have McCrae Olsen, who I think is a very good standard player on this season, where he wins the first HOH, and I think that does a bunch of favors for him. He's being included in the moving company. He gets the attention of Amanda. So he and Amanda eventually form a relationship. He's got one alliance. He trades that alliance in for some new alliances with Helen and Alyssa and Andy and eventually Aaron. He's just like very well positioned up until the house kind of turns on Amanda and McCrae. Mostly Amanda. I mean, Amanda's the one that's really causing all of the the fireworks and the hecticness, and McRae's just attached to her. But then he goes on a late game comp streak, able to make it to the Final Four where he's not able to pull it out, but he almost does. How does he fare in a Final Two? I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if people not wanting Amanda to win is really going to hurt McRae. Because of my unsureness, I only put McRae at number 90. But, I mean, again, I think he was just a pretty solid all-around player, fit for spot number 90. Now at spot number 89, I got a player named Brett Robinson, who, to me, he was just a little bit too cute. And he does have some big flaws, like he almost goes home in weeks 3 and weeks 5. Survives by 1 vote both times. But I think he understood his role in level 6. And he was able to communicate that with his other allies and been like, hey, like, I'm going to keep being the figurehead that they keep taking shots at as long as you keep me. And that worked. They decided to keep keeping him around. And although he was this huge target for the other side, the Faute side, he like randomly is able to get in with them where he infiltrates. He's now like kind of good with Haley. He's randomly good with Rockstar. He's in this spot that like somehow after they targeted him for multiple weeks in a row that he was just like good. But the problem is that he just lets that go and he laughs while it's happening. So now it's at the point where I really think he only beats Angela if he's sitting in the end, and he's trying to get Angela evicted. But he did show some serious, like, outside of the box strategic thinking, those chops that I like to see. So for that, Brett, you get to sneak into the A- tier and sneak into the top 100. Now, after Brett, I got a player who many might think I'm putting a little bit too high, and even I can see that myself. But I got Claire, who I really do think was the best non-cookout member of Big Brother 23. I think she was in a pretty safe position all the way up until she was evicted. She saw the block like once, maybe twice. She saw the block at the week 6, and as well as the week that Derek X went home. But I mean, Claire was in such a good spot. She had such a tight bond with Tiffany. She didn't make herself out to be a big target, and she was supposed to be the last non-cookout member standing. I think she was just a really good game player that in a season without the cookout, I think she's making it to the Final Four with some serious winning chances, but she just wasn't able to make it happen on this season. So she got the boot. And by the boot, I mean she got a placement at number 88. But 88's not bad, especially like, I don't think many people are going to be putting Claire that high. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Up next at number 87, we finally have a winner. And I don't know how to rank these bad winners. I have Evil Dick from Big Brother 8 and Big Brother 13. And let me just say, Big Brother 13 is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, which is insane. He was on that season for 3 days. Now, God, I can't talk too much about Evil Dick, but like this dude gets so freaking lucky all throughout Big Brother 8, should not be in a position to win. He loses to everybody other than his daughter, who he is able to get to at the end because the America's Twist is helping him, and they win a bunch of, like a shoot ton of competitions. However, there's no denying that he at least can think strategically. And although I think he really is not the type of player that should succeed in this game, he did. And when I said Big Brother 13 was doing a lot of heavy lifting, I think within 3 days, he was in the best position in Big Brother 13 by far. He was doing all the heavy lifting for the vets. He was the one out there bringing in Portia, bringing in Adam, making sure the veterans stayed together, and making sure that they had the numbers by bringing in those two people. It's insane that literally what those 3 days did to change my mind on Dick, because I think his winning game is like C, if not D tier. It's really bad. But at the end of the day, he is a winner, and I really do think that he showed I don't know if I want to say an elite level understanding of the strategic game of Big Brother when he returned, but I'm not saying he didn't have an elite understanding of the game. So, even though I think his winning game is abysmal, and I think that he's not that great of a player from what we saw, I also think he is capable, and if he wasn't such a jerky pants, he could have been like a really, really good player, but he's just a bad human being and just terrible to the people that he lives with. And that is like what you don't want to do. You don't want to be hard to live with. You want to be someone likable. And the fact that he won Big Brother, it's hard to make Big Brother credible. But whatever. After Evil Dick, at number 86, I have G from Big Brother 4, who I think is just like, he was a strong player on Big Brother 4. I think he was probably, I mean, I have him so much higher than the other Three Stooges. I think he was for sure the best player amongst the Three Stooges. I think he, in June, played that X's twist perfectly, where they fought during the day, but then, you know, behind closed doors, they were actually secretly working together. I think he was a very smart player. I think June was smarter, and June outplayed him. And, I mean, at the end of the day, he gets, what place? He gets 5th place. That's not bad. 5th place, that's pretty good, actually. 5th place, had a lot of win equity, probably wins against everybody in the end. Well, I say everybody. At least everybody at the final 5. Definitely from the final 6 onwards. He was just a player that definitely had what it took, but was, you know, if you're the 3rd or 4th best player on your season, sometimes that's enough to get you the win. That was not enough on Big Brother 4. After G, we've got another player, obviously. This one being Christine from Big Brother 16. Now, I talk a lot about Christine in my video where I, you know, rank Christine. So if you want the in-depth version, you know where to go. She got 6th place. But I think she was a very strong player. I think out of all of the women on Big Brother 16, I guess except for Nicole, she was for sure the best. Like, she was the most forward thinking, the most involved in the way that the game played out. She's like the only woman in the detonators. She was pretty solid. I don't think her win equity was very high, but I think as a player, she strategically got it in her positioning, in her maneuvering. While sometimes not what I wanted as a viewer, it got her into a pretty good spot. I just don't think she necessarily realized how bad of a spot she was in within the detonators once it came down to it. Now, after Christine, okay, now this is where things get a little bit tough. I have Jason Roy from Big Brother 17 and Big Brother Over the Top. Now, for his Big Brother 17 game, I have it in the C tier, I think. Like, I think I have it like, I don't know, here, maybe like the C plus tier. Like, he did a fine enough job on Big Brother 17. He was like, it was like he was the first person that got the boot in that alliance war. But if his side wins, if Liz loses that battle of the block in week 5 and Jason doesn't go home there, I mean, Jason's in a great spot to win. It was a pretty good game. Now, Over the Top. There's a reason I am not ranking the Over the Top players, and that is because I am very unfamiliar with the inner workings of Over the Top. I watched Over the Top one time 9 years ago, and I've rarely ever gone back to it. I watched the barf bag video, and that's it. And that really wasn't a recap. That was just a why you should watch Over the Top. I know Jason gets 2nd place. I know Jason did a good job on his alliance and like being situated within his group. I also know that he was pretty freaking terrible to the other people. Socially, like, saying some horrid things. And I know he also, like, he had to win that week 1 veto. He also wins the final veto. And he wins the final HOH. Like, there is a level of safety that he gets throughout. I do not know how to rank his Over the Top game. I don't know how he would have done if it was a jury on Over the Top, like, instead of the fan vote. Over the Top is not my strong suit, and I never will pretend like it is. So, take my Jason ranking with a grain of salt. I tried my best to incorporate how I think he did on Over the Top and mix that with his Big Brother 17 stuff and kind of just put it here as like a healthy middle ground, because I know he is capable, but man, does he just like kind of like Evil Dick. Just, you shouldn't be this mean if you want to win Big Brother. And he was saying some terrible things. But I think his Big Brother 17 game was pretty okay. So, well, we could just go off of that one as well. Up next at number 83, from Big Brother 9, I have Sharon. And thank goodness that Sharon got that second chance after being attached to this guy on the very bottom, her ex-boyfriend. But she comes back into the game, and once she comes back, I mean, she does a great job. She's partnered with Joshua. they're in a lot of power for that beginning, middle stage of the game. Then she's the only person that really manages to survive when like the alliance war happens at the final 8. Her side is the one that keeps losing. Yet she is the last remaining member, and not only that, she outlasts Natalie, who is on the other side of the alliance. And Sharon herself is almost taken to the final 3. I also saw like Sharon nearly saved her and Jacob in those first couple of days. Which is great work from Sharon. Had she actually been able to pull that off, even higher. I mean, the only reason she's not able to pull it off is because of other twist stuff with Ryan and Jen. So, really, I think Sharon had a rough... I mean, she should have made it to the Final 3 as well because of that stupid Final 4 HOH question. If she gets to the end against Ryan, I think she wins. If she gets to the end against Adam, I don't necessarily think she wins. But I don't know. I gotta do my Adam video. That will give me a much better idea. But I think she's a pretty solid player. I got her at number 83. That's pretty high. Now at number 82, this is somebody that I had low and people gave me a hard time about it, and I actually listened and applied. And it's Portia Briggs from Big Brother 13, who I was pretty low on. I think I had her in the B tier when I first did my runner-up ranking, but I got some comments that really made me rethink about how she played the game, and you guys brought up a lot of good points. Portia did play a fairly effective floater game, going to whoever had power. She was with Rachel in the beginning when Rachel was in power. Once that didn't work, she started hanging out a little bit more. She started to hang out a little bit with Danny and Kalia and kind of joined with them when they were in power. Oops, Danny and Kalia, well, Kalia doesn't get evicted, but oops, Danny gets evicted, but Kalia wins the HOA. It's time to take out Jeff. Boom, she's right there with you. And then Rachel starts getting power again. She's back with Rachel. Portia also legitimately kind of should have won the game. I don't know why she doesn't get Shelly's vote to win. And once I started looking at her game in that light, I realized like, wow, Portia actually did like navigate through the game pretty cleanly. My big problem with her is that she really just never interacted with people that she didn't like. She had no relationship with Jeff and Jordan at all. Why don't you just spend some time with them? Maybe it's easy for me to say from the comfort of my home, not having played Big Brother, to say, why don't you just talk to everybody? But that was really my only problem with Portia. And I do think that is like a fairly impressive way that she navigated. So with that, I'm going to put her at, what's that, 82. It's a pretty good spot. Now, up next at number 81, I do have another winner. This time being what many consider to be the worst winner, and I understand, but I disagree at this point, and it's Jag. In fact, when looking at winning games, if you go and watch my video ranking the winners, I think I have Jag I don't think I have him in the bottom 3. I don't even remember where I put him, but it wasn't last. And Jag has an abysmal weeks 3 through 5. I've talked about this 100 times. It's very, very bad. He gets evicted, comes back, nearly gets evicted again, is very lucky to not be evicted. Jag's game from like the final... I don't even freaking know. This season is so big. But from the round that Cameron is first evicted to the final 4, I think Jag plays really well. Outside of just winning the competitions, I think he positionally is maneuvering where he should. He's getting the right people out at the right times. It's all working out for him. And then he just goes off the diving board again at the end and takes Matt to the end thinking he's going to lose. But it turns out that there's just $750,000 waiting for him at the bottom of the pool anyways. So it kind of just worked out for Jag. But I do think that he actually did have a pretty strong end game. Well, except for the final 4 and final 3. I think his final 5 round is really good. I think his jury stage from like final 9 to final 7 is pretty solid as well. Like he just does well. And he is actually a pretty likable guy in the house. I think A- tier, that's a good spot for him. And he's the type of person that if he came back and played again, I'm sure he would do really freaking well. Now, up next at number 80, I got Cam Sullivan Brown from Big Brother 26, and I just think Cam is a very solid player. Granted, he didn't actually have that much win equity in the end against Mackenzie and Chelsea, but I think Cam played a lot better than Mackenzie. Cam never relied on a Cam won one veto, which I guess technically like saved him, but he wasn't going to get evicted that round. He was fine. There was one dicey situation at the final, I guess the round before that, week 5, where had Brooklyn won the AI Arena, Cam would have gotten evicted over Chelsea, but he survives those, and he's just in a good spot. Nobody's ever targeting Cam. People just like Cam. They want to work with him, and he's like pretty good at absorbing information. He messes up a few times. Like being so open about taking a break during BB Comics, that's crazy work. Taking a break during BB Comics is also just crazy work, but I digress. I think he was just like a likable figure. Sorry, I like bit my tooth. He was just a likable figure, makes a deep run, is a pretty strong player, but he's kind of overshadowed by Chelsea and inevitably, I guess, Mackenzie too. But I'm pretty high on Cam. I think he's a pretty solid player and someone that is overlooked because of everything I just said. Coming up next at number 79, we got a 2-time player, this time being Jesse Goddard from Big Brother 10 and Big Brother 11, and this is strictly his Big Brother 11 game. His Big Brother 10 game is pretty bad. He starts at the game, is the initial target, is able to win the veto, but he can never really shake that target off. He's nominated in week 3, is safe, but is nominated again in week 4, and America kind of votes him out. That's rough. Comes back the next season for Big Brother 11. It just kind of like not overthrows the house, but it's just like in the power seat. He is the guy. He's got plenty of people super loyal to him, and I think he's playing the game pretty cleanly up until he gets screwed out and sniped jeez, I can't speak anymore, but it's been like 6+ hours, so bear with me. But he gets to this point where he is sniped out of the game because of another America's twist that screws him. And because of that potential that he had, and I think there's a chance that he goes home like the week after the coup d'etat, even if it doesn't exist. I think there's a chance he wins the game. So it's like, because we don't know, and because he did get twist screwed twice, I'm a little lenient, and I'm going to have him here at 79, but it could go either way. Up next is number 78. Oh, this is a player that as time goes on, I just get lower and lower on him. And that's Ian Terry in Big Brother 14 and Big Brother 22. Do I think Ian is a capable thinker? Yes. Do I think Ian, if you put a game of Big Brother in front of him on a piece of paper, he could find a path to the end? Yes. With all that being said, I don't think what we have seen from Ian is the most impressive stuff. Big Brother 14, I mean, yeah, he's kind of just an outsider, even within his alliance, the Quack Pack. And then he just comps his way to the end and then wins in a bitter jury. I'll say it, even though that's not anything new, but people are so, like, hesitant to say bitter jury sometimes. They, like, tiptoe around where it's like, oh, if you call it a bitter jury, that's just not understanding the game. I understand the game just fine. That was a bitter jury. But that was his Big Brother 14 game. He gets the win. Then he comes back for 22. And it's just like, he kind of goes in with the same game plan. He's going to lay low and then he's going to win a bunch of comps at the end. I don't think that's a great way to play the game. And also, like, he gets evicted this time, but a bunch of weird stuff has to happen for him to get evicted. I'm not going to be too egregious. I'm not going to put Ian that low, but to me, he's like about a number 78 ranked player. So good thing I have him ranked at number 78. Up next at number 77, early player. Way big throwback. I got Krista from Big Brother 2. Again, I go more in depth on my 6 placers video, but Krista, I think, was the first person to really play the middle. She was playing the Chilton side. She was playing the other people's side. She did so semi-effectively. But she also had a pretty decent amount of win equity, which I didn't realize before I went back and rewatched. I had always thought that maybe she didn't have the highest win equity. No, I think she beats most people if she's sitting in the end because she had connections with a lot of people. Boogie, Will, Monica, Hardy, Shannon, even Justin. Although the Justin thing, we know what happened there. But I think she was a very good, underrated player from Big Brother 2. Had a real good shot at winning the game, and she was positioned very well to make it to the end, but her whole game collapsed at the final 6. Nicole winning was the one outcome she couldn't have, and everything just started tumbling there. But I think she was a pretty solid player, and a player that is forgotten with time. After Krista, at number 76, we got another highly aggressive strategist. And I mean that she maxed out her strategy points. And everyone knew it. And that is Helen Kim from Big Brother 15. Helen was just, as I said, a very aggressive strategist. She knew the move she wanted to make, and she put in the work to make it happen. We saw it with getting Judd evicted during the double eviction. She was able to convince Aaron to do it in about 5 seconds. Everyone knew that Helen was good at the game, but nobody was able to really do anything about it up until Andy did something about it. But I mean, even then, for Helen being a 9th placer, I think, she did a heck of a job. So she lands here in the A- tier. She's really good. Up next, number 75. I got a 2-time player, someone who played back-to-back. I don't know. It's James Hewling. Got 7th place in Big Brother 17. He was a part of the Losing Alliance with Meg and Becky and Jackie, but he was the longest surviving, made it all the way to the final 7. Couldn't make it further, gets evicted at 7th, comes back the next season and plays a very positionally safe game in Big Brother 18, makes it to the final 3, really never being in danger. He was nominated at the final 6, and that was it. Was not even in real danger there. Natalie took the bullet there. The problem is that he wasn't as active of a player. He was just safe, so he didn't need to play hard, but he didn't have that much win equity as far as I can tell. But he's got 2 pretty good performances. A pretty solid one in Big Brother 17, where he was probably a big favorite to win if he was sitting in the final 2. And then a less flashy, but a pretty solid performance nonetheless in Big Brother 18, where he gets the 3rd place. Too bad he was just the blindside killer and would just tell everyone when they were going to get evicted. But yeah, James Hewling, I think he's a pretty solid player. Number 75. Up next is number 74. Maybe this is a player I'm overrating a little bit, but I'm still nonetheless a bit impressed by them. And that's going to be Spencer Clausen in Big Brother 15. I would say the original person to really utilize being the perpetual pawn and to use it to his benefit. Where I think he knew that was his role. That was going to keep him in the game, and that's a risky spot to be in, but he understood it. He also was always taking notes on what's happening. He was one of the few people out of the moving company. It was just him and McCrae that were able to survive the wreckage of being in that alliance after it was discovered. And you know why? It's because he was pretty honest about it, more than the other people. So he's able to do that. He's in the Exterminators with Andy, Gina Marie, and Judd. But I genuinely think that Spencer knew what he had to do. I think although he had a final 2 with Andy, I think he would have cut Andy at the final 3, taking Gina Marie, and then he wins. And so he's not very far from being able to win Big Brother 15. But he also didn't have that much influence. And I do like a player with a good amount of influence, and Spencer just didn't have that. But he was good at surviving. He was good at what he did. So he can go in the A- tier at number 74? Now at number 73, another 2-time player. 2 really good finishes, but not that respected of a player. We got Erica Landon from Big Brother 4 and Big Brother 7. Big Brother 4, I mean, she was just kind of the last surviving member of her minority alliance, that sort of thing. She was in the initial majority. It split. She made it to 4th place. Had a good amount of win equity, too. She was a pretty liked figure in the house, although she didn't really do that much. She made it to the final 4. If she wins that veto, or if Robert wins that veto, she's in a good spot to win against anybody in the final 2. Not able to pull it out. Comes back for All-Stars. I just don't think she does a good job on All-Stars. I mean, her entire jury phase is either just her surviving the block or her making the wrong decision. She has one good round at the Final Four. She's able to convince Janelle to go against Will, but she's able to lose all of that favor going into the Final Three because she re-teams up with Boogie. She just gets obliterated in the Final Two by him. But she does have two good performances. I'm not going to put her any lower than the A- tier. Up next, number 72. We got another person with two really good performances on terms of placement, but not someone that really had a good shot at winning either time. Well, one of the times she did. It's Christmas Abbott from Big Brother 19 and Big Brother 22. Kind of the same thing with Erica. Her first time around, it was a lackluster game. She was a Paul minion through and through. I just needed some more water. She was a Paul minion through and through, but it was the Paul minion that got to the Final Three. If she makes it to the end against Paul, she's probably winning. So it really just, if she wins that part 2, she wins the game, but she doesn't win that part 2, so she loses the game. Comes back for All-Stars 2, and just, yeah, she's in the big majority alliance. She gets all the way to the Final Four, but she is the least respected player in that group, and I don't think she wins unless she is able to cut Cody at 3, cut Cody at 4, cut Nicole at 3, take Enzo to the Final 2, and then talk her ass off in the Final 2 jury questions. I don't know. To me, I've mentioned this. She's a great ally to have because she's going to be loyal to you and she's going to lose to you. So, Christmas, you still got two good placements though. Can't discredit you. You can go in the A- tier. After Christmas, hey, look at that. Another 2-time player. We might have a lot of those. Well, we have a decent amount. But this is someone who could never get the job done. Had they made it to the Final 2 on either of their seasons, they probably win against everybody because that's just who they are. But it's Jeff Schroeder from Big Brother 11 and Big Brother 13. I don't know. He's just like the dude that you had to take out if you wanted to win. And you got taken out both times. I don't really know what to say. I talk about Jeff in my videos. Big Brother 13, he kind of just fell into a good spot. I don't think he had to do that much work. Big Brother 11, he had to do some work, but he also got the coup d'etat. It definitely, the show was, I don't think Big Brother is rigged, but the show was definitely structured in a way that favored Jeff both times he played, and both times he just couldn't get the job done at the end. Overall, though, two pretty solid performances. You can go above Christmas and Erica because you at least had win equity both times. Now, up next, at number 70, I have Hannah Chada from Big Brother 23. Man, I am struggling right now, but we're going to keep pushing through. I got, who did I say? Hannah Chada from Big Brother 23. I mean, Hannah, member of the Cookout, definitely, like, she was very young. What was she, 21? But I think she picked up, I'm sure she watched the show beforehand. I don't remember off the top of my head. But she did well. I mean, she has some really solid weeks in there. Week 4, she did a good job. Not that she was ever going to go home, but she was on the block. She did some good work on her own of getting people to not target her and not vote for her and to instead vote against Whitney, even without the Cookout's help. But obviously she was safe no matter what because she had the Cookout support. She was a bit too attached to Tiffany, where I think she would have gone to the end with Tiffany and lost to Tiffany. But, I mean, she's still a part of the Cookout. She did some good work throughout the season. She was a good strategist, just wasn't in necessarily a good position within the Cookout to win, which is why I have her a little bit lower. But I still have her above Azah, and I have her much above Derek Half because I think she was a bit more influential in the Cookout success than either of those two were. After Hannah, we got a controversial figure, but one that undeniably had a lot of power in the house, and that's Pauly Calafiore from Big Brother 18. While Tiffany Russo definitely didn't get much of the Big Brother genetics from Vanessa, Pauly at least got some of them from Cody, even though he's the older brother. Tiffany might be the older sister. I don't actually know. But Pauly was running that house in the beginning, but he got way too cocky, got a little bit too criminal, made the entire house turn against him. It was one of the greatest downfalls ever. But to have a big downfall, you got to be up high. And the dude was really in a great spot. Showed such promising signs of being like an all-time great, and then just like absolutely crushed all of it. So, I don't know. Because he had such high potential, I'm okay to put him in the A- tier. But that's it. Now, up next, after Paulie at number 68, I have... Where is she at? Christy Murphy from Big Brother 21. Who, I mean, for the first half of her game, she's in the majority alliance, and she's calling the shot. She's like the head of that majority, or like a co-head. It certainly helps that she's got Tommy there, who she knew from beforehand, but that's not to say that she only relied on Tommy. She did good work herself. Then, after the 6 shooters break up, she is in a bit of a tricky spot. She's nominated like 5 times in a row, but she does a really good job of just surviving. She does a great job of like... Tommy saves her with the veto twice, but she also saves herself by putting a big target on Nick and vowing to go after him, which works. And then she survives one other time, and I don't remember why. Oh, she just survives next to Nick the next week. So it all works out for her. And she did a lot of work in doing that. The only problem is that she couldn't win over the loyalty of Cliff and Nicole from Jackson and Holly, and she's taken out by them. But overall, it was still a very impressive run. I was impressed. She lands here at number 68. And now at number 67, the last player in the A- tier, I have a winner. And it's Jordan Lloyd. And, bless her heart, I'm sure she's great. Probably the least skillful Big Brother winner in terms of like strategic acumen. I don't think Jordan necessarily has the most going on, but there is no denying that she is at least, there's something about her that is good at Big Brother. She wins Big Brother 11, she comes back for Big Brother 13, and she gets 4th place. That's a pretty stellar resume. Only a few people have a better track record than her. But the big problem with her is that I don't know how much of it is intentional. She does a great job of being partnered with, like a Jeff, a much bigger target, and that's going to help her get through that beginning of the game. And then when Jeff gets sniped out, she's just got to survive a couple rounds, and that's it. She was able to successfully do so on Big Brother 11. She was a very likable presence, a likable figure, and all it takes is one upset HOH win, and she wins the season. She wasn't necessarily able to replicate that same success on Big Brother 13, but had she won that final veto, she wins the game. Because she's going to go to the end with Rachel and Portia, and if she wins the final HOH, she's going to win. If Rachel wins the final HOH, which she does, then Rachel's going to bring Jordan, and then Jordan's going to win anyway. So she was nearly the first 2-time Big Brother winner, but I just can't put her any higher. But 67 is not bad. Now, with that, we move on out of the A- tier. We're in the A tier. We're getting close. We're close. Oh, just push through, Ethan. I'm so brave. I'm so strong. Up next, at number 66, I have Nokomis. Nokomis Deadman from Big Brother 5 and Big Brother 7. One of the first... Nope, you're not in the A- tier. You're in the A tier. One of the first... I say one of the first. It's just because it's Big Brother 5. But one of the first, like, strategists, like, raw strategists that we've seen. Nokomis understood the game. She did a pretty good job. She was aligned with all the right people. I also think that, like, she was able to trick Jace into thinking that she was working with him as well, only to not be working with him. Obviously, she backdoors him. I think she tricked him in, like, week 4. Like, him and Scott. I could be wrong, though. But she does a pretty solid job going throughout that season. Unfortunately, her blind spot is she just doesn't take out Drew soon enough. If she had done that, she's in a great spot to win. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Then she comes back for Big Brother All-Stars. It's a pretty poor showing. She gets evicted second. Not really going to touch upon that one that much. Just Big Brother 5 got decimated that season. But overall, I mean, she's one of the biggest names in Big Brother, you could say, from those early seasons. And came close to winning. Got 4th place. Sorry, I am going to try and speed this up. I am dying. Up next at number 65, we got the biggest mafiosa. We got Amanda Zuckerman from Big Brother 15. Take Helen's aggressive strategicness and also apply that to personality. You got Amanda. She was an aggressive strategist and she was an aggressive personality, but she technically wins the war against Helen, which is why she's above her. Unfortunately, her negative personality definitely hindered her ability to win a jury vote, but man, was she a stone wall, and it was tough to get past her, and it was tough to evict her. And she convinces Alyssa to keep her after tormenting her all season. That's impressive. But not impressive enough to get her higher than the A tier. A tier is not bad, though. Now, after Amanda at number 64, I have a pretty controversial figure in his own right. Another member of the Leftovers, if I can find him. I got Kyle Capner, whatever. From Big Brother 24. Yes, the dude tried to start an all-white alliance. That is pretty freaking bad. If you ignore that, Kyle was in a beautiful spot where he's in the initial, majority group. Basically just everybody that's not Taylor in the beginning. Then is very, one of the most instrumental figures in forming the Leftovers. And then after that point, he's still in a good spot where once the house splits, he knows it's time to turn on the Leftovers, join up with Terrence, save Alyssa, who's his showmance, bring in Turner, and then they evict Joseph. They go back into the house, and they're ready to just completely, whatever the outsiders called their alliance. The Direfest people, they had a name. I don't remember what it was. But they were going to take the house by storm, especially once Turner won the HOH. Tried to backdoor Michael. Didn't work out. They were going to go for Monty. But then the truth comes out about Kyle trying to start an all-white alliance, and they evict him instead. But up to that point, he was playing unbelievably good, and he was the front runner to win because he just had such control, and he was making the move one round before other people were, and that's what you got to do sometimes. You just also got to not start an all-white alliance, and you might very well win Big Brother 24. Up next at number 63, finally, someone I can talk so quickly about. We got Jamie Curd, just a nice figure in the Big Brother 1 house. Made it to the top 4. Unfortunately, wasn't able to win, but even within the house, people liked her. She was the only person not nominated in the final 7 round. That's impressive. She was just a good soul. Now she's uber rich, so good for you, Jamie. Up next at number 62, we have a player that was really positionally good, and just had one fatal flaw, and that was trusting Dan Giesling too much. It's Danielle Murphy. I mean, she was in the power structure of Big Brother 14 pretty much the whole way through. Was in a perfect position to win the game, get to the final 3 against Shane and Dan, win against Dan in the final 2, but she just trusts Dan too much and uses the veto on him at the final 4. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I have to say. She went from a guaranteed spot in the final 2 to being evicted in 3rd place. That's a pretty bad move to make. Unfortunately, what am I trying to say? I'm really losing it. I think I might actually just need to speed up this process, and I can't talk about these people anymore, which sucks because these are the good ones. But I need to set a timer. I only get 30 seconds per person. Danielle Murphy, you're at 62. Up next, hey, you guys are about to hear me talk about this person a whole lot. I'm not going to talk about her much right now. It's Lisa Donahue, the winner of Big Brother 3. Was it a better jury? Yes and no. I'm making that video right now. You're gonna hear it. Lisa, you're a good winner. A tier, you get the Big Brother 3 boost. That's it. Up next, after Lisa, we have the only player to play 4 times, unless you count reindeer games, in which case there is another. But it's Janelle from Big Brother 6, Big Brother 7, Big Brother 14, and Big Brother 22. Long story short, she's a comp beast, icon, queen in Big Brother 6 and 7, taking out all of her foes until the final round where she can't win the final HOH. And then her 2 return appearances are kind of duds, but that's because her reputation precedes her. Almost wins the game in Big Brother 7. Technically almost wins the game in Big Brother 6 too, although That would have been a little bit dicey of a spot. But making it to the final three, two seasons in a row, that's pretty impressive. There you go. Number 59, we got Cliff Hogg from Big Brother 21. I was just really impressed by Cliff's ability to actually play from the bottom and play in a way where you're banking on the majority alliance crumbling, and then it works out exactly how you think. And before you know it, you're like in the power structure. Only problem, a bit too trusting of Jackson. Should make the move against Holly at the final four or at the final five. Doesn't, pays the price for it, and is evicted at the final four. But overall, a very good strategist. Coming in at number 58, we have a three-time player with three very different runs. It is Danny Briones from Big Brother 8, Big Brother 13, and Big Brother 22. Where are you at? You are... There you are. Danny's Big Brother 8 run, kind of all the qualms I have with Evil Dick in Big Brother 8, same thing goes to her. She makes it to second place through her own competition wins as well as the help of America's Player. She loses to everyone that season. That's pretty rough. She comes back for Big Brother 13. Another pretty rough showing where initially she's actually in a pretty good spot in those first 3 weeks. She's with the vets. She's playing with the newbies, but she gets caught. Now she's on the bottom, but she wins 2 HOHs, still gets evicted. But she was a good run. Then Big Brother 22, she comes back. Probably her strongest performance from a positional standpoint. She joins in with Cody and Nicole, joins the committee in the beginning of the game, and is able to ride that out through the entire time. Like, through the entire season. She's in a good spot, not trusting a Tyler, almost takes a shot against him, should, but evicts Ian instead. That's probably a big I bet she regrets that move, if I had to guess. Because a couple weeks later, once it's down to just the committee people, Tyler wins the HOH, Tyler wins the veto, Tyler evicts Danielle. It is what it is. I think she is a good player. I think she did improve each time she came back, but she's just yet to be able to really crack into that elite tier. A tier's not bad. Up next at number 57, another quick one. Joshua Souza from Big Brother 1, the runner-up. Joshua was just like the all-American nice guy, the guy that you expect to make it far, and I mean, this is just like, he's likable. He's friendly, not mean-spirited. He was involved in a love triangle, but I don't know. Maybe that helped him. Gets to the end, gets second place. Not bad. Yeah, I would say he's a good A-tier player. You put him on a regular season of Big Brother, I bet he would do pretty well there too. Up next at number 56, widely regarded as one of the most underrated players of all time, I got Karen Gansey from Big Brother 5. One of the best... oh God, I'm losing my marbles here. Was it the best... Just give me one moment. Let me think for a second. I think she was just a really good social player. And one of the best, like, in terms of, like, jury management. I think she managed those jurors extremely well. She has a very good chance of winning a jury vote against everybody, but she gets sniped out at the final 5, but still makes it to the final 5 in a spot where her number one wins the final 5 HOH. It's just the veto result was the worst possible one. It's the only one that results with her going up on the block and she gets evicted. Just like Nokomis, I guess you guys should have taken the shot at Drew beforehand, but you live and you learn. Up next at number 55. We have the runner-up from Big Brother 21. I got Holly Allen. I think Holly played an unbelievably good game for the first 4 weeks. Week 5 was a bit rough, almost loses Kat, but she's in a great spot within the majority alliance. She's got Jackson. She's got Shields in front of her. She's got Kat, who she's got a secret relationship with outside of the house. All of that's good stuff. Unfortunately, things kind of falter for her, even though positionally she's still in a good spot. Her and Jackson trade a bunch of HOHs. They're in the power position. She just gets so overshadowed by Jackson, where she's not able to really come out of his shadow. I guess that's what being overshadowed means. And then when she gets to the final 2 against him, she wasn't able to do enough to, like, separate herself from Jackson, and they voted for him, even though I would argue she might have played a better game. At least in the beginning, I think. Probably a bit of an underrated player. I mean, I got her number 55. That's pretty good. It's just a shame that she wasn't able to do more to help herself in the end game. And because Jackson just won so many comps, she just didn't have the opportunity. Everything just became Jackson's move. And it doesn't it doesn't help her when Jackson really saves her in the final five. Up next at number 54, I got another runner-up. This time, probably another underrated one, but I don't want to give him too much credit. I got Lane in Big Brother 12. Lane, probably the least integral member of the brigade to actually, like, having the brigade succeed. He was just a big dude that everyone liked in the game. People liked Lane. People wanted to work with Lane. He wasn't the most strategically driven, but socially, he did a great job. Also, he was the most self-interested player within the brigade, where he was really the only one that was like, screw you guys, I want to go with Brittany. I'm going to take Brittany to the end. It doesn't work out for him, but even then, he's able to recover and get Hayden to take him to the end, where he only loses by 1 vote. Granted, he probably should have lost by more. Also, he was going to take Hayden to the end when he should have brought Enzo, but you live and you learn. Second place by 1 vote. Spot number 54. That's not too bad. Up next at number 53, we got a player who I got a lot of problems with, but there's also no denying that he is at least an intelligent player. It's Kylan Young from Big Brother 23. Man, I'm really going quick now. Kylan, again, I think was like the second most integral to the cookout success, only behind Tiffany. I think he does a good job, especially in the beginning of the game. I think he falters a bit once he gets to the jury phase, where he starts winning HOHs that his alliance is like, bro, why did you win that? Well, really just the week 6 one. He has a really bad week 6. And from there, I feel like he is kind of just stumbling along with the cookout. And then when you get to where it is just the cookout at the end, Kylan chooses the side that's harder to beat. He goes with Xavier because he wants to beat the best, which is a terrible mindset to have in the Big Brother house. Kylan, you could have been the winner of this season if you just get rid of Xavier at the final 6 or the final 5. But you don't. You let him survive those 2 rounds, and you let him take you out at 4. Overall, I think he's a good player. He had the tools, but he just had the wrong mindset at the end of the game. After Kylan, coming in at number 52, we got a 2-time player, but you wouldn't really know it if you watched Big Brother 22. It's Keisha Smith from Big Brother 10 and Big Brother 22. Big Brother 10, I mentioned this a lot with April before. She was just like a part of that initial majority. She's in the coven with Libra and April. They split off. They have their differences. But I think Keisha really pulls away in the best position, where obviously she's able to survive the vote next to Libra. Then her side wins a bunch of HOHs. They take out all the opposition. She's at the final 5, where she's got a really good relationship with Memphis, a final 3 deal with Dan and Rennie, and a final 2 with Rennie, I think. But the competition's going away, where Rennie gets taken out at 5, and then Memphis turns on her. Memphis and Dan turn at her in the final 4. But she was a very strong player. I think she had a great chance of winning if she was in the end. And I just think she was like I said, she was just a really good player. Then she comes back for 22 and is the first evicted. She just didn't stand a chance on that season. No real connections. I don't blame her for that, though, and it doesn't affect her ranking. Okay, after Keisha at number 51, we have another very early school Big Brother player, Hardy Ames Hill from Big Brother 2. The first comp beast ever. Wins 3 HOHs that he plays in back to back to back. Not the first 3, but he wins the week 3, week 5, and week 7. He's got his relationship with Nicole. She wins an HOH there. That helps him survive. At the same time, I mean, he's got a final 2 with Nicole. He's got like this final 3 agreement that I mentioned before with Krista and Monica. He eventually forms a bond with Will. Like, the dude is just playing hard in every way. The problem is that he was always going to be taken out at 4 if him or Nicole didn't win an HOH. And that's exactly what happens. But if Nicole won that HOH, Hardy wins the season, because it's going to be Hardy and Nicole against either Monica or Will. They're going to beat them in the final HOH. Hardy's going to beat Nicole in the end. Comes very close. There is a bit of a Big Brother 2 like boost as well. I think he was a pretty good figure, a pretty smart figure, but he definitely had some holes. Was a little bit too trusting of Will at one point. And I don't know. He doesn't beat that many people in a jury vote in Big Brother 2, but overall, he's a pretty good player. And now, at number 50, the final player in my A tier. Maybe he's a little bit too high, but bear with me. I got Josh Martinez. I don't really know what else to say other than the fact that Josh's game, I talk about it on my winner ranking. But really, it's his reindeer games that brings him up here because he really showed a lot of like positional mastery on that season. He's aligned with Danielle and Taylor and Xavier. He's one of only 2 people not picked for the hamster wheel of death round. He's only thrown into the Santa showed like the first 3 rounds he's perfectly situated. He's only thrown into the 4th one because of like a weird way that the format is that round, where initially like it's a 50-50 coin flip if he goes in and he gets the wrong side and loses to Nicole by literally less than a second. He played very well there, really should have gotten to the finale. Unfortunate that it doesn't work out for him, especially because I'm such a big Josh fan. But he's got that, and combined with him actually winning Big Brother 19. It was a weird way to win, but he won it. I explain it more in that video. This is just the video where you get your numbers. Coming in at the A+ tier. Oh, the top 50. Only 49 more to go. I can do it. I can do it. I've got this. I've got a freaking delicious cherry pie waiting for me after this, and that just makes me want to go 10 times faster. Up next at number 40. No, I'll go. Up next at number. I'll go a little slower than that. Up next at number 49, I have a very underrated player, but someone that I definitely gave her due diligence on the 6th place rankings. Go watch that video. It's Shelly Moore. She does a great job of bouncing between the newbies and the veterans, playing perfectly, as perfect as you can. She turns on Jeff at what seems to be just the right moment, only for her to get twist screwed the next round because of Pandora's box. But man, she was in such a good spot and is so underrated. If you really want to know more, go listen to me talk about her in the 6th place videos. I think I have her as like the 2nd highest. That might not be true, but she's up there. She's so good. Up next at number 48, I'm switching this. I'm not putting this person above Shelly. So Shelly is actually at number 48. At number 49, I got a player who, man, it's just so boring, but man, he almost won the game. It's Corey Brooks from Big Brother 18. I think Corey, again, I explain all this in the 4th placers, but Corey is a player that was just kind of good at Big Brother. He's tall, he's athletic, he was in with the right people, he was social enough, he was liked enough to not get targeted. And he was respected enough to have a lot of like jury prospects if he was sitting in the end next to Nicole, which almost happens. He gets to the final 4 with her. And I mean, obviously you're going to see Nicole much later, but like a lot of the good decision making that Nicole does on Big Brother 18 comes from Corey's influence. Corey does lead her in the right direction a few times. Nicole also makes some decisions on her own. I don't want to credit all of Nicole's success to Corey because that is simply not the case. But Corey sneakily had a mind for this game, and if he wasn't so like boring, like he's not that boring, but he's kind of boring. He's kind of in that hardy position where he was always going to get evicted at the final 4 if him and Nicole didn't win the veto, and they don't. But he almost does, and he was almost a winner, but he wasn't. So instead, he's at number 49. At number 48, we have Shelly, which we've already said. At number 47, we have a very iconic player from Big Brother 4 and Big Brother 7, but we don't talk about Big Brother 7. We got Allison Irwin. I mean, June might have coined the term floater. I don't actually know if that's true. I feel like Allison might have coined that term. I should know this. That's my biggest video, or my most successful video. Regardless, Allison played hard. Allison floated. Allison manipulated any piece of meat that was in front of her, and she did a damn good job at it. Surviving. I mean, the veto is used 3 times in Big Brother. Yeah, the veto is used 3 times in Big Brother 4, and every time it's on Allison. Think about that. That's kind of nuts. The problem with her is that she has absolutely 0 win equity. She loses to everybody in a landslide in the final 2. which happens. She gets to the final two against June. She's also a good competitor. Gets to the end against June, loses to June, comes back for Big Brother 7, is the first boot. We're not talking about Big Brother 7. Everything that she did in Big Brother 4, like from a gameplay standpoint, extremely impressive. So, Allison, you are at spot number 47 in the A+ tier. Up next, another two-time player. Man, one of the most unlikable, especially because of his most recent appearance. It's Memphis Garrett. Memphis, Big Brother 10, he plays okay. Almost gets evicted, is able to not get evicted, team up with Dan, Keisha, and Rennie, makes a good run at things, has some good relationships as well with like Michelle and Jerry, people outside of his alliance, but he just gets so outplayed by Dan, loses unanimously in the final two. But he makes it to the final two. Then he comes back for Big Brother 22, just really strong arms his way into this huge alliance, and they just coast. They win everything, and that gets him all the way to the end, where he does, like, I'll give it to Memphis. He's a pretty good strategist. He's pretty good at, like, wanting to make these alliances, where he makes a final three with Cody and Enzo, and a final three with Christmas and Enzo. Both of them called the wise guys. That's funny. It's a little bit too cute, and it gets caught. He gets evicted in 5th place, but those are two pretty strong showings. He kind of lacks in win equity, but he's forced his way to the end multiple times. He's a pretty good player. Up next at number 45, we have Shane in Big Brother 14. Kind of just like Corey. He's a good competitor, likable guy in the house. He's in the power structure the whole way through. He's a bit too naive. He's a bit too trusting. It almost bites him and gets him evicted at the final 6. But luckily for him, it doesn't. He wins a lot of comps. Should be a shoo-in to get to the final 3 when his showmance wins the veto and HOH at the final 4. But she makes a bad decision. He's okay with that bad decision. He goes up on the block. He gets evicted. He should realistically be the Big Brother 14 winner, but he's not. Instead, he's begrudgingly, at spot number 45. He's just pretty good. Right above Shane at number 44, I have a player I'm actually going to... I'll put him above Shane. We got Austin, and Austin definitely has more holes than Shane. However, Austin did more, impressive stuff. The fact that he was about to be evicted in week 5, go up on the block during Vanessa's HOH, but he's able to, cry his way out of it. That was impressive, how he was able to save himself. He had to get a bunch of people to all, be okay with him, and he did the work, and he did it. Boom, he's good. He's not nominated until the final 6. I mentioned it with Liz. Liz and Julia just run that middle game. But he gets evicted at final 5. Great blindside. Love that one. Had some win equity at the end too, but kind of similar to these guys, he was in a spot where if he didn't win a certain competition, he didn't know it, but he was going, and that was at the final 5. So there you go, Austin. Well, I guess Johnny Mac was the target that round. I don't know. He was an impressively good player. And that was at number 44. Now at number 43, another two-time player, someone that I just do not have it in me to go through her Big Brother 5 game. But it was a good game. She went in between the... Wait, was Diane in the Pinky Swear Alliance? It was Nokomis, it was Karen, it was the twins, it was Will, and it was... Wait, was Diane? I have to look this up. Diane was it, Lori was an affiliate. That's what it was. Okay. She was in the Pinky Swear Alliance. She had her relationship with Drew as well. Bingo, bango, bongo. She gets to the final 3 in a spot where Drew is going to take her initially. She might beat him. Unsure. She played a good game to get there. Then gets evicted. Comes back for All-Stars. Had a pretty poor... Jeez, I can't speak. Has a pretty poor showing. But I think her Big Brother 5 game was really masterful. Almost wins the game. Does a great job of bouncing back and forth. I'll talk more about it once I watch Big Brother 5 again. Okay, at number 42, what do you know? Another two-time player. Although this person really just has one solid game and then one medium game. But their solid game was enough for me to put him above others. And that's going to be Kevin Campbell in Big Brother 11 and 22. I think his Big Brother 11 game is really really good. I think he plays from not the bottom, but just like not the top very well. He's able to convincingly lie. I mean, the biggest time we see it is at the final 6. He gets Jeff to turn on Russell, saves him and Natalie during that round, only for him to then turn on Jeff the next round in a victim. Comes one tiebreaker away from winning. That's pretty freaking close. Although maybe he loses to Jordan, and he is saying he's bringing Jordan, but whatever. Comes back for 22, has a bit more of a poor showing, but that Big Brother 11 run, that was something special. That was an underdog run. Almost pulls it off. It's enough to get in the A+ tier at number 42. Now at number 41, I got Matt Klotz from Big Brother 25, who really was just in such a good position the whole way through for being like an Olympic caliber athlete. For him to never be targeted is very impressive. He did just like do well socially, and most importantly, he aligned with the right people. He aligns with Cameron when Cameron's winning a lot. He is aligned with Sarid the whole way through, for the most part, and he's aligned with Jag, who also wins a ton. All the while, Matt is keeping good relationships with everyone. You think he's going to be a shoo-in to win if he gets to the final 2, only for him to lose in the final 2. But he was in a great spot the whole way through, aligned with all the right people. Never in danger, just a clean game. He just wasn't able to win. After Matt, I definitely have someone that's getting a bit of that Big Brother 3 boost in terms of early game, but I'm going to give it to him. It's Roddy Mancuso, who is just such an unbelievable manipulator, even if he claims to not be. He was like a cult leader. He was the OG cult leader. He had Kiara, at times like Marcellus and Amy and Eric and Josh, just eating out of the palm of his hand anything that he said that was gospel. Everyone knew that he was such a big threat to win, yet even when he's sitting on the block, they just can't seem to take him out. He was really good. He does get 6th place, so Shelly is definitely not the second highest 6th placer because we've got him. But he did a pretty freaking good job. You landed number 40. Okay, only 39 more to go. At number 39, we have one of the most popular players. 3 times, although one of them is Reindeer Games. It's Brittany from Big Brother 12, Big Brother 14, and Reindeer Games. Big Brother 12, I mean, she's the longest standing non-brigade member, makes it all the way to the final 4 in a position where Lane wants to bring her to the end, and she got a good chance at beating Lane in the end too. Unfortunately, they can't win the comps. She goes out in 4th place. 4th place ain't bad. Comes back for Big Brother 14 in an unbelievable spot as a coach, the coach with the highest chance of winning because she hasn't already won, while also being the best position coach. She's got such good relationships, or not final 2 deals, but you know what I mean, with Shane, with Ian. Joe's not going to get her out. She's aligned with Dan and Danielle. She's aligned with everybody. And it takes the best move in Big Brother history to get her out. In 8th place, a phenomenal game. Then she comes back for Reindeer Games. It's a middling performance. It's fine. She does make it to 5th. Takes out Danielle in a spot where she probably shouldn't have taken out Danielle. And I don't know. Really just... It was a medium performance on Reindeer Games. Didn't really change my thought process. But really just between Big Brother 12 and Big Brother 14, I think she more than enough showed that she was a very capable player. And I've got her at number 39. And number 38, I have JC from Big Brother 20. Where is he? There he is. JC is just really good. I think especially for having English not be his first language, the way that he was able to gaslight the likes of Fessy, mostly just Fessy, into believing that he's on his side. He was with, Faute, or that wasn't, JC wasn't in it, but he was always like, yes, I'm on your side. Of course I'm on your side, you big dummy. While also being that guy for level 6 and having a really good relationship with Tyler and Brett as well. JC and Stam. JC's in this spot where he is in the middle of everything and would have been the best player of the season if not for the fact that Tyler existed. He just played a really impressive game. Of course, I talk about it more in my third place videos. I had thought that JC wins the game against both Tyler and KC. I heard from someone that might not be true. I don't know what to believe. It doesn't necessarily change my ranking that much. JC, you can stay here at number 38. A very impressive strategic player in my mind. Up next at number 37, another very underrated player. I got April Lewis from Big Brother 6. I give my whole spiel about her in the 4th place video, but April was someone that really was primed to win this game. If Janelle wins that final veto, April wins the game. She's going to go to the final 3 with Janelle and Maggie. Both of them are going to take April, and she's going to beat both of them. All it took was that one veto, and that could have been the difference maker for her. She comes so close. I talk about it more, but I have her at number 37. Now at number 36, we got a pretty strong player from a recent season. Did have some rough waters, but came one decision away from winning the game. It's Monty Taylor from Big Brother 24. Really just plays a strong game the whole way through. Is a part of the leftovers. Once Michael's gone, Monty really runs that end game, especially in terms of competitions, but he gets his way all the way to the final 3. He gets his preferred final 3 with Turner and Taylor, but he's in the mindset that Turner is a bigger threat than Taylor, so he evicts the wrong person at the end and then loses to Taylor. But I think his run was still a very strong one all the way through. Spot number 36 feels like a pretty good spot. Now at spot number 35, I have Adam Jasinski, who he's a winner. Obviously, he's the final Big Brother 9 player, and it wasn't really that close. Adam just had like a nice turnaround where he started the game off very much on the bottom and nearly evicted, but is able to just work his way back into good graces, is on the winning side of the alliance, but is also playing for him like the winning side of the alliance war, but is also playing for the win over Ryan. Basically just outmaneuvers him. I talk about Adam more in my winner video, or my first place video. I'm very excited to do my research for the Adam winner video, although that won't be until next year. But I don't know. Adam is someone that I know a lot of people are low on, then a lot of people are maybe too high on him. 35 might be a bit too high. I'll know next year. Now, number 34, hey, we got another winner. This time it is Jackson Mickey from Big Brother 21. Jackson he really just strong-armed his way to the end with a ton of competitions. He was in a lot more danger than I would have liked for someone up here to be in. I mean, you look at all of these people, I think without a doubt, Jackson is the person that is in the most danger, except for maybe Allison. And he has to rely on competitions to get himself out of that. However, he also does have this strategic upside to him where he has these really outside-the-box plans, which we see at the Final 5 when he's really rallying to save Holly, which does kind of work. And that really elevated him for me, but he also has these social problems with people. He's not the easiest to work with at times. He's got a bunch of flaws, but overall, it middled out to spot number 34. Now at number 33, we have, one of the faces of Big Brother. We just saw her on Big Brother 27. It's Rachel Riley, and this is very much carried by her performance on Big Brother 27. Before that, Rachel, I'm going to have down here. I read a comment recently that I actually really much agreed with about Rachel being the only bad winner. I would say Evil Dick is still a bad winner, but yeah, Rachel's game on Big Brother 13, and Big Brother 12, they're both pretty rough. Big Brother 12, she's constantly getting into fights, but she wins a lot of HOHs, and by that I mean 2, and is evicted in week 5. Comes back the next season, where again, she's just such a comp beast, has a lot of stuff going in her favor. She's on the veterans, her allies are winning stuff, but everything starts going downhill. She loses Brendan twice. That's not good. She gets saved by a twist a couple of times, which is kind of nuts. And I feel like she does just win her way to the end at the end. Like, things just work out in a way where all of her biggest competition is just taken out instead of her. Like, people that she wouldn't take out herself. Like Jeff or Jordan. She is lucky that they are taken out over her, because she can't beat them in the end, and she was going to go to the end with them. And I feel like it all just works out in a way where she gets lucky to sit in the end next to Portia, and she gets lucky to beat Portia. She should not have been able to rely on Shelly's vote, but it worked out for her. However, she comes back for Big Brother 27, and she really does prove that she is a competent player. And this is like, playing back to back has got to be hard. There's also only so much growth you can have from the 9 months between seasons, but we see like 14 years of growth from Rachel, and we see her be able to stand on her own 2 feet. She doesn't need Brendan. She's a fighter. She's still the same aggressive player, but she is also doing a lot of work. She's making these relationships with Keanu. She's putting in work with Morgan, even though she doesn't like Morgan. And also, there's a lot of other stuff going on during this. Go look at my Big Brother 27 player ranking video. I talk about Rachel's gameplay here, but at the end of the day, you look back, she has a she's got a pretty solid run on 27 and gets twist-screwed to get evicted. Then she also has a win under her belt. It's enough for me to put her at number 33. I also just wanted to put her above Jackson. Up next at number 32, we have another winner. Wow, this is a big stretch of winners. 5 to be exact, because up next I have Xavier from Big Brother 23 and Reindeer Games. Big Brother 23, I've said this a million times. I think he is definitely the biggest benefactor of the Cookout's existence. Without it, I think he's going around that early jury stage sort of thing, because that's when people were wanting to target him, and that's when the Cookout really needed to, like, keep him around. He also gets very fortunate that Kylan wants to go to the end against the best, because I guess that's what Kylan wants to do, but I will give Xavier credit. I think he does a great job of really roping in Derek F. and Azza, as well as like playing to Kylan's way of thinking when Kylan approaches him with it. And it's not like Xavier does nothing. Xavier does try and do some maneuvering throughout the season. It's just not always the most successful, but it doesn't matter. He gets to the end. He wins unanimously. Then he comes back for Reindeer Games. We definitely see him struggle a bit. He's thrown into nearly every Santa showdown, but this is where he shows just how physical of a player he is. He wins nearly everything. He gets 4th place or tied for 3rd. It's a fine showing. I think he is a capable player. I just would like to see more of it without a Cookout and without a Reindeer Game setting. But at the end of the day, he's a winner. He nearly won Reindeer Games as well. I got him at number 32. Up next at number 31, we have a player that is just plain bred. It's Casey Clark. She's good at comps. She was a loyal ally. She makes it to the end and is able to beat Tyler because of some wonky jury votes. But at the same time, she was positioned pretty well the whole way through. I have nothing more to say about Casey. Please just let me finish. I'm dying. Up next at number 30, we got the best competitor in Big Brother history in my eyes, Michael Bruner, who is just so good at comps. It seems like he can win whenever he wants, while also being a very strategic and positionally minded player. He was always thinking about what his position was, who he needed to worry about, and if, like, what certain moves would affect his position and whatnot. I think socially, strategically, and physically, he's really good. The only thing that really hurts him is this threat management he threw out the window once he won every competition he wanted to. But I get it, dude. Go off. Up next, we got a pretty similar player to Michael in the sense that this is the second best competitor in Big Brother history in my mind. We got Frankie Grande from Big Brother 16 and Reindeer Games. Nearly wins Reindeer Games. Is just positionally untouchable because he's always winning a competition. Gets, 3rd place, tied with Xavier there. On Big Brother 16, the dude just wills his way to the end. I mean, he has a great beginning of the game, falters a bit during like week 6, kind of loses traction, but he's able to win some comps, reinstate himself into the alliance. Also should have potentially won that season, but gets twist screwed at the final 5. I talk more about him at the final 5 video. I'm sorry that I keep saying I talk more about them in that video I made. It's just my go-to saying when I'm ready to be done talking about a player. Up next at number 28, an easy winner. It's Eddie McGee from Big Brother 1. The reason I have him so high is that he was really the only strategic-minded player on Big Brother 1. He was the only person that really understood, like, this is a game. there is a strategy that I can use to put myself or like push myself forward, I'm going to implement it. Nobody else did. He did. And even if it wasn't like the most flawless strategy all the time, it was enough. And it got him to the end and he won. You know what I mean? Like, what more can he do? After Eddie at number 27, we got a player that definitely had her reputation help her, but she still played a pretty phenomenal game on Big Brother 25. It's Cerie Fields. I mean, she just had such positional control for the first 5 weeks. When control finally, when she lost control, it was because she was stuck in a kayak with Felicia and Jared was running around just blowing up their position. But even still, she just survived. She makes it all the way to the final 5. She's so good. She just can never pull out that win. But I do think strategically, like, she's still just elite. And the fact that she was able to show it, even after losing Jared and Izzy, is a testament to how good of a player she is. She's up here at number 27. And now the final player in the A+ tier at number 26, I have Tommy Bracco on Big Brother 25. I think he just did an exceptional job. He was the best position player throughout the first half of the game. He was perfectly positioned within the 6 shooters and grateful. He had Christy, he had Nick, he had Jack, he had Sis, he had everybody wanting to work with him. Everybody liked him. And then once Jackson and Holly kind of defect from the alliance and start going on a comp streak, Tommy's still the last person that is evicted from that side. He makes it all the way to the final 5 and nearly survives that vote, if not for, Jackson going super hard to save Holly. Unfortunately, Tommy is not able to win this battle over Jackson, but I mean, Tommy had been winning battles over Jackson positionally all season long before that. So I'm going to give the nod to Tommy over Jackson. He also wins the final 2 against everybody, I think. So he can go here at number 26 in the A+ tier. Now we are down to the final 25 people. We will have 15 people in the S tier and 10 in the top 10. I'm sure you could have figured that out. I'm sure you could have figured that one out. At number 25, the first player at our S tier, I do have Taylor Hale. And largely, this is because of reindeer games. I mean, I think her Big Brother 24 game is pretty solid all the way. Well, not all the way through. I think her beginning's a little rough. But I give her credit where it's due in Big Brother 24. Guess what? I talk about it in that video that I made last time. But when she comes back from reindeer games, this is where she really solidifies it to me. She is perfectly positioned, just like what I was saying about Josh, one level up, even more. She's not put into any Santa showdowns the whole way through. She makes it to the finale night literally unscathed, and then beats Frankie in a competition, has the lead in the final showdown against Nicole, almost wins it, but doesn't. But that doesn't factor into, like, that final competition doesn't factor into my ranking here. It's just the fact that she got to the finale in reindeer games so flawlessly. It was enough. You got a first place, you got a second place spinoff, but with, an actual game being played before that, it was enough to sneak her in the top 25. Up next at number 24, this is a player that I initially had at rank number 15 a few years ago. My mind has changed a little bit. I got Enzo Palumbo from Big Brother 12 and Big Brother 22. I've said it. This is the easiest way I can explain it about Enzo. He is the best social player in Big Brother history, but he doesn't do enough with that social ability to actually garner the respect to win in the end. He does it twice in Big Brother 12 and Big Brother 22. Big Brother 12, he's with the Brigade. It's a less impressive showing, but he still makes it to third place as a good social player. Gets evicted in third. Comes back for 22, plays an arguably even more impressive social game, but just attaches himself to players that are more likely to win in the end. He attaches himself to Cody, gets to the end, and loses unanimously. He's good at getting to the end, he's not good at winning. Up next, at number 23, we got a 3-time player, 1-time winner. It's Mike Boogie Malin from Big Brother 2, 7, and 14. His Big Brother 2 game is pretty bad, but at least he showed to be able to think about the game. His Big Brother 7 game, well, that's a pretty good game. I mean, I just made a video about it last year. I just made a video about it 2 weeks ago where I talk about it again, so you can go look at the specifics there. But he does a really phenomenal job of just like showing that he is a very capable liar, strategic thinker, and planner. And it works out, and he gets the win. Then he comes back for 14. I think he plays pretty terribly again. I know, like, sometimes I think he's not so bad, but I just don't. I think the dude is just a bit too strategic coded. He's got to be a little bit more likable, and he just wasn't in Big Brother 14. To me, I don't know. It's his Big Brother 7 game that's carrying it. Up next at number 22, we got the player that, one of the players that beat him on Big Brother 2. It's Nicole Nielsen Shafrich. It's Nicole from Big Brother 2. Phenomenal game. Starts the game off on the bottom. Worst position you could be. First nominee ever. Likely going to be the first official evicted player. Nope. What does she do? She survives the block. She forms a counter alliance. The other people to go against Chilltown. And is then just in a beautiful spot the rest of the season. She is in power. She is in command. She is the one that forms a connection with Will, with Hardy, with Bunky. She's got these three people all wanting to go to the final two with her. Then she also is, she takes out the right people at the right time. I mean, she takes out Krista at the final 6, the perfect person for her to take out. She takes out Monica at the final 3. I mean, didn't matter who. She was going to lose no matter what, but she definitely was going to lose to Monica more. Overall, I mean, for no big... Also, keep in mind, there is no Big Brother before this. This is coming in first time, and she just crushes it. Probably the most underrated player in Big Brother history. If you don't know how good she is, do your homework. Go watch that season. Go read the feed transcripts or what you can find of it. She's really good. All right, after Nicole... Oh... Shoot, I don't remember what I did here. What did I do on my winner ranking? I gotta open this up real quick. Okay, you know what? I'll follow what I did. Up next at number 21, I have Drew Daniel, the winner of Big Brother 5. To me, Drew, very simple. He is the perfect archetype for what the perfect Big Brother player should be. He's good physically, pretty good strategically, great socially. Everyone wants to be his friend. He plays a pretty flawless game. Well, like, there are some flaws, but he plays relatively perfectly. The thing is that I just don't know how intentional his game was. I'll find out in a couple months when I'm working on his video. But even still, I mean, he plays a very, very solid game. Probably the cleanest game up to that point. The only thing that would have made it cleaner is if he could have won by more than one vote against Cowboy. But even still, he got the job done. He won. He's here at number 21. Up next at number 20. Now, this is probably the most notable shift that I did on this entire list. And that's because when I did my Big Brother 27 player ranking, I put Ashley above Morgan. However, I have changed my mind. So up next at number 20, I do have Ashley Hollis. I just made a 3-hour video about her. Go watch that. She played a very intentional game. After 27 seasons, that was a very unique game as well. And it's crazy that we still get to see that. She socially could have done a bit better, but she knew what she needed to do to survive any given week. Rarely had to rely on a competition, which is good because she wasn't a great competitor, but was also a good manipulator and a good seed planter, and she just did everything she needed to do to get to the end, and she beats Vince by a crazy amount. 6-1 against Vince? Well, Vince kind of did that to himself, but I have a whole 3-hour video detailing her game. Please don't make me re-explain it. Up next, after Ashley, I don't have Morgan yet. I do actually have one other person. I got Steve Moses. Again, I go very in-depth on that video I made a couple weeks ago. But Steve, I think, played the perfect intentional game where he had his whole plan laid out before going into the season. He wanted to be almost at the bottom of a majority alliance. He wanted to win certain HOH comps at the end game. He wanted to be able to be in this position so that certain people were targeted ahead of him. And it went all almost exactly as he planned. He gets to the end. He makes the move against Vanessa. he's able to win against Liz. It's a good game. I have him at number 19. Now at number 18, I do have Morgan. There we go. Morgan, just after thinking about it, I think as a whole, her game is more impressive than Ashley's because Morgan is in the power position the whole way through, whereas Ashley does have a pretty rough first few weeks. And although I do think Ashley's end game is more impressive and Ashley didn't need to rely on competitions as much as Morgan did, Morgan just start to finish played a very strong game, showed that she didn't need to rely on competitions but by the fact that she didn't win anything for the first 7 weeks, and then turned into a comp beast, had all of this power, and was in a spot where it didn't matter what happened at the final 3. Well, it did matter because obviously she gets evicted in the final 3, but it did take a generational upset for Ashley to win. Otherwise, Morgan wins the season. So for me, I am going to put Morgan above Ashley. I have gone back and forth on it, but this feels right to me. Now, up next at number 17, old school player, Jason Guy, just one of the best social players as well, just right up there, potentially the best. Super underestimated. Nobody really thought that Jason had it in him to be a cutthroat player, where all the while he had it in him, and people underestimated him. He's got a secret alliance with Danielle. Although Jason was actually in a bit more, like, he was never nominated up until the final 3. He was almost nominated like 3 or 4 times, which I didn't remember until I did the rewatch. So that kind of put him back a little bit, but still an unbelievable game, especially for Big Brother 3 standards. And he was just like cutthroat with a genuine smile where people still liked him. And if he got to the end, people were going to vote for him to win. So Jason lands here at number 17. Up next at number 16, this is a player that I also had in my top 15 initially. I think I had her at number 11, but she's definitely taken a few steps back for me. At number 16, I do have Maggie in Big Brother 6. Like many of my other winners, I do have a whole video dedicated to her. She was a great cult leader. She picked up the reins from Cappy once Cappy was evicted, and she did a good job guiding her alliance to the win, ensuring that her alliance won. The problem is that she literally put all of her eggs in that basket, and she very easily, she needed specific things to happen in order for her to win, and it's good that happened, but there were definitely some holes there. I talk about it more in my other videos. You know the drill. But it was still a very impressive game. Got her at number 16. Now at number 15, the first person to bump up into the top 15 since I have removed Maggie and Enzo, I have Tiffany Mitchell, who I give all the credit in the world to the Cookouts. The Cookout was a 6-person alliance. It took work from all 6 of them to make it happen, but it took the most work from Tiffany because Tiffany put in her heart and soul. She could have won that game if there was no Cookout. She really had to hurt her own game in order to make that happen. But it looked so effortless when she played. Like, everyone just wanted to align with her, listen to what she said, and she always said just the right things. Didn't matter who it was, whether it's Frenchie, whether it's Derek X, whether it's Claire. Like, she just always knew the perfect things to say to get out. Even like Christian, I don't know. She is just so good. Guess what? I talk about it in the 6th place video. I would love to make a video on Tiffany one day, though, and I probably will. Up next at number 14, I've mentioned this guy a bunch. Eric, America's player. Very similar to Tiffany in the sense that, like, had they not been playing for a different purpose, Tiffany for the Cookout and Eric for America, I think they win the season. But the reason that I have Eric a bit higher than Tiffany is that Eric literally had no choice. Eric had to do it as the twist of the season. And he was so effective at basically getting himself to lose because of it. But he just did so well. He is the biggest what if in Big Brother history, other than Jody Rowlands. So for me, Eric, you're there at number 14. Up next at number 13, still a... who the heck did I put in the top 15 that didn't make it last time? Oh, duh. Tiffany and then one other person. I've caught myself. Up next at number 13, the person I owe a lot of my success to, it's June's song from Big Brother 4. June's great. I mean, Allie may have technically started the floating strategy a couple weeks before June did, but June perfected it. June was able to just outmaneuver Allison. Make sure it doesn't matter who's in power. If Jack and Erica are in power, or if G and Justin are in power, June is able to flip over to them. Perfect. She's safe. Able to outlast them. Get to the end against someone who is more hated than her. Iconic win, especially for Big Brother 4. Getting that early game boost as well. June Song. Always thankful for you. Got you at number 13. Now at number 12, I got Hayden Moss. Basically, in my mind, it's just the better version of Drew. A more intentional, a more skillful, a more strategically minded player that is able to just really work with everyone. He's obviously in the brigade. He really picks up the strategic slack for the brigade because, I mean, Enzo and Lane, they were fine players. They're both in the top 100. They're both in the top 40. Neither of them are really great strategists, in my opinion. So Hayden really had to pick up the slack for them. But, I mean, he did so effectively. Gets to a spot in the final 3 where both Lane and Enzo are taking him to the end, and he beats both of them. Should have won in a better vote than 4-3, but I'm sure he's not too upset about it because he's still got the $500,000. That's number 12. And then the last player in the S tier. Hi.
Sorry. I made you chicken meatballs, protein pasta. It's in the air fryer.
Oh my God, you are the love of my life. Courtney just came in. Don't know if you heard that. She made me chicken meatballs and what?
Protein pasta.
And protein pasta? Oh my goodness, I'm going to marry her someday.
But I have to head to Frankenbar to help them print, and then I'm filming at 6:45, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be filming before. Dude, I've been filming for
I know, you're insane.
all day. This is the finale, though. I have to, it's going to be like an 8-hour video. I've broken it up. Every 2 hours, I go take a break and go to the bathroom, so I stop the recording.
Your voice sounds strained.
It's strained. I've been pushing through, though.
Can I get everything? Do you want tea?
Hmm?
Do you want tea?
No, I only got 11 more people. This should only take me 25 more minutes.
Jesus. Alright, I'm going to Frankenbarb's. Love you. I'll see you in a bit.
I love you. I'll see you soon. Bye. Sorry for that intermission. I'm not cutting that out of the video. That's too much editing.
Oh, God.
The final player in the S tier, the only one not making it to the top 10. It's a new addition. I wanted to put her top 10. I couldn't justify it after thinking about it. I have Robert. Just kidding. I think it's so funny that this Robert is down here. I have Chelsea Bayham, the winner of Big Brother 26. I mean, at the end of the day, I still think it's the most impressive winning game by a woman. I think she absolutely slaughtered that Big Brother 26 season. The thing is that she just had a couple too many holes. The fact that she really gets lucky to survive that janky week round. That was a tough one. She does... Where else does she falter? I don't even falter for the Tucker round of week 5 when she gets nominated. That was just Tucker being crazy, and she does a great job of surviving that round no matter what. But my last big flaw with her is the fact that she is taking Mackenzie to the end thinking that she might lose to her. Come on, you just played the perfect game all the way up to the end, and now you're admitting that you're taking someone that you think you might lose to? Come on. It's that reason that keeps her out of the top 10. I was going to have her at 10. I can't justify that. Which is funny because we do have a player in the top 10 who willingly brought another player to the final 2. However, that player won another season, so I cut them some slack. But Chelsea, spot number 11, that's not too bad either. Now we are at the top 10. My top 10 has not changed very much since I did the top 10 back in, when was that, 2022? I guess that is kind of a while ago. But kicking these off, at the number 10 spot, I got Vanessa Russo. Just played the strategic shit out of that season. We're 8 hours in. I'll say a swear word. You guys have earned it. But my goodness, Vanessa just it's kind of like what I was saying about Joseph Rodriguez before. Vanessa is the epitome of just maxing out your strategic stat and just bulldozing your way through the season. And the fact that she's able to do so is just, it showcases how brilliant she is. It is unbelievable. And keep on top of that, she is such a great physical competitor too. She's one of the best players we've ever seen. Comes one question away from winning the whole game. And it's weird that I guess I am saying that her answering that coin flip question wrong is costing her some spots on this list, but it's costing her some spots on this list because had she gotten that right and won Big Brother 17, she's going to be like number 6 or 7. So it's unfortunate. I just wish we could see her play again. Come on, Vanessa, come back and do it again. But, I'm about to make a whole video on Vanessa, so I guess you guys got that to look forward to. Up next at number 9, we got Tyler Crispin from Big Brother 20 and Big Brother 22. I mean, if Vanessa is the epitome of a strategic powerhouse, Tyler was the epitome of a social powerhouse. The amount of final twos this guy had on Big Brother 20 is unbelievable, and the fact that made up pretty much the entirety of the final 6 is nuts. He played the heck out of that season. It's one of the most impressive single games of all time, and I still don't understand why exactly he lost, which you'll understand if you watched me talk about that in the second place ranking video, because I actually go in depth about what I mean. I get why he lost. I understand it was a kind of a bitter juror, but once you go to the specifics and you start looking at why those jurors didn't vote for him, it's a little bit harder to rationalize. But I digress. And then he came back for Big Brother 22. It was a fine game. I mean, he does make it to 6th place, but the luster, the desire to play is not there. It is a much weaker game, and I would say he's kind of lucky to make it to 6th place, but he still did some good work. Overall, it wasn't enough for me to kick him out of the top 10. If anything, it probably just solidified, like, yeah, you got a good spot in number 9. Now, at number 8, I got Paul. Abrahamian from Big Brother 18 and Big Brother 19. Their Big Brother 18 game is fine. It's a nice underdog road to just missing out on the win. They played fine there. Then they come back for Big Brother 19, which is probably the single most dominant game that anyone has ever played, including winners. It's just absolute domination and control the whole way through. But they still can't get that win. But the fact that they still get 4 votes, I mean, it's unreal. You'll never believe it, but I talk in depth about it in that 2nd place one. For me, I have Paul above Tyler because I'm just more impressed. Like, I don't like that Tyler gave up the 2nd time. I like that Paul's 2nd time, they doubled down and played even harder. And to be fair, they do have a better track record. 2 2nd places, 8 total jury votes. That's more jury votes than almost any winner has. And they still don't have a win. But 8th place ain't too bad. Up next, our final non-winning player. It's Danielle Reyes in Big Brother 3 and Big Brother 7. This is not a biased take in the slightest, especially after just going through Big Brother 3 for that Lisa video. It just really reinforced how much control Danielle had and how much, like, she understood the game so much better than anybody did for another, 6 years. And she understood it immediately in Big Brother 3 and enacted it flawlessly. And I guess you can't say flawlessly because she didn't win in the jury vote. The jury vote is where she succumbed. She couldn't handle that, or she couldn't figure out that part. But she did so freaking good, had such control over that season, and then comes back for All-Stars and plays an entirely, it's like the same game, but it is a different style of game. Because now she is playing where everyone knows how she plays. But still, she's able to go under the radar, form an alliance with James and Chilltown, make the Legion of Doom, and still make a run towards the end, only to get evicted in 6th place. But my God, she is an incredible player. And after watching Big Brother 3, she is up there for one of my favorite players of all time. And she was on Reindeer Games, too. I forgot about that. It was a fine, like, middling. She gets sniped up by Brittany. Bad move by Brittany. I don't blame Danielle too much, but oh my god, I love Danielle Reyes so much. It's crazy. And now this is where things get a little bit, this is where people might start getting a little bit annoyed with my list, because I am making some changes right now as we speak. People are not going to be happy with me. People are not going to be thrilled, and I get it. I don't know if people are going to be that upset with this one, actually. At number 6, I had this player as high as almost number 1 at one point. Couldn't do it. Couldn't justify it. I have Cody. Cody Calafiore from Big Brother 16, Big Brother 22, and Big Brother Reindeer Games. Yes, Cody is a second place game where I think his Big Brother 16 game, again, is very underrated. I think he plays extremely well. I think he's the second best player on that season, only behind Derek. And then I think when he comes back for Big Brother 22, he corrects all of his mistakes and plays near flawlessly, given the game that he was given. The problem that I have with Cody is that I've never seen him face adversity on either season, and I don't think he actually is that, like, I think he is capable. He's more than capable. He got second place, and then he got first place. And he also played on Reindeer Games, but that he didn't do good on that season. That doesn't really factor into where he places on here. I just don't actually think strategically he's anything special. I think he is just like the quintessential good at everything. You know, if you put his physical and his strategy and his social, and you put each of those like on a scale from 1 to 10, I don't think he's getting lower than an 8 or maybe like a 7.5 on any of them. But I don't think like strategically he's ever done anything insane. Whereas I think most people above him have proven to be capable of doing some crazy things. With maybe one exception. But, like, I just think he's good at Big Brother. I think you're number 6 all time. That's not bad at all. But I just need a little more juice from you. I need to see something more, and I just don't see it from Cody. And I think, not to factor in, like, other appearances on stuff, but I think we see it on Traitors, where it's like, I actually never even watched a season of the Traitors, but from what I heard is that he kind of faced some adversity and kind of dropped the ball. Or it was like, I don't think he was really in it to win it on Traitors. So I shouldn't incorporate that, which I'm not. But I don't think, even with those perfect games, I need to see, I don't know. I just don't think he's strategically capable of pulling off some of the stuff that I would want him to be if I'm going to put him in the top 5. So I guess that's what I have to say about Cody. Now, at number 5, maybe I'm going to get some more eyebrows. The fact that there is one Miss Nicole Franzel that is still on this board. I'm going with Dr. Will. I don't think Dr. 2's winning game is anything super. I think it's impressive. I don't think it's a great game. I think it's just impressive that he went from being like the most hated player in the house to winning. And I think it's impressive that he did this on Big Brother 2. And I think he did take such an outside-the-box approach. That is all impressive. I still have him at number 5 overall. I don't think his Big Brother 2 game is that great. I think his Big Brother 7 game is great. However, I don't think it's the best game of all time. And I know people think that his All-Stars game is one of the best. It is very good. I do have that game in my S tier. But there are still so many holes, so many flaws to that game that I just wish would be patched up. But the fact of the matter is that he does have that magic that I'm looking for. He doesn't need those competition wins. He doesn't need anything but his charisma and his smile and his ability to connect with you to get to the end. And he nearly wins All-Stars. Then he's a 2-time winner. Before, like, up to Big Brother 7, having a 2-time winner would be kind of nuts. And he almost pulls it off. I'm going to put him higher than Cody because I think strategically, which is what I care about the most, Will could run a circle around Cody at least. At least in their primes. I don't know about Deal or No Deal Island Will. But this is my list, and I got Will 1 above Cody, and guess what? I got freaking Nicole Franzel above both of them, because I got Nicole Franzel at number 4. There comes a time and a place where you need to stop looking at how good of a strategist is this person, how good of a social player, how many competitions they win. And you just got to look at their track record, and you got to see 2 first places, one of them is reindeer games, and a 3rd place, and a 7th place. Like, 7th place is still good. She got 7th on Big Brother 16. That was definitely her worst game. But she was just getting started. She comes back for Big Brother 18 and plays a very good game. And I know what I was saying before with Cody, that Cody has never made like those big moves, and we need to see Nicole do that stuff. Nicole, I think, has one of those bluffs that nobody ever talks about. But like at the final 7, the first final 7 at Big Brother 18, Nicole has this really, really intelligent bluff to get James and Natalie to side with her when her and Corey are on the bottom. It's a 5 against 2. But she's able to tell this bluff to James, which ends up being right, and gets James and Natalie to side with Corey and Nicole and to go after Paul and Victor. That is a great move. I've never seen Cody do anything like that. You know what I've seen Cody do? Win a competition, and then he's safe that way. Cody takes the easy route. And I can't blame him for taking the easy route. I'd win a competition too if I could, if at any given point. He's won like 15 of them. But Nicole has these moments where she is just like a capable liar. She does the same thing in 22. She does it with Davon. Where she promises Davon, she tells her to her face, no, I voted to evict Tyler. I told you. All the time she's lying. And she did vote to evict Ian. And it causes Davon and David to not be able to like have this unity that they need. And Nicole has got it in her. She gets 3rd place. Yeah, she was going to bring Cody to the end. What to do? At least she won Big Brother 18. And then she came back and she won Reindeer Games. And I made a whole video on the Reindeer Games win. And she is, at the end of the day, I have to just look at the resume. And I have to just accept the fact that, like, if I don't even need to see it. I see how she performs. And it's enough. I'm putting you at number 4. I'm putting you above Will, and I'm putting you above Cody. You guys can argue with me all you want. You'll be arguing to a computer monitor because I don't know where I was going with that. But the point is that you can argue with me, and I will have a conversation because it's fun to have conversations about this, especially about a top 5 like player. Stuff like that is so fun. And to me, she's just done enough to warrant the top 4 spots. And now we got 3 people left. Who do I even have? Okay, I got Andy, I got Derek, I got Dan. Up in number 3, I do have Andy Herron. I think Andy plays one of the most flawless games of all time. A lot of people online are like, oh my god, Ethanimale, whenever he gets a chance to talk about Andy, he's always just like gushing over him. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I just think he played a really good game. That's all. I don't even like particularly like Andy more than any given player. I think he's fine. I enjoyed the time that I talked with him on the interview. He was great. He was very friendly. I wouldn't say Andy's my favorite player by any means, but he just like on a season with such high caliber strategists, with Amanda, with Helen, McRae's no slouch, Judd's no slouch. He just wipes the floor, cleans the table. What's the saying? It's one of those things. He just does unreal, and it's impressive. And he gets to the end flawlessly and is only nominated once. His only flaws I have in his game is that he's nominated as the 4th nominee, or like, you know, the 4th target one time. That's the only time he ever sees the block, and he doesn't win unanimously against Gina Marie. She gets 2 votes. Those are my only flaws with him, and that's enough to get number 3. And now at number 2, we got Derek, who I think just plays the tiniest bit better than Andy. That's really it. I think Derek has that just as perfect of a game as Andy, but just the tiniest bit more. And really, really what it comes down to is that Derek gets into the final 3 with Cody and Victoria. Both of them are going to take him to the end, and he wins against both of them. With Andy, he gets to the end with Gina Marie and Spencer. Gina Marie is going to take him to the end. Spencer, I think there's a chance that Spencer might cut Andy. And that really is the difference maker. I think they both play near flawlessly. I mean, like 9.9 out of 10, 9.9 out of 10. Like, both so good. We're looking at the most minute details in terms of comparing the two. But they're still so good. However, they've each only played once, and that is why I still have Dan Giesling at the number 1 spot, only behind Robert Roman. And, I mean, the thing with Dan is that Dan is just... he's magical. I made a video about his Big Brother 10 game. His Big Brother 14 game, he comes back and plays with such bloodlust. He does not care how dirty of a move he needs to make. He's going to try and make it, and then he does it successfully. I don't know what more to say about Dan. He's just magic. He wins Big Brother 10 in such a fun, creative way, comes back for Big Brother 14, and just goes through the season in the most blood to his elbows, no regard for how much he's burning these people. He's just got his eyes on getting to the end, and he does it. And he gets to the end. He gets a first and he gets a second, and his second place game is arguably more impressive than his first place game. It's unreal. He's so good. He's my number 1 player outside of Robert Roman, of course. And holy cow. Wait, where did he go? Did he go back up here? Where did Robert go? Shoot, I lost Robert. Hold on. Well, that's the real Robert, I bet. I lost Robert. He will forever be somewhere on this list. That's really funny. He's just gone. I know I probably missed him somewhere, but oh my god, there we go. That is my official player ranking. This video is like 7.5 hours, I think. I don't quite know. Oh my god. I've never done a video this long before. I will never do this video again. I had a terrible time. No, I'm just kidding. I actually had a very fun time. This just took a lot longer than I thought, and by the end, I was like, I'm just waiting to finish. But I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for joining me on this journey of ranking every player ever. I hope this was worth it. Now, as I mentioned, I've got a whole YouTube short series that's based off of this, where I will be going through one player every couple of days and ranking them. You all know the rankings, though, so maybe it won't be much of a surprise where each person gets, but I will be talking a bit more in depth about each person, so you can follow along with that as you would like. But yeah, here it is. Here is my all-time ranking. If any of you saw Robert anywhere, please let me know so I can return him to where he belongs. And with that being said, oh yeah, by the way, just because this series is done, I still got videos for members coming every 2 weeks. It'll just be other stuff, but don't you worry, this isn't the end of that. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate you joining me on this journey, and I am very happy to say that I have now finally officially ranked every player in Big Brother history. Goodbye. Just kidding, this is not goodbye. I found Robert. He was right here the whole time. That's Sly Dog. You're coming with me. Back to the bottom you go. All right, goodbye for real.